Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? Good morning, man. I told you as soon as I woke up, I'd be back on it. I woke up around 10:30. Had to get a few things together. What is going on? What is going on? Merry Christmas, or early Merry Christmas to everybody. But hey, I told you when I woke up, I'd be back on. I had, when you wake up, you need about 30, 40 minutes, man. We're about to get this day started. Um, we got some stuff to check into. We got phone calls to go through, so yeah, we're back. Hold up. Make sure I got my pen. I'm gonna be a cranky bastard if I ain't got my nicotine. Shout out to everybody in here. Make sure you hit the like button. What up, Amy? We got Amy Mystery. How you doing? Holly Nudie. What up? L Dot. Terrace Moon. What's going on? Manda MC. Grumpy. Goody Gumdrops. On the case with Jenny Farnsworth. Stephanie, Mouthy Mama, Laughing Stock, Grumpy, Schema Boy, GBC, what's going on? Paige Malone, what's up? Shells, Collins, what's good? Collins, Copper Petals, what's going on? Stardust, what's up? Did I say what's up to Brenda Phillips? Brenda Phillips, Gigi, what up, Gigi? Debbie Witt, True Crime T. There we go. Michelle, I want to say your name right. Michelle Pear. Hopefully I said that right and I didn't butcher it. And I ain't, you know what? 117, I'm sticking with that, bro. I ain't butchering you no more. Just for crafts and giggles, what is going on? Jeff in the building, my man. Jeff. We need to talk, Jeff. I like you, Jeff. Jeff's that guy, man. Holly. What's up, Holly? How you doing? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Good morning to you too, Schema Boy, GBC. Life After 50, what's going on, man? Carrie Ann, what's going on? Lala, what's going on? Two foot Fred, what's going on? Alicia, what's going on? Wildridge, what's up? T Russ, what's up? Mama Fee, what's up? Honey Haley, what's up? Stardust Z, what's up? What's going on with all you guys, man? Make sure you smash that like button. We are about to get into another show, podcast. I wouldn't even call it a show. This fuck a show. This is true crime. We're getting into it. We want to see what's going on. We want to see what happened to these 4 kids. So, man, like that hat. Thank you. Yeah, think big. Think big, not short. You know what I mean? You want to think big, not short. What up, Angela? Good morning. Good morning. Shout out to my 219 representative out here. You know what I mean? Jay Newton, what's good? Frog, what's up? Corey Anderson in the building. Alex Neal, what's up? What's going on, man? Wake up. We all got to wake up here, man. Nikki Warren, what's going on? True Crime T, what's up? Usually I'm live at like 7 a.m., but I slept in a little bit today. But still, we are at it. Hours are going to be on point today. I got a jump start. Yesterday, I started at 4 o'clock. I want to say around 4 o'clock I started yesterday, so we got a big jump start today, in my opinion. I'm still recovering from that Cowboys loss, but Karina Perez, hold up, why's my phone going off like that? Cash App. Don't be trying to. The hell? They're trying to take money from me? I don't like that. Anyways, it's 17:15 here in the UK. I do not know how to read that, but hey, military time. Eddie, what's up, Eddie Ruiz? Welcome. Make sure as you guys come in, you smash that like button. We just hit 16K not too long ago. I appreciate every single one of you that have been supporting the channel. Look, we're going to be opening the phone lines here shortly, but I want to watch a video that dropped on Who is Adam, Moscow, Idaho. I said Idaho. Listen to me. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I'm an idiot. Idaho. Anyways, in Idaho, he dropped the video on Adam in Idaho, and it's 23 fucking minutes long. We gotta watch that. What's up, God Manners? What's going on? Joe, what's up? Lady Claymore, what's up? MJ, what's up? Pamela B, what's up? What's going on? Welcome everybody that's pulling up. I appreciate you guys. Kim Maroon, what's up? Hopefully, I'm not missing nobody. I don't want to leave anybody out. I'm trying to shout everybody out that I possibly can. And I'll continue doing that throughout the show, too. I'll make sure I take more time to shout everybody out because I notice when you get on the phone with them callers, man, you get lost and you start thinking and you're just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, you just get super lost. So it's like 222 in chat. What up, Barber? I need to share this link in Discord real quick. Hold up. Let me pop our link in Discord. Some people may not know we're live in Discord, so I got to let the Discord folks know, hey, yo, we're live over here. Come pull up. You know what I mean? So for all my people on Discord, pull up. Let's see. Okay, here we are. 147 people in Discord. Damn, that grew. Just think about that, guys. Last month in Discord, I was at like 20 members. Not 20 members, just 20 people in general. What's up, Azur? Oh, hold on. I want to say this right. Azuri Bella. Hopefully I said that right. I hope I can pronounce things right. Hopefully I didn't, that English skill didn't fly out the window. Christian, what's going on? Shells, what's up? Thank you for coming by. I appreciate you so much. Jeff H, that's still my brother right there. He said Idaho. Her I know. I was over here slipping. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go though. Let's check out this video by Drip Drop before we get into anything. I open up any phone lines because it's on Adam. Everybody wants to know who Adam is, and we know that Drip Drop does his digging and he does it good. So let's take it to the floor and watch Drip Drop. Let's see what he's got to say on my man from Idaho. Here we go.
What did you say to Adam? Like, I told Adam.
Make sure y'all smash that like button as you come in, man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and I'm your host as usual. Tonight, we're going to talk about a few different topics, such as new surveillance audio that's recently been released. We're going to analyze that together. Some of you out there might want to know who is Adam. Some of you want to talk about Enon Harsh, the neighbor. We'll talk about Enon. And we're going to analyze some very recently released body cam footage that not many people have seen. Now, before we jump into this episode, I want to talk about a few very important things. Anybody discussed in this video is presumed innocent until proven guilty. None of the information in this video is to be taken as fact. Everything is purely speculation and opinion only. As of right now, nobody knows who the killer is. First things first, I want to give a huge shout out to the Roma Army. That's a great YouTube channel, and I highly recommend it. If you go check it out, make sure you tell her Drip Drop from Crime Circus sent you. I got to give a big shout out to Grizzly True Crime. And
make sure if you go check out him, you tell him T-REV from Rev Gang family sent you.
All of the new Grizzlies that have made themselves home here at Crime Circus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I appreciate you all. And for those of you that have never heard of Grizzly True Crime, I highly recommend it. So make sure you go check her out. And I've got to give a big shout out to Truth and Transparency for obtaining this body camera footage. So shout out. And that's the proper thing to do on YouTube, is to give a shout out when you've used somebody else's content and they've obtained it first. It's the right thing to do, and not a whole lot of people on YouTube do that. My recent videos have been my most stolen videos that I've ever released. To the ones that have been supporting me, thank you. All my new Patreons, thank you. My new channel members,
what do you mean? I've been sending
y'all help this show keep growing.
Yo, Drip Drop, we got beef now, dog. I know I imitated your Kermit your Kermit voice and all that, but I know damn well I sent a lot of people over there. I had 14, 15, 16, 1700 people up in here while watching your video. Show some love, baby.
Growing and keep going. I'm super thankful for everyone that supports this show. Everyone that gives Crime Circus shout outs when you do use some of my content. To the bottom feeders and leeches that are just sucking off of Crime Circus. That's not nice and that's not good, and I'm actually...
Am I a bottom feeder? Am I a bottom feeder? Oh, no, don't make me dish you. I will throw on a track right now. I'm just playing, bro. I love your work. Keep going, man.
Crafting voodoo dolls for each one of you. When you do bad things, typically bad things will come back to you tenfold. So don't be surprised when I am the monster in your nightmares. Anyways, let's start with this new surveillance footage, as well as audio that's recently been released.
Shout out to Drip Drop, man. I don't got no problem with Drip Drop, man. Drip Drop, he puts in great work, man. Respect is shown his where it's due.
As you just heard, Kaylee said to Maddie, what did you say to Adam? And Maddie responded, like I told Adam everything. What do you think she meant by that? What in the world did Maddie tell to Adam? That seemed to be quite alarming to Kaylee. You might be wondering who Adam is. I'll tell you who Adam is. In my opinion, Adam is Jack's roommate or former roommate. I'm not so sure Jack's living in that house anymore, but I do believe they lived together as roommates at one time. So why would Maddie be telling Jack's roommate everything? let's check out some screenshots, and I'll show you who Adam is. Well, you might recognize this man. This is actually the same man from the TikTok video that I've previously showed you when I was showing you which house Murphy lived in. Let's take another look at the TikTok video so you can have a quick refresher if you haven't seen my previous videos. And if you haven't seen my previous videos, make sure you check them out. So as you can see, this is Adam here with a paper towel roll in his hand. Not quite sure what he seems to be doing with it, but then we can instantly see Murphy right afterwards in his TikTok. Now we're going to take a quick look at his Facebook page so you can see his name, so you can see that this is Adam. So there he is. That's his official Facebook page, and you can see his name right there, Adam Latta. And he was in a fraternity as well. So what do you think this means? Kaylee's father has recently done an interview, and he doesn't seem to have any concern for who Adam was. And he seems to think Adam was the bartender. Jack's roommate could have been the bartender. That I don't know. We'd only be guessing because we just don't know.
That's a fact. He's right, though. We would only be guessing because we don't know.
There could be multiple Adams running around that town, just like there's multiple Jacks. Bunch of Jacks, bunch of Adams. We don't know, but we do know that this is an Adam. And this Adam happened to live in Jack's house. So, now we're going to come back towards this topic a little later on in this video to further expand on this. But I want to jump right into this new body cam footage that's recently been released. This body camera footage takes place approximately 2 months prior to when everybody passed away on November 13th. Apparently somebody called in a noise complaint on 1122 King Road. Let's see what happens when officers arrive. Well, right here you can see an officer peeking into the window. And that is the room that I believe would end up being Bethany's room. But as of right now, it certainly doesn't look like Bethany's room 2 months prior to the passings away. What we can see inside seems to be a quite empty bedroom with a set of golf clubs. What do you think a set of golf clubs is doing inside this home? And where's Bethany? She's one of the surviving roommates. And if that was Dylan's room, where's Dylan? But I do think Dylan lived on the other side of the downstairs floor. So where's Bethany? Let's keep watching.
Get on the damn door. Hey, who's the owner or who lives here?
I can go get them real quick.
Okay, thank you, please.
So who was that girl that just answered? It looked a lot like Bethany. And some people have told me it is Bethany. Let's do a side-by-side comparison. And I want you to tell me down in the comments, is this Bethany?
So I just looked for everyone that lives here, and they're not here right now.
No one's here that
lives here
at all.
No one's here that lives
So
here.
everyone here is trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at this
They were
time?
here
And
at one point, they're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to leave and go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't drank a drop.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females. I think it's like 4 females.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with it. I don't know.
So I guarantee you they're associated with the sorority. Many of them are living here. It's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid.
All right, there we
Don't
go.
play dumb games with me. I'd rather deal with this as a noise complaint than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that, and the students and playing all these stupid fucking games.
Do you?
All I want to do is deal
Really
with
I don't
quick
know.
quick question. Do you
because I
want us,
guarantee you there's a lot of underage drinking because they left their alcohol behind.
do you want us to try and
Why do you assume there's underage drinking? Because they left their alcohol behind.
get a name or a phone number and
If
we
you
can
could.
call someone?
We just need to talk to somebody who lives here, because otherwise I have to be under the assumption you guys are unlawfully entered because no one who lives here is here.
Okay.
Right.
We'll go.
So I need to verify that there was a party here.
We'll
Now
go call
everyone
somebody.
left.
We'll go get a
so
phone
thank
number.
you.
We'll be right back.
Thanks,
Sorry, we're
guys.
not trying to make your life.
I understand. I just letting you know this is how it's going to play out. I'm not going anywhere until I talk to
No, we're not
somebody.
trying to
We'll be right
just
back.
know-
You guys mind just leaving the door open for us? That way we can get some sort of communication between us and them.
right?
We're not going to come in.
You're welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
No worries. And hey guys, really, we're just coming here for noise complaint.
Okay,
So we
no,
understand
me neither,
y'all
Just
drinking.
literally
The reason
that's here.
I apologize for no one coming to the door. The issue is we were
It's
trying
okay.
to find the
Everyone's kind of freaked out because cops are here. You guys are having a good time,
Well,
right?
I've been at another house before and I went out and talked to the cops,
Yeah.
but I wasn't the
No worries.
resident, so they just told me to go back inside,
Yep.
basically. So
No worries. So hey, just go ahead and get the contact. Thanks, man.
We'll be right back.
All right.
So as you can see, just 2 months prior to the big horrible happening, The victim's house is filled up with people that don't live there, and apparently they have access to
talked
all the
about that
bedrooms
last
while
night.
the girls aren't even home. So as you can see, the police department in Moscow, Idaho seems to have a super obsession with busting underage drinkers.
Start dumping alcohol.
Good to go.
They abandoned property.
Yeah, but I see you say that's why you would get a lawyer, but in reality, there's not being investigated for a murder. You can clear yourself from a murder pretty quick.
White Claws? White Claws. You're gonna be so angry at me. They're cold, too. Man.
Yeah, these are cold.
Open one.
Hello.
You do that.
Welcome everybody to this.
Learn that from a college kid.
All right, Josh. Jordan, you talk to
Yep.
Maddie.
Seems to be the only crime happening in that town because they take this crime very serious. You can see this officer here disposing of perfectly good Truly. As nasty as it may be, it's still a waste. Somebody paid for that. And in this economy, it's not good to waste stuff you paid for. As you can see, these young gentlemen that answered the door don't really seem to have much of a clue about this residence, and it makes you wonder, what are they even doing there? What kind of party is happening in a house where the residents aren't even home?
Right.
Definitely leaves the impression that pretty much anybody had access to this house, and the doors were most likely probably never locked.
This is one of the owners of this here. She's on the phone right now.
Hi, this is Officer Welsh from Moscow Police Department. Who am I speaking with? Maddie, 1 second. Let me turn the volume up on this phone here.
People want to be dumb.
All right, can you hear me, Maddie?
That's Maddie Mogan.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you live at 1122 Queen Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, hey, the reason that we're here is that we received a noise complaint of loud music, partying.
How to talk to the
Okay.
popo.
Once we approached the house, people started running away. They left a bunch of alcohol behind. We're not even coming for alcohol. We're coming for the noise complaint. And then we sat here for approximately 10 minutes trying to knock on the door. No one would come to the door until these two gentlemen came down and actually answered the door. So
Gotcha.
right now, if I can, I would like to collect your information, your name, number, your date of birth, and I'm guessing, and I want your current address also as well, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. So let me go ahead, and what's your first name? Maddie?
Maybe.
And how do you spell that, Maddie?
My legal name is Madison. It's Madison.
What's your middle name, Madison?
May, MAY.
Okay. What's your last name?
Mogen, MOGEN.
Mogen?
Yep.
Okay. What's your date of birth, Madison? Okay. And what's your current address?
1122 King Road.
So I think you guys are sitting with
Okay.
I'm a student.
And are you a student at U of I?
Yep.
Okay.
I will graduate with a bachelor's. I'm still getting my master's.
All right, Madison. So here's the deal. Okay. They've already said that no one here lives, none of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
Exactly.
You need to let them know that the noise needs to come down. Okay. We just received a noise complaint. We want that music turned down. And we don't want to come back again tonight. If we have to come back again tonight, then there's going to be even more problems. Okay.
I see both sides.
I'd be saying get them
I'm
the
just
fuck out
frustrated.
of my
I'm
house.
also so sorry once again.
I understand. Okay. It's just, I mean, if I were you guys, I'd probably just come home and make sure that whoever is partying here is keeping it down to a minimum. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna
Alright.
pick all of them.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to leave. Okay. And again, if I have to come back later tonight, like I said, I just want to express that there's going to be some citations given out. Okay.
Okay, it's very clear. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. You enjoy your evening. All right.
You too.
Bye.
So as you can see, we actually got to hear from Maddie Mogan, and that's what Maddie had to say for herself when the police officer spoke to her. It's definitely eerie to hear the voice of a victim in this crime. You can see this officer here really does not like underage drinking.
Fun.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Hey, so,
Can you tell me stuff?
yep.
You already told her about noise?
Yep, already told her about noise. If we have to come back.
You guys noise because you don't live here. Yeah. But I would probably strongly suggest that anyone else that's left here, they don't live here.
Thank you guys.
If not, I'm going to come back.
We weren't lying to you guys. Like, no one lives here that we were just.
Yeah, they were here. They went to a party.
This would not be the first party I've ever gone to with people who live here. And just let people stay. Why they do that, I don't know. But to me, that would be stupid.
It happens pretty frequently.
I've done this for 20 years now.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But,
Yeah, that's
we'll
everybody
let
in
them
the
know.
chat.
And then make sure.
Just let them know I'm not going to stand out here and wait for them to come out and give them my keys or anything like that.
I appreciate
But in the same term, tell them not to leave with alcohol.
Yeah.
That's the first way you're going to get us. Don't do stupid shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure it's not the first time you've heard somebody say, don't do stupid shit and the cops won't touch you.
Yeah.
Be smart. Don't be stupid. Don't go touch it to yourself. Right?
Yep.
Cool.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, we're going to try it. I appreciate you guys
Sorry for the
going
trouble.
above and beyond for us and helping us out a little bit.
Totally.
I'm sorry for the issues in the first place. So.
Hey, it is what it is, man.
Hope that
I'm
we
used to
can
it.
make a little
Have a
better.
good evening, guys.
All right. You guys have a good one.
What's up, John? Welcome.
Man, it smells like truly.
Moving on. So what do you make of this body camera video that took place
You said my
approximately
hand
2
smelled
months
like
before the
Trilly.
passings away? Does it mean anything? Does this give us any more clues, or does this only raise more questions than answers? Personally, I'm not sure what to think about it. I don't even know if that was Bethany. And if that was Bethany, why was Bethany's room empty? Or was Bethany never actually living on the bottom floor, and maybe she lived on the second floor in what we've all assumed was the empty bedroom? Maybe we haven't been told the truth since day one, which would raise even more questions if Bethany or Dylan was living on the second floor, which has been rumored since day one. Because personally, I haven't been told of either one of those girls being brand new roommates. I was under the impression they had been living there for a little while. Anyways, now moving on, let's check out a more recent body camera video that some of you have seen and some of you haven't. I'm just going to play a very short clip of this, of what is alleged to be a scream. I'm going to play it a few times for you. It's very high-pitched and it's very faint, but when we hear it, the officer does move slightly. To me, this scream sounds like the historic scream that we've all heard in the old movie Psycho. If it's not that, well, it sounds similar. And this is right around the time when the phone calls to Jack stopped that night, and the girls were never heard from again. Coincidence? Or the actual crime taking place with police officers just feet away? Earbuds or headphones are highly recommended. If you're just listening on speakers, you might not even be able to hear it. It's super faint.
Clip it out for me and send it to me. I'll make it happen.
What did you think about that clip? Scream or not? Nothing's been edited or added to this footage. That comes direct from the official body camera that was provided to the public. Now let's check out another very small clip from the same body camera. This information was overlooked for the first week or two when this body camera video was released, and it seems the police and FBI didn't even notice this. Us online sleuths did our investigation.
All right, so if you guys think it's a scream, put in 1 for yes, 2 for no.
And we found it together. So let's take a look at this body camera video and see what we see. As you can see right here, there is a minimum of 4 individuals running directly behind the cop car, coming from the exact direction that the crime took place. And this is right around the exact time that they say the crime took place. Not sure how the police and FBI overlooked it, but we found it. Now, what do we think about this? As far as I know, nobody's come forward to admit that they were one of those 4 people running that night. We really do need to know, where were they running from and where were they going? That's important information in an investigation like this. This is ultra zoomed in on the body camera footage. And if you look at the original body camera footage, this is in the far upper right-hand corner. And it's very hard to see because in the upper left-hand corner, a different police officer is shining his light right at the camera. Again, it seems like we have more questions than answers. It seems like nobody really wants to come forward and be a hero in this case and tell any little bit of detail that they actually know. Somebody out there knows something. Those 4 individuals appear to have a pact of silence because nobody's come forward. And a lot of people out there think that more than one person committed this crime. Do you think 4 people committed it? We need to find out who these 4 people are. Moving on. Some of you out there are familiar with the man wearing the ski mask. 2 photos of him were posted on the internet, including one that was taken at 3:28 a.m. on the morning of the crime. And according to his Snapchat location, it was Moscow, Idaho. So what was somebody doing wearing a ski mask at approximately 3:30 in the morning when the crimes happened? Was he flaunting and bragging to the world in his little low-key way, or something else? Either way, seems like an odd picture to take for social media. I don't own a ski mask, and I don't know anybody else that does either. And as far as I know, typically people only wear ski masks during bank robberies and crimes. But I do know they sell them at a lot of Walmarts and other stores as well. So maybe I'm just an introvert that isn't aware of what people are wearing. Anyways, this is the man wearing the ski mask, and I'm going to show you various other images of different people that have been mentioned.
All right, so hold up. Now that's important right there that Drip Drop shown that. Okay, so because this is one of the photos that I've been sent a lot, which is this one.
Show you various other images of different people that have been mentioned in relation to this case, and I want you to let me know, do any of these faces match what we see inside of the mask? I've also taken the time to Photoshop each one of these men inside of the same mask to see that any of them look similar enough to be the masked man. First up is Joe Vito. That's the big man from the food truck video, and he had a can of Coca-Cola and a box of macaroni and cheese. I've Photoshopped his face inside of the mask. Now let's do a side-by-side comparison of the original mask and Joe Vito Photoshopped inside of the mask. You can see his lips are basically an exact same match. The eyes are super similar. The only thing that throws me off about this comparison is Joe Vito has a thick mustache. So I'm just not sure that it's him. Next up on this comparison is Enon Harsh, one of the new creepy neighbors that's come forward. He's done some interviews. He's raised some red flags. This is him side by side with the man wearing the mask. And now you can see I have Photoshopped the mask onto Enon's face. I don't really think that's a close match at all, but we're going to get back to Enon a little later on. Now this is a side-by-side comparison of the masked man and Adam Latta, the Adam we've previously discussed in this video, the one that Maddie told Adam everything to. And I've Photoshopped the mask onto Adam's face, and unfortunately I couldn't find a picture of Adam not smiling. So his teeth throw it off a little bit, but the eyes are super similar. And now we're going to look at another set of pictures, including some that I found on Adam's fraternity's Twitter page. What do you think of this comparison? Somebody from that fraternity is wearing a ski mask, and that college student is the only person in that group of fraternity boys that's wearing a ski mask. Now let's look at another set of pictures comparing that fraternity boy to the masked man. So as you can see here, somebody from Adam's fraternity wears a mask, and we happen to not see Adam in that picture, boys. So I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Adam Latta is wearing the ski mask in Moscow, Idaho on the morning of the crime. If Adam was wearing the mask, why was he wearing the mask? Is it possible that Adam was hanging out outside of the house, possibly as a lookout, and playing around on his phone taking a selfie for Snapchat? These are just questions. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Is it possible Adam went over to the crime scene with one of his roommates who might have had motive? And his roommate might have had motive after hearing everything, because that's what Maddie told Adam, was everything. I'm just guessing, folks. I don't have the answers, and I'm not accusing anybody of any crimes. This is purely speculation and non-factual. That's what you have to do in investigations like this to sort through the weeds. You have to take guesses, and you have to investigate, and you have to ask the important questions that some people might not want to ask. Otherwise, how's it ever going to get solved? So now you've seen Adam, and Adam possibly was wearing a ski mask that night. And on that same night, Maddie told Adam everything. And Adam was or is Jack's roommate, in my opinion. That's not a fact. That's me guessing. They've both been photographed at the same house. Some of you wanted to have a deep talk about Enon Harsh, and we will. But I'm going to save that for a future video because I've got more to say and the investigation is ongoing. There's definitely some interesting things I've uncovered, and I do want to discuss all of that with you. I'm also working on a video of Dylan and Bethany. You don't want to miss that. Those are the 2 surviving roommates that were supposedly sleeping downstairs, and they weren't attacked. Anyways, if you like these true crime investigations, please consider checking out my Patreon to help support this show. If you like raw interrogation videos, you're in the right place because that's my specialty. I've uploaded more raw interrogations than any other channel on the planet. I've also got a handful of body camera videos on this channel and my other channel. Make sure you go subscribe to the Crime Circus Cult. I'm about to release quite a bit of content on my second channel. I know a lot of you want me to continue this investigation, and I shall. And I also plan on investigating other crimes as well. A lot of you have been requesting certain cases in different states. So that's what I'll do. I'm going to give you true crime investigations and interrogations. I'm always taking things to new levels here at Crime Circus because you, the viewer, deserve it. If you like what I'm doing, smash the thumbs up button. I'd like to hear your opinions and theories. Leave me a comment down below. Anyways, that's all I've got for you for now. And until next time, remember to stay safe out there because you know it's a dangerous world.
All right, so that was the video that we just watched. Let's pop this up real quick. History. All right, so let's get to it like this real quick. This is what I got right here. All right, anybody who wants to call in, you can call in right about now. I opened up the lines. It's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let me take it. I did take it off. Do not disturb. What do you mean? Okay, it is off of that. If you want to call in, you can call in right now. Like I said, it's 219-885-9693. Who is Jeremy? You said, who is Jeremy? Jeremy is the guy that was doing all the interviews at the beginning. Is it possible to... Okay, look out. Here we go.
Call from Patty.
Hey, Patty, you're live. What's going on?
Hi. I was going to ask you a question if you had seen this video that Jonathan Riches, I think his name is, and he was taking a tour around, let's see, around the town anyway.
And the guy pulled up on him?
Yeah, that video. But then he went to where they had the cars that they towed.
Uh-huh.
And so he named all of them. He named Ethan's Jeep, and then Kaylee's Range Rover, and then he said the white Chevy was there, and a Hyundai. And then he went back, and he said that the car that was, let me see, before Ethan's car, or Jeep, whatever, he said it was Hunter's car. Why would they have his brother's car there too?
Why would they have his brother's car at where?
Yeah, there at the lot where they have all the vehicles that they towed.
Uh-huh.
And I was just wondering, that seems kind of like strange to me.
So is it proven that Hunter's car is where they towed Hunter's car?
Well, I'm just going by what Jonathan said. And he said they both had Washington plates. He said, and it was either the brother or the sister's car. And that just seemed kind of like strange to me.
Well, I mean,
I think I called you last week on Wednesday. I'm the grandmother, the 75-year-old grandmother.
It's fine if you call in. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
Now, if let's say it was his car, any car on that lot during the time that the police came there is evidence.
Yeah, but supposedly the brother came after he got the call that something was wrong with his brother.
Right. Which, you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
But it still is evidence because it's there at the time that they came.
Yes. Oh, okay.
So they would take it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just seemed kind of funny to me that car would be there also, but I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, it's there, so they're gonna take the vehicle. And they should have took those vehicles within the first day or second day. They should have had those vehicles off that lot.
Yeah, and they waited like 2 weeks or so?
Yeah, they waited a while, and that right there isn't usually normal. Usually they take all the vehicles off the lot within those first 2 days at the latest.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering.
Oh, that's good that you call in and ask questions and share your theory too. What is your theory on all this?
I'm still with JD.
So you're with JD. A lot of people seem to shift to JD because last night, I mean, usually it's Jack S is a landslide, but it is literally shift over to JD on all the vote polls that I put up. So right now, Jack D is 46%.
Yeah, when I called you last week, I was still thinking JD, and I still think it's him. He's the one that had the kind of like a motive. I don't know.
So you still think he had the motive here to do this crime? I mean, in which I'm with you, allegedly. I really do think all the motives are there for him.
Yeah.
You know, Kaylee moving on. She's going to Texas. Maybe he was mad in love with her. And that's what I truly think about JD in general. I just think all the motive was there. Now, the only part that stumps me is where the car comes into play.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. But
Which I'm digging down a rabbit hole on somebody that I got a tip on in my email. I got a tip on somebody. Now, this person that I had got a tip on is very interesting, to say the least, which I want you guys to look out for that video, because I will be dropping that video this week. I'm working on it right now, but the person that I got the tip on is that nobody really is talking about, to say the least.
oh wow, for sure I'll be. Ever since I found you last week on Monday, I tune in. Trust me.
Well, I was going to be live earlier, but I ended up sleeping in a little bit, I guess. But I guess
Yeah,
that's
I
not
got
bad.
up early this morning. I think it was like I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, and I got up at 6 just to see if you were on, and I kept going back and forth, and I found that you were on. So.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I'll definitely be on. When it's during the week, I'm on. If anything, at most, I take a Saturday off. So I'm pretty much 6 days a week.
Yeah, I looked in on Saturday too, and I thought, oh, gee, he's not on. What am I going to do? No, but I really enjoy watching you. I think it's the most interesting of all of them, of all the ones that I've seen.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I appreciate you calling and dropping your opinion in, and I'm gonna get some callers in today because I'm gonna be using this on my first podcast that goes up on not Instagram, but on Spotify, Apple. Are you okay with me using your segment?
Sure.
Okay. Absolutely. What's your name?
Patty. I called you last week on Wednesday. I'm the 75-year-old grandmother.
Oh, the awesome 75-year-old grandmother. Thank you, Patty. You don't sound 75. I appreciate you giving your call in, and shout out to you. And you said Phoenix, Arizona, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much for calling.
I also got a kick out of the guy that called you yesterday from Arizona, wanted to go down there and beat some people up. I got a big kick out of that, and I said, oh, yeah, he's definitely from Phoenix or Arizona for sure.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I feel what he's saying, you know?
I do, too. I like it the old way much more than now. Now you have to be careful with everything.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you, dear.
All righty. Take care.
You too, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. Good caller, man. Good caller. If you want to get your voice heard, man, make sure you call 219-885-9693. Again, it's 219-885-9693. Voice your opinion. This will be going up on my first podcast that's going on Spotify. So if you do want to get your call in, make sure you voice your opinion. Yeah, she was a sweet old lady. 75. I couldn't even tell she was 75. T-REV gonna solve the case. Hey man, I'm not no expert, but we are trying to just talk to people and then let's see.
Call from Denise.
Denise, welcome. You're live.
Hi, I wanted to say hello from a fellow Hoosier here.
Oh, welcome. What part?
Well, I'm actually in Fishers, but I had a son who graduated and earned his MBA at PUC back when it was PUC. So there in Hammond, I've been there a few times.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. I wanted to say that this story, I feel, really hit home with me because we also have a daughter who's at IU Med School living in off-campus housing, you know, with another girl and a guy. And it's just so easy to see your own children in these situations. And it's just so tragic. You know, they're just beautiful people, so full of life and such futures ahead of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Another point is, I feel like people need to lay off of Kaylee's dad. We also have lost a child. And until you've gone through that, you don't know what type of grief you're going to be experiencing in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead. And, whatever he says, he has the right to say it. My heart goes out to him. He may come off strongly, but his motives are good. So I get upset when I hear people even go to the point to try to accuse him of being involved. I just thought that was ridiculous. I wanted to also say, I know you're like, don't bring up the damn dogs. But here's my comment. That dog did not lock himself in that room. And I want to touch on what the lady from England said. I am leaning toward JD allegedly because he had that connection to the dog. He didn't want the dog getting covered in blood, being traumatized, possibly being hit with a knife or held up in between. Someone put that dog in the room for a reason. And that kind of points in a direction too, in my opinion. I also wanted to say I joined your $10 a month family, and I like the fact you never are asking for donations. You're on here with the right motives, but that's more reason why I want to do it. I'm lucky enough to be retired. Like the last caller, I can be on here with you for 8 or 10 hours and hang, and I can just listen, and I love it.
Thank you so much.
You do a great job.
I really appreciate that. So you're leaning towards JD also? Allegedly?
Now, I'm with you, allegedly. I made a switch because Jackass, again, was so sketch in the footage at the food truck. And I listened to the psychic who people had given a lot of credibility to. And one thing she said was that person would leave and drive to the family cabin because covered in blood up in the cabin, people would just assume he'd come from a hunt.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
So that kind of set off, bells for me there too.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Most definitely set off. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. JS's story is still a little weird. It still is weird to me, but when it comes down to motive and somebody who seemed to be obsessed with their girl and stuff like that, if you go back and you follow the comments and everything that he said on social media platforms, etc., the eye that he got from the dad at the, the celebration of life. There's just certain things about him that is just, throwing red flags up there for me. And that's why I'm leaning more towards him. Also, Drip Drop made a very good video on it. And it just is like, man, it's simple, as simple that he laid that, as simple as he laid that video out, it just makes a lot of sense. And when you look at crimes like this, it's motive, or if it's not motive, it is something that it's like a psychopath, somebody that thinks they're with somebody in their head, they have a crush on somebody, but in reality, they're not together, but this person is getting jealous over everything that they do. Now that is a very big possibility. And not from an FBI profiler, but I also thought about that because I've seen FBI profilers say this all throughout the past on a lot of different shows that I've watched. So, man,
that's usually what comes back to the boyfriend or the husband, and there's no hubby there, so it's hard not to look JD's way. One last comment.
With her moving,
Yeah, and like you said, this was the last night really to react. And that's the ultimate, we're breaking up, you're going to Texas, you're definitely ending things. Like I said, we're Hoosiers, so we don't have a lot of room to talk, but what is it with this Idaho and jugglers, between that and Non and JD, that's just a little kind of funky to me, that it seems to be a little popular along
I would say my top two right now, and being in order, and this is allegedly speculation.
Of course.
Now, this is how I'm going to say it. My top two right now, and this is my order, would be JD, and then and if it's not JD, then I'm looking at Enan. And that's just my personal. I'm not everybody's gonna believe with me or have the same opinion as me, which is why I do these calls and have the community call in. You guys, the beautiful people, call in, is because you not everybody's gonna agree with what I feel, and somebody else, I'm sure. Hold up 1 second. This timer went off. But I'm sure that people are going to call in and have way different opinions than me. And that's what I love about the show, the diversity of the minds and the opinions and just the way that everybody looks at things.
There was just something
great
about his interview that came off as the OJ If I Did It series, because he said, I this, I that, he inserted himself into that crime scene during his interview to Enid. That was very odd. But no, I'm with you currently on allegedly JD. Again, thank you. Thank you for your show, and thank you for the opportunity to get to share with the listeners.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling in. Where are you calling in from today?
I'm calling in from Fishers, Indiana.
Well, shout out to you, my, Hosier family. I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you have a wonderful and blessed day. And I look forward to seeing you in chat or just, you hanging around and listening. I do appreciate your support. It means a lot to me.
Glad to do it. Thank you. You have a great day. Bye.
Shout out to her. What a beautiful caller. Beautiful caller. Beautiful caller. Make sure if you want your voice heard, you want to be on the podcast. In general, I'm going to be using this specific one for podcasts. And this will be the first episode. 219-885-9693. I might go back a few days and grab some other ones, but I want to make sure with everybody that it's okay. So if you're calling in today, just know I'm using it for a podcast. So get your call in, voice your opinion. 219-885-9693. What up? What up, Dwight? Hopefully I called you right. DeWitt. Oh, another one.
Call from
2 Foot Fred.
Hey, you're live. What's up? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, T-REV? This is 2 Foot Fred.
What up, 2 Foot Fred?
Hey, brother. I'm also calling from Indiana. A fellow Hoosier. Just like your last caller. I just thought I'd mention that.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad I'm glad to be the neighbor. I'm glad you'd be right here in the same town, same neighborhood.
Absolutely. Well, tell you what, I'm a sir, but I'm a very short sir. I'm actually my stage name is 2 Foot Fred, but I'm really 3 foot tall. But I am a little person.
Yes, man. No judgment passed here.
No, and none asked for.
Yes, man. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
But hey, man, and cut me off if I get, I've got so many theories as far as.
Well, I got a timer. Okay, so listen, before you go, I got a timer. It's at 6 minutes. You ready? Are you ready to get your theory out there? Because I'm gonna press play as soon as you go. You ready?
I am ready.
1, 2, 3. It's your floor now.
Okay, brother. Thank you. Hey, first of all, on this Einan character, I feel like his stories are so inconsistent that there's issues there in addition to that. But then on the flip side, I think he's a goofball looking for fame because he's already trying to sell merch and he's already got like a bunch of videos up that he didn't have that are only like 4 or 5 days old on YouTube. So he's trying to get his 2 minutes of fame stretched out to 15 or more. But I also don't know. I go back and forth on Einan. Now, Jack D. I did not think I was more of a jackass person until things started lining up as far as, the more I thought about the dog, and I know I won't dwell on the dog, but whoever has done this cared more about the dog than he did those 4 people.
Right.
And because of that, he put the dog safely in a room. And so Jack D and unfortunately Einan probably are the only 2 people that I can think that I know. I mean, we don't know these people, but they're the ones I can think of based on what I know that would care about an animal enough to put them out of the scene. And Einan just seems that way just because of some of his writings and stuff. And I don't know if have you read his 10-page manifesto, T-REV?
Oh my gosh, on Reddit? Yes.
I tried. I couldn't get through it.
It was so long. I got through it, but I did. Yes, I did.
You read it? You read it word for word.
Word for word.
Oh, God bless you. Because, I mean, I was like starting to skip sentences, and then I was like, fuck, I started to skip paragraphs, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? I had to skip down to the bottom of the whole damn thing. I mean, I was like, but here's the thing also, though, that what that did teach me is that this Einan is a kind of character that plans stuff out. And what I mean by that is to write something that detailed means that he probably has a manifesto. If he did this murder or murderers, then he is. I'm sorry, I can't say that on here, can I? Can I say that word?
You can say whatever you want.
Okay. Well,
I am not a censored. I am not a censored podcast. You can say whatever you want on mine.
Okay. I just want to be respectful.
Thank you.
But you're very welcome. But anyway, this Einan probably has a manifesto for the murders someplace. If he's going to go into that, but yeah, allegedly, yes. Everything I say is allegedly, as I know you do too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes, sir. And but here's also Jack S. I have a question for you, T-REV, and I've been trying to find it. My head is just like going crazy. Just with all the information, and I'm trying to. I need to start a journal because I'm starting to have trouble of remembering what I hear where, and starting to all blend together for me. But and this is really my first true crime scenario. I've never been as I hate to use the word obsessed, but I've never been this in tune with or with anything like this before ever. But I feel like with Jack S. Has anybody brought up the idea that let's allegedly assume that he did, or let's assume that he did it allegedly. Would he have time to have done it and then go to the cabin? And there's an hour time change between Moscow and Boise. So he could leave Moscow at 3 and technically get to Boise by 7 in the morning, which it looks like he would have, you know what I mean? Unless somebody really paid attention to the times, his phone would be time stamped at an hour earlier than hour earlier or later? Maybe later. Earlier.
Right.
I'm getting myself all confused. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Do you see my point, though?
Yes, absolutely.
Has anybody brought that up?
Oh, yeah, it's been brought up.
Okay.
Now you'd be able to ping. You'd be able to ping the location from where he left and went.
Right, but what I'm saying is he could have done the murders allegedly, and then went to the cabin and just said, "Look, I went out. I had to go home and change. I had to go change. I went to say hi to my friends, and I left." And they don't know when the murder happened, so he could say, "Yeah, I was there, and I left something there from a party, and I headed to my parents' cabin." That's all it is. And I don't know what they could, unless they had DNA, which they probably have. I don't know how they could refute that.
Yeah,
or unless they say, "Why didn't you tell us that in the first place?"
Right.
Which is possible, but that would be I would think that would be circumstantial or not really admissible as far as, well, I was nervous. My friends just got murdered. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if he went with that story.
So before I let you go here, because you got 19 seconds, which I'm just gonna stop the clock right now, and I'm just gonna run it back. I want. All right. So, what is your theory?
My theory, is and then I need to ask you one question before I tell you my theory. Okay. Adam, is that Adam that she's loving on at the food trailer? Because she's loving on somebody other than Jack. Either Jack. There's a guy in the number 9 jersey. Is that Adam?
I don't know. I don't know that to be him or not. I can't say.
Okay, so here's my theory. I think that when Haley said, "Did you ask Maddie if she told Adam something?" Maddie said, "Yeah, I told him everything." I think I think Kaylee was in love with or interested in Adam. And I think that's what she told him about everything. Then I think Adam might have been the guy at the food truck that she was loving on. And if you, this is gonna, I say this very respectfully to any ladies out there, but if you zoom in and you do it in slow motion, like 25.25 times or whatever, he puts his hand and his thumb down in her nether regions.
Yeah, I don't think that number 9 guy is tall enough to be Adam.
Okay,
Adam seems like a tall fella from the pictures that I've seen.
Whomever that is, then maybe Maddie told Adam about whoever it is. It may be not, you know what I mean? And therefore, that word, I feel like it was already in process. I'm not exactly sure the clear motive from Jack D. From that point of view. I feel like Jack D did it because it goes back to the dog. But man, I am, no pun intended, I'm chasing my tail on this case, and I'm not anywhere close to any kind of investigator or anything, but I'm getting a hang of it from all you pros out there. By the way, everybody out there, give T-REV some love and hit that like button and ring a ding 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 that bell.
Thank you.
I know it helps the algorithm, and give me some love, people. It's free, right, T-REV?
Yes. You said Fred. Fred is a male?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I want to make sure because at first I called you ma'am and now I feel bad, but you said 2 foot Fred and 2 foot Fred sitting in there with me, sir. So I apologize about that. And thank you for getting your point across and sharing your theory. We really do appreciate it. And shout out to you for being a part of the Rev Gang family community. I do appreciate you calling in and voicing your opinion on this case and just, tuning in every day and showing your love and support. It means a lot to me. I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna get some more callers in, but shout out to my Hoosier brother and hang in there, man. Hang in chat. What's your name in chat? I'll be looking for you.
It's 2 foot Fred, and then I just go by Fred, or I'll put my is your email on there, Rev?
Yes.
Hey, Rev, your email is on your description.
Yes.
Okay, I'll shoot my email. There might be some cool stuff we can do, but anyway, God bless you, everything you do, and all you internet sleuths out there that are watching right now. I know you get a lot of hate. A lot of you don't get the love you deserve, and a lot of you are only trying to do the right thing. So I want to send love out to all of you. God bless everybody.
Thank you, Fred. I appreciate you. You have a great day.
Yes,
hopefully, I'll hear from you soon.
Absolutely. Take care. See ya.
You have a great one. Shout out to 2 foot Fred, man. Everybody give it up for 2 foot Fred. The lines are open. If you want to get your voice heard and you want to be on this podcast, this first segment, it's going to be on Spotify, all platforms. On my platform, T-REV 757. If you want to know what my Spotify is, make sure you hit exclamation point, all lowercase Spotify in one in chat, and that'll give it to my Spotify. But anyways, make sure you call in and voice your opinion. 219-885-9693. If you want to be a part of the first epic episode. All right, here we go.
Call from
Tyler.
Hey, what's up, Tyler? You live? What's going on, brother?
What's up, T? How's it going?
Hey, we're hanging in there, man. I'm about to put this 7-minute clock on. All right, I'm gonna leave the 7-minute clock. As soon as it ends, we gotta keep it tight because this is going on Spotify. I want everybody to get their points across. I appreciate every single one of you. Here we go. You're on the clock, brother.
All right. So really, I just have a question for you. So, with this Washington State guy that SWAT rolled in and took out, right? And a lot of the sleuths online have done the deep dives on that guy, the Charles Robert Kelsey. Saying that he at some point lived off Taylor. He ex-military, was a tech guy at the university. But they, the FBI or LE in general ruled him out super, super quick. Do you think they ruled him out because they already have a solid suspect that they're rolling with, just collecting evidence? And that's why they're not really speculating on any other leads or deep diving on any other suspect super hard? That's just my question to you, because I know you do a lot more research than I do and seen a lot more and get the emails of everybody throw in their, like tips and, anything that they get in at. I didn't know if that's something that you thought was plausible or not.
All right, state that one more time.
So,
I couldn't hear you real well. I got to put my headphones on.
So they ruled out the Washington University of Washington guy that the SWAT came in.
Okay, all right. So I know who you're talking about now. The one that lived 4 houses down.
Yeah, so they ruled him out super quick.
Yes, sir.
Like the next day. So do you think they ruled him out because they already have a suspect that they're just collecting evidence on, and they're not trying to jump down more rabbit holes?
For you to be able to rule somebody out like that fast, you got to have some type of evidence that person was not there. I mean, I'm not the law enforcement, so if you didn't hear it from law enforcement, it's not true. But in general, to be able to rule somebody out from Pullman that quick, or that Pullman incident that they shot that guy dead, Charles or whatever his name was. To do that, you got to have some type of evidence that points to whoever the perpetrator is.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's what I'm gonna run by you, because I know you get a ton more tips. I know you're getting the emails and everything, and a lot of people, some of the locals are giving you a little bit more insight than we're getting online. So I didn't know if that's what if you thought the same thing or not, because that guy from that Charles guy, I mean, just with his background being so close off Taylor at one point, all speculation allegedly, but and then working for the university, I don't know, just that struck me as like, wow, that's interesting that guy was that close, and then this happened, I guess when he moved to wherever he was at in Pullman, and then they're like, nope, this is not the guy, and I'm like, wow, okay, just makes me think like, they're locked in on somebody.
Yeah, man. They gotta be. I mean, they had to be locked in. They did rule him out very fast. So
very fast.
I mean, it was up within the day that and not in connection with the Moscow murders. So I mean,
no, like super quick. So it's like, and that gives me hope in a sense of, I mean, I know they're obviously not releasing everything to the public. I understand that because they're not compromising their investigation, but that gives me a little bit of hope to say, this guy seemed very plausible to me in a sense of just his background and something to really look into. And they're like, nope. So then that makes me think, wow, okay, so they probably have somebody that they're dialed in on right now, one or two people, and they're like, nope. So, I mean, I just wanted to run that by you. I'm not going to take any more time. I know you got a lot of callers coming in, but I just wanted to get clarification on what you thought about that.
Yeah, I think that they ruled him out quick. I don't know why, but I definitely am about to be diving into that a little bit deeper, because I do think, I mean, like how he was ruled out fast. So what evidence did they have to be able to rule him out that quick and say, hey, he's not connected to the Moscow murders? It was baffling to me, because when it was first sent to me, which was sent to me by one of my subscribers named Capital Amen, I believe his name is. He sent it in. He was like, yo, check this out. This happened this morning, this. And he was like, I don't know if it's connected or not, but check it out. And I checked it out. And then later on, it was ruled out that person was not connected to the Moscow murders, which, I thought was interesting. It's being the person lived 4 houses down. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of the FBI profilers are being like, this person's, between like 25 and 30 something, an incel, maybe prior military experience, et cetera. And I mean, this dude's like a loner, supposedly, 30 years old, worked at the university, so knew the area, the area, and lived in the area, so would obviously know where the house was, and like was currently living in Pullman for maybe up there with friends, I don't know, but all speculation allegedly. But it just seemed like very interesting that it would happen in that time frame, a month after the murders, and I don't know, it just struck me as weird, but I'd never expected them to rule that out that quickly. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, sir. JKR, call in. Let's hear about it. You say that a lot, and I'd like to hear a little bit about it if you can give us some insight. But yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you calling in and asking that question. It was a great question. A lot of people have been bringing that up to my attention lately, and they ruled that person out very fast. I'd definitely like to take a look at it. But I mean, in general, they've already ruled him out, so they got to have a significant amount of evidence to say, hey, that's not him.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, I appreciate everything, T. Love the fam. Hope everybody has a great day. God bless. And everybody stay safe out there.
Yes, sir. Where are you calling in from again, sir?
North Carolina.
Hey, shout out to you in North Carolina, brother. Thank you so much for calling in, and I appreciate you joining in the show and listening and just being a part of the Rev Game community, man. I really appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have a good one, T. Love everybody.
Thank you, brother. Love you too, man. Shout out to that guy, man. Shout out to that guy, man. Make sure your opinion is heard. 219-885-9693. Again, it's 219-885-9693. Call in and voice your opinion. What do you feel? You listen to us big-headed, goofy, true crime guys all day long. It's time to listen to you. All right, here we go.
Call from Teresa.
Teresa, what's up? You're live, sweetheart. What's going on?
Okay. I just had an acknowledgement of mine that makes a lot of sense. I'm not really like 60 feet deep like most of y'all are, but I do love true crime. Years of forensics. So if you'll think back, Mr. Gonzalez, Kaylee's father, he got really pissed off at the very beginning, about a couple of days in, because he's like, well, they, ruled out this, that, and the other. And here it is, 5 to 6 weeks later, and when y'all bring up stuff, he's like, oh, okay, yeah, we got that. Already seen this footage. Yeah, we saw it on all these interviews on the TV shows. And I'm like, well, what the hell? What you keeping back? So he did say he didn't want to be the alpha male and come forward. And he's been, like, they lawyered up too real quick. So he is like dying to say something, I'm sure, but he can't or won't. And I am sure when this comes out, he'll be like knowing a hell of a lot more than we did. Like he said, he sent his daughter off to college, come back in a box. He paid for that. So, I noticed stuff like that because I have been a victim of every crime you think of, honey. And I know the signs. So this man, I believe, is just burning up inside to tell somebody. And he just can't. He don't want to be the one to step up, but yet he's on TV every time you turn it on.
Yes, ma'am. So what is your theory in full here? I want to get this for the podcast also. I want to know what you really think. You got 5 minutes and 29 seconds.
I think that Kaylee's father, the father, I don't know if the mother, whatever, believes that the father, he really went in and wanted to find out. A loving parent, like most of us are that had children. Not all. But anyway, I'm from Georgia, by the way. If y'all think I have an accent, I'm down here in South Georgia.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to Georgia. I'm a Braves fan. So
North Georgia, Forsyth County. I'll just stop there because I'm going to say too much about that. Anyway, back to Kaylee's father. He is so frustrated, but he seems to be calmed down every time you see him on a different show. He won't blow up as much as he has before. He said he didn't agree, or however his words were.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not going to quote him. Allegedly, I think he knows something, because when everybody is sluicing on the internet about this car, about this person, about this and that, he's already seen it. This new footage came out, the black and white, where it was better footage, where they were walking like after the food truck video. They were seen walking, down that walkway. Okay, and that's when, you can hear her say, Maddie, what did you tell it? Whatever was said. And the guys with him, I think, honestly, whoever that guy is, Jack, was really trying to protect them, in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think he is the murderer, but like I said, I haven't watched it as much as everybody else has. But wait and see, Mr. Gonzalez knows a lot more, or he's going to find out a lot more before anybody does. Just because he's got that burning desire and he's already lawyered up. Why you got a lawyer, man? Why are you working on this case with a lawyer? Who you trying to protect? Because them cops ain't going to protect you, hon, and no matter where you at. Believe that. They not. Honey, you got to be for yourself and trust no one but yourself. I'm 50 years old, so you know, I've had a little experience. Like I said, I am a survivor, honey, a survivor. And
yes, ma'am.
Every time I see Mr. Gonzalez or whatever, I need a first name. Kaylee's daddy.
Steve.
He knows more because every time something comes out and he's on a TV show, he'll say, yeah, we've seen this. We don't think it's anything. So what the hell? Then what do you do know? So everybody will quit wasting all this time trying to solve this case. If you ain't really looking for that damn white car, don't be out here telling us sleuths to go hunt for it and wasting our time, and we can be on another crime. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a plenty. Take the pick, black, white, Puerto Rican, whatever. You know, and there's like child murderers, that kill when they're children. They know what they're doing. Like by the time they're about 2 years old, if there's a good parent behind them whooping that butt, raising them like I am in the South anyway, popping that butt every time they get out of line, they're gonna be just fine. But I don't know. I don't know if any of them has a military background that's in their friend group. Mm-hmm. That also would help, because on that Jack S or Jack D one, I don't know, but on his, when they first brought his name up, he was shown, and like I said, it's a D or S one, Jack, he was seen, I think he had gutted a deer or something, and there was one of those K-bar knives in his Facebook profile picture, and it was a camouflage K-bar. If any of y'all sleuths out there know and have seen the picture, y'all can verify. And and like he said, they died together in the same bed. Like, that guy knows a hell of a lot more than he's telling the public, and I just think he's about to bust his guts, and he had to lawyer up and, calm down, or he was going to catch some charges on somebody.
Right.
He keeps saying he's behind the police. No, those gun call, whatever, that family's really determined to find out who in the hell done this to their baby.
Right. Well, I appreciate you calling in and voicing your opinion. 7 minutes is up. I'm gonna get some more people up here for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. I will be using this on my Spotify. It will be uploaded at some point. So whenever it hits all platforms, you'll be able to go back and listen. Thank you so much for calling in. And shout out to you in Georgia. What's your name again?
Teresa.
Teresa, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you, sweetheart.
All right. Much love. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Shout out to Teresa. All right, man. Next caller that wants to call in, 219-885-9693. Again, 219-885-9693. Call in, voice your opinion. Let it be heard to the community. What is your theory? Who do you think the police are on? All right, hold up. Somebody just hung up.
Call from
Jamie Lee.
Hi, Jamie Lee. You're live. What's going on?
Hi, I was going to give my opinion on the case. Call from
you might want to turn off the background sound and you'll be good to go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can hear the background sound.
Okay, how do I turn off the background sound? I don't know how to do that.
Just mute your TV or whatever you're watching the stream on.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Okay, does that sound better?
Yes, ma'am. You're good to go. I'm gonna hit the clock right now. 7 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to give a short version because I have my own opinion, but I believe Jack D did it because for two reasons. Well, several reasons. First of all, he's older than Kaylee. I also believe jealousy and animosity plays in this. She's leaving for Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I believe that they had the custody of the dog going on, and which would make sense on the night with the dog. He wouldn't want anything to hurt the dog in any way, so he would put the dog in the room, and so I believe he's the only one that would have motive to do this. And I believe the two girls downstairs would not be involved because I believe they were friends with the killer. So he's the only one that makes sense through all of this. And that's why I believe he would be the one that would do this. That's why I have a strong opinion on this. And I have thought this all the way through since the beginning when I first heard this.
Okay.
That I felt like he was my number one suspect. Also, the way that the dad looked at him at the memorial, there seemed to be a lot of animosity, not so much with the mother, but it did with the father. So I too saw that there was a lot of animosity there. So yeah. That's what I believe. And I've listened to a lot of podcasts, and I'm from Mississippi, and I love your show, and I think you do a good job. I think all y'all do out there, the true crimers.
Thank you.
I think that you bring a lot. I mean, I think all you bring a lot, as well as the public, to this investigation. So I appreciate everything you do.
Well, appreciate that.
So I'm going to go, and God bless. And
God bless. Where are you calling in from this morning?
I hope they get this proved soon. I do feel that they do have a suspect. I do believe that too.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
feel like it's going to be solved soon. Thank you for giving me the time.
I'm with you on no problem whatsoever. And where are you calling in from?
Mississippi.
Well, shout out to you from Mississippi. And what's your name in chat?
Jamie Lee.
Jamie Lee. I've been seeing you in there. I appreciate you, Jamie Lee. Thank you so much, and God bless you, and happy holidays.
God bless you. You too. Bye-bye.
Great call. Great call. Make sure, all right, I got it off Do Not Disturb. You can call in right now. Again, the number is 219-885-9693. Call up and voice your opinion. Voice your theory. Let's hear your theory. All right, here we go, right here.
Call from Angela.
Angela, what's up? You're live. What's going on?
What is up? How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Same. So I'm pretty much calling to say at this point, I don't even have a theory. There's so many different scenarios that could work. And like you mentioned last night, every day I change my mind. I'm really heavy on the frat situation and David Loach. I just really am kind of leaning towards that. But then I think of the serial killer aspect about how there's some unsolved murders in, I think, Washington and Oregon. That could be a thing, and no one's really considering it. What's your opinion on that?
So you said, say that one more time.
Okay, so the serial killer aspect, I know that in the past 2 years, on the 13th of a month, the past 2 years, each month it was different. But
talking about the Oregon one,
and the one in Washington.
Yep.
And those are unsolved, and they were stabbings as well. And this happened on the 13th. Mm-hmm. This year was the 13th of November. I I'm starting to feel like maybe that's the thing, and it was targeted in a way of maybe there was like an online stalker of these girls that maybe just got obsessed with them. I don't know, but or like the ex. I mean, at this point, T-REV, like, I don't even know what the fuck to think, and that's just the honest truth. Like, there's so many different scenarios that could work and fit, and we're like grasping at straws because this is like everybody's tore up over this.
Exactly.
You know, so if I'm being completely honest, I don't even know what to think at this point. I just want answers. But what is your opinion on the serial killer theory?
To be honest with you, I don't think it was a serial killer, and the only reason I don't think it's a serial killer is because I feel like it was a targeted attack, and for it to be a serial killer, you got to be a brazen mofo to walk up to a house with 5 vehicles parked outside and to go in, which is why I think this was a planned, or whoever it was targeted and knew the routine of these kids, and they were watching specifically that night, and they know these kids, they know they get drunk, and they know they go out and party, and they know around the times they go to bed. So
that's true.
It's said to believe that they got killed between 3 and 4. Now, do we know that to be a full fact? Absolutely not.
No.
But in general, with all the people that they had at that house, so from that 9/1 footage that we seen they had random people over at that house all the time. Now think about it.
Sure.
Break this down. Why were the locks changed? The locks were changed for a reason, because I guess maybe Bethany and them invited people over. This is all allegedly. I don't know it to be a fact, or they had people at their house, let them party in their house. Maybe stuff was being stolen. Those locks were changed for a reason. And I do not think this was a serial killer. I think this was somebody who either had a crush on one of the girls. I can't point it out and narrow it down, specifically, but I really think this was a targeted attack, because no serial killer is
someone.
No serial killer is walking in a house and murdering 4 people with 5 cars parked out in front because they just pulled up and seen these couple people standing there and were like, yeah, we're going to go in here, because they don't know what's behind those closed doors. So obviously it was somebody who knew what they have inside. Oh, they don't got no guns. They don't got you know what I mean? So they felt brazen enough to carry this out. That's just my opinion though on it.
Sure. Okay. And I have 2. Okay. First question is, do we know if the locks were changed on Xana's personal bedroom door or the front door of the home? Because I was under the impression when Xana's dad came out to change the lock, it was on her like personal bedroom door. Because I would think if it were the front door, that like the landlord would have to be involved in that.
Right.
So those kids don't own that property, right? So the landlord would have had to change the locks themselves, or because he needs to be able to get in as well. It's his property. So do you know if it was the front door? I was under the impression it was Xana's personal bedroom door, because they each had their own locks on it, because you would rent the rooms out like individually, right? It's not like one person rented the whole house. Each person would rent their own room.
Right.
Is how I understood it. But the other thing I think about is, if it was a serial killer, I don't think it was just like a random like serial killer just walking in there. If it was a serial killer, he staked the place out, watched from the woods, you know what I mean? Like cased it almost before he, actually, I mean, that'd be the only way it would work. I do think it's kind of unlikely, but it's very odd that there's unsolved stabbings in the same part of the country. Right.
I agree with you.
Area.
It is
kind of weird.
It is weird. It is weird on that aspect, but
and coincidences. Yeah.
That many people in one house. If it was a serial killer, how did that serial killer not know that if there was more than 6 people in there? I mean,
that's true.
You get what I'm saying though? Like that's a lot of people. I mean, these other people that were killed, it was like what, 1, 2 people at the most in the house?
Yeah, but the counter to that is killing 4 people for your first murder is a heavy thing for a 21-year-old to do. That's also very, very extreme.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So that's why I'm saying, like, none of this shit makes sense. Like, everyone's calling in with their dead set theories, and I'm over here like, man, if I'm being completely honest, I don't even have, like, anything I feel totally confident about, because there's always a, well, what if? Well, what if it really was the ex-boyfriend? What if it was the beef with Ethan and the frats, and that not Bethany, but Bridget, right? Because I heard like Dylan and Bridget were best friends. So maybe the roommates that didn't, get harmed, like maybe Dylan was the in, let them in, gave them access. Hey, this is when they're coming home. Oh, they came home, now they're wasted. Like, you got to it's just, there's so many players in this. And I can't, if I'm being completely honest, I don't know what the fuck is going on, and it's driving me insane.
Yeah,
that's basically my call.
I'm with you on that, and I appreciate you bringing that segment to the podcast, because that's a good spin. What if it was a serial killer? Now, a serial killer, it doesn't mean what you're saying. It doesn't mean it's not a serial killer, because a serial killer can stake out that house for days, and a serial killer could fit in to the community somehow too. If you get what I'm saying.
I had watched, I forgot honestly what channel it was on, but this guy had on a death row inmate that got convicted of. Yep. And, he was talking a little bit about it. I didn't get through the whole thing, but just hearing his perspective on, how the guy probably, sat in the woods for a while. He could stake that. I mean, there's like those girls, they didn't have curtains or anything on their windows. I mean, it was just wide open. I don't know. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. Do I think it was a serial killer? Probably not. But at this point, no one knows anything. None of us know anything. Maybe the serial killer drives a white Elantra.
Yeah.
And they're in like Oregon right now. You know what I mean? And they're looking at traffic cams for a white Elantra. And he ain't even in the area. And just, each day we get, not even each day, every couple days, we get like a little bit. Now it's the Adam thing. Well, who's Adam? Well, Adam's the ex-boyfriend's roommate. Well, now maybe there's a connection there. And in a couple days, we're going to get another little like sprinkle of information.
13 is a pattern though, with everything that you've mentioned though, so
it is.
So, I mean, is it possible? Absolutely. It is definitely possible. But for it to be fully possible, that for a serial killer to walk into a house with 5 cars parked outside, and it to be a party house on top of that, there's no telling how many people, he could have seen the girls go inside, right? But how does he know how many people were really inside?
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Which would leave the chance of him thinking, damn, if I go in here, I can get called up by a bunch of kids. They could beat my ass.
Yeah. Or unless he was staking it out all day when they were gone, or all night, got in through sliding glass door and waited in one of the rooms. And just waited for everyone to come home, waited for them to knock out. Like, I don't know. There's so many what ifs. There's so many different things that could have happened.
Yes,
I think anybody breaking in while everyone was home is a lot. I kind of think that whoever was involved in this was there waiting for the girls to get home, and Xana and Ethan, or they were given the green light by Bethany or Dylan of when it was good to come in. That for me, I think is one of those two things had to have happened.
Right.
Someone was waiting in the house already before they even got home, or they were told when it was cool to come in.
Well, no doubt. I appreciate you calling in. That 7 minutes is up. I'm gonna give some other people a chance, but I appreciate. I'm gonna use this segment for sure. It was great. It's a great spin to it, and I mean, it's very big possibility. Thank you, Angela. My 219 native. What's up?
Yes.
Shout out to you. I'm gonna definitely me and my girl are gonna have to slide through. Drinks on you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll send you an email. I don't want to dox myself.
Yes, don't do that.
Yeah, I'll send you an email.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Angela, and your support to the channel. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Shout out to Angela, man. If you want to call in and voice your opinion like Angela just did, man, make sure you call 219-885-9693 and voice your opinion. We're up here. She cares. She loves. She so loves. Yeah. No doubt. All right, here we go.
Call from
Solarverse Advanced Solutions LLC.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hey, what's up? You're live. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, T-REV? This is Daniel J from the Come Turkey Show we spoke the other day.
Yeah, what's going on, Turkey Show, man? What's going on, my brother? How you been?
I've been doing good. Kind of following this case and following the breaking news that's come out.
I'm gonna put the clock on for you right now. This is your time to speak, man. This is going on the Spotify. It's going to be the first episode. So here we go. You ready? 1, 2, 3. You're on.
Yes, sir. All right, cool. So my thing about Adam is when he came out, the name came out, it automatically, clicked in my brain of Adam Lauda. It was a guy that lived in the house that Crime Circus was trying to put Jack D living in. They used his TikTok. It was Adam 2 Lauda that saw the dog Murphy in. You can see the victim's house from outside. Father said that the Adam that they were referring to on that new surveillance footage that came out was a bartender. So I went to the Corner Club Facebook page, went through their pictures, and I find Adam Lauda behind the bar. And so if he was working that night on Saturday, which it's a busy night, college town, probably going to be working. I looked at the hours of operation. They closed at 2 a.m. What time do you suspect he got home? 3:30, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning? It's around the time that this murder is probably occurring. For him to not have heard or seen anything is suspicious to me. Then you hear, the distress in the voice of Kaylee when she asks Maddie, what did you tell Adam? Those things are kind of pointing in an arrow. And those questions that she had about, 5 cars, had to be watching them, this, that, and the third. Well, he has a pretty good view from his bedroom window of the victim's house. And so, and the other thing, when it comes to Jack D, one of the reasons why I don't think he's a suspect in this is those phone calls that they made to him at 2:45 to 2:55 in the morning. That would automatically pin where he was at on his cellular device. And if the police suspected it was nowhere near the crime scene, and he has other pins at other time on his cell phone, that could put him way, way far away from the scene. And that would probably clear him pretty quickly, along with his testimony and other witnesses that would have come around the same time. And so, I know everybody looks at that one thing. Steve looks at him kind of weird at that celebration of life with Kaylee. But I'll tell you what, if I suspected somebody for killing my daughter, I'm not just giving them a look. And so, he doesn't suspect that. I think that they know a little bit more, and that's the family, than anybody. He said that the business had released that footage to him, not the police. He said he talked to Adam or whatever, that they talked to Adam, and they don't believe him to be part of the investigation. I was watching News Nation this morning. They were talking about it. They reached out to Moscow police, and they wouldn't confirm if he's been cleared or not. And so they've confirmed a lot of other people being cleared, but not him. And so all those things kind of, not saying he's guilty or anything like that, but I think he might know a little bit more than what's being led on. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I possibly do think that he's being led on.
But he's also 6'5", so he's a big guy. If he was attacking smaller women, that would be a reason why they couldn't reach his face or any of those things. He wouldn't have obvious defense wounds, or somebody exhibiting
6'5" is pretty big, man.
That is big.
You know what I'm saying?
6'5". Yeah. So him being 6'5", he's a University of Idaho basketball player, I believe. He's athletic. He's strong. He's capable. He lives down the house. And here's the other thing. He's on Facebook. He's friends with Jack. He's friends with Dylan. He's not friends with Maddie. He's not friends with Kaylee. He's not friends with Xana. And he's not friends with Ethan. Yet they follow each other, or at least on his Instagram, they follow him. Man, you can unfriend somebody on Facebook, and that automatically takes their following or their friendship off. But on Instagram, that doesn't. You can unfollow somebody, but that doesn't prevent them from unfollowing you. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. So, I mean, what is your full-on theory here? Like, who are you going with? If you had to pick now with everything that we've seen up to date, who do you got?
I'm leaning towards Adam or a friend of Adam's. I think that, when Kaylee is upset at what Maddie says at him, it had to have involved her in some form of fashion. Why would she get upset or say that out loud like that if it was something that was personal to Maddie, to Adam? Why would she care to that degree? And so whatever it is that she told him had to involve Kaylee in some form or fashion. And I'm assuming that with Adam, if he got out of work that late that night, if I had to put my money on anybody today, it'd be him. Just because of, time frame in which he was at. He was mentioned in the stress by name. The time he got out of work would have put him at around the times the murders happened. A lot of the questions, as far as why he would enter when there's 5 people in the house, or if he knew the way out of the house, would be answered because this guy was close. And the crazy thing is too, there's pictures of Kaylee and Jack and Kaylee though at his house, and I think the other person that's with him is Dylan in the photographs. And so, you know, for him not to be Facebook friends with everybody else, and the ones that are not alive anymore, the ones that he's not, it's a little bit of a red flag for me, so to speak. You know, I said last time I expected maybe perhaps that whoever did this may have even been a friend of Jack's that was interested in Kaylee secretively, and maybe got turned down. Could have been the situation. But yeah, I'm leaning more towards Adam at this point. He's got, you know, he's a size, he's got the strength, he lives in the area. He would have been home at around the same time. You know, one of the questions I always ask is why after 3 a.m. in a small town? What triggered this guy to go out there and ravagely or in an angry fit, do this at 3:45 in the morning or at 3 o'clock in the morning? If you go by the scream that you heard on the body cam, or
which I don't think personally. My opinion on that is that wasn't a scream, but yeah, keep going.
So what would trigger this guy? Whether, you know, my opinion, it would have to be something that either he was from out of town and had to drive into town, and that's why he got there at 3:45, or maybe perhaps he was at work and he didn't get off of work until then.
Yeah, I mean, logical, man.
Yeah. Those are the things that I'm trying that I'm kind of catching on as red flags. Adam character. Like I said, I'm not saying he did it, but I strongly suspect he's got a little bit more information than what's being put out there.
Right.
I would like to know what everything was that they were talking about.
Yeah, I'd like to know a little bit more too than just, you know, what we've been shown. So, I mean, this Adam guy had just came out to the scene. What, you know, has just been brought to the table. How long now? You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know much about him. I may have to do a little deep dive on him. But I'm still, for me, man, I lean towards JD. I was JS a couple weeks ago, or not a couple weeks ago, a couple days ago, allegedly. But I think JD had the most motive, in my opinion. And I mean, I don't know, your roommates corroborating that you were sleeping is just not enough for me, but that's just me and allegedly. And if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, I always tell my chat, if you have not heard it from law enforcement, it is not a fact. So, but we're all speculating and we're all giving our opinions. And I appreciate you coming up here and giving your opinion. Drunk Turkey Show, right?
Yes, sir. With the Drunk Turkey Show, we talked about Adam last night, and I brought up all his information. So if you want to check it out afterwards, go ahead, man. Give me your thoughts. Let me know what you think.
All right, brother. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, man. What state you representing?
I'm out in Texas, man.
Man, shout out to you in Texas, brother. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you calling in, and I'll be using this on the podcast, so check it out on my Spotify when I do drop it.
Yes, sir. You have a blessed day and a Merry Christmas if I don't speak to you.
Yeah, you too, sir. Merry Christmas to you too. Shout out to him, man. Good call. If you want to call in and voice your opinion, make sure you call in and voice your opinion. Voice your theory. Let's hear about it. 219-885-9693. The lines are open right now. So anybody who wants to call in, the number is at the bottom of your screen also. So make sure you pay.
Call from
Marie.
Okay.
To accept.
Marie, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T. Good to hear from you. I haven't called for a couple days. I thought I'd give you all a break.
All right, I'm going to set the timer right now. The floor is yours.
Okay. So I know this is not your theory, but since we're allowed to toss them all out, I'm leaning serial killer. And I'm going to tell you my reasons why. And first of all, everything that we talk about, like, oh, he was angry about this, or he was hurt, or he was upset, those are normal human emotions. Serial killer does not have those. A psychopath or a sociopath, they don't think like that. So I think we're giving too much credit to all these people having feelings. I think somebody did this purely for the entertainment of killing. I think that's what serial killers do. The ability that they're sitting like in a fishbowl, that house. Everywhere you look, all these reports, people driving around, you can see that house from everywhere. So anybody could have been watching and observing. You can hear things. We've seen that where like voices travel. The serial killer could know Jack D, Jack S, Adam, all these people and all the craziness that's going on around that house and all the, soap opera that's happening there. I think it was a chance meeting that he had with one of the girls, and he just started studying them up. And I think it's the organization that you can leave out that house without leaving one bloody footprint. You got to know how to do something. Also, not the dog in the house, the dead dog. If that is like a big red flag, the one that was skinned before. So how that could not be pertinent. And I'm going to come back to this now. I'm a spiritual person, but that church there, there's people from all around that have moved there to join that organization, and there's known issues with P and R and SA. So there's access, there's everything possible to make that a reality. So that's just my thought. And a lot of people are saying it's not a serial killer, and maybe it's not. I could be wrong. But I think we're just all giving too much credence to the fact all these kids that are involved in this have feelings. Somebody that can be that cold, I just don't think they would be that. And they would have the balls to walk up in there with 5 cars, 7 cars. The more, the better. It's killing purely for the entertainment of killing, and I do think they will do it again.
So you do think that this person will strike again?
I do. I really do. And I don't know if it'll be like on the 13th, because they said there's like this cooling down period. So now we're up to what, 30, 40, 50 days. So they're going to have to do it again. And
today would be at like 37 days.
So I would say, now, will it happen in this area? I don't know, but this would be like every serial killer's dream. You got no, limited cameras. You got all these kids. They're not paying any money. They got the doors wide open. He could have been in the house just like everybody else. I don't know. I just think these kids, they're all got potential to be the perpetrator, but I just think that and I think the car was stolen. If the car's got anything to do with it, it was stolen. It's one of them where you can push the buttons and just start it up, and steal it.
So, I mean, that your theory is that it's a serial killer.
Yeah, I'm sticking with that.
All right. I respect all opinions.
I'll let you go because I know you got a lot of calls today. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And you can look out for this podcast on Spotify. It'll be on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, etc. So if you want to listen back and go back, it'll be up there at some point.
Okay, will do.
Thank you so much, man.
Love you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Great caller. Great caller. Make sure if you want to call in, make sure you call in. It is up there, guys. The number is up there. Again, it's 219-885-9693. Voice your opinion. The lines are open right now for you to call in. Make sure you call in. We are putting this up so you will be able to hear it. Thank you, caller, says Esther. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button. It's free 99. There we go.
Call from
LB.
LB, what's up? You're live.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm good. How about yourself?
Good, thanks. So I haven't heard anybody talk about this yet. If you listen to how they say Adam in that new video that just came out, it almost sounds like that scream that they had when they said, "Leave me alone."
That "Leave me alone" scream is fake.
Wasn't there one that came out in the cop video that they heard somebody say that?
Yeah, but it wasn't. No. That "Leave me alone" first, before you go on with anything, that "Leave me alone" was completely fake, made up by a YouTuber. I'm not even going to say his name no more. If chat
I know
wants
who
to
you're
tell
talking about.
But it was completely fake all the way through. So.
All right, there goes that one.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're doing a great job.
All right, thank you. I appreciate
Thanks. Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. Yeah, shout out to her, man. We got to let everybody that's misinformed and is not, that definitely was fake. But shout out to her for calling in, man. The lines are open if you want to call back. Somebody else, I had like 4 people calling in just now, but make sure you call in 219-885-9693. That leave me alone scream, guys. Fake. Super fake. Please know it was fake. If you're in here and you didn't know that was fake, know it was fake. Please do not talk about that scream because it was super fake. All right, here we go.
Call from
Donnie.
Donnie, what's up? You're live, brother. What's going on?
Hey, man. I've been trying to get through for the last hour or so. You're a busy man.
Yeah, you're in
Dude,
here,
like
man.
your
I got you. I appreciate you, sir. You're on 7 minutes. I'm gonna clock you in right now, so it's your time. It's your floor. It's your 7 minutes.
All right, man. I've been following this case since day one. I mean, it's crazy that 4 college students get stabbed to death by a knife, and as simple as it sounds like it should be solved by now, there's some wrenches have been thrown into the mix here with the car thing, with the roommates, with the people living in the area, the boyfriends, ex-boyfriends. I know law enforcement knows a lot more than we do. We all speculate, but it seems like I think within the first 2 or 3 days on another podcast that I thought maybe someone who was coming through, maybe not really that associated with the social atmosphere around there, but may have been of the same age category as most of the kids around there, and committed these crimes, and then beefeated it out of the area. Thus, this theory about the car, the Elantra, kind of come into place here. But I wonder sometimes if the car, even though I can understand what the police are saying, that they want to know who the occupants were in that car, the car is not accounted for. Probably everybody else's car is accounted for, vehicles accounted for that live in that area. But this one particular car is not. So I wonder if this is kind of like a something that they're trying to distract everybody to strengthen their case on the person or persons that they think are involved. It just seems like it's somebody within that little small circle of people that committed this crime, and it all seems to go back to the rage, the jealousy, and it's coming back to one of those boys that we keep talking about. Jack D, Jack S, maybe Adam. I don't think Adam had anything to do with it. He might have been working at the bar that night and he was talking to the girls at the bar. I don't know. I don't know what his status is that night, but it's crazy that it hasn't been solved yet, or no one's been arrested yet. But the key is, where is the evidence that ties one of these guys to these murders? Where's the clothing? Where's the knife? Where's the shoes? Where's the DNA? Where's it at?
Right.
Is it in that car? Who knows?
Yeah, is it in that car? Why did they want that car so bad? What is the point of it being all over national news? So,
they probably think that probably that's where the evidence went. It left in that car. So, who was driving that car? Who else is part of this operation? Who else is involved?
I'm following you on that.
So it's hard to say. Again, like I said, going back to what I thought 4 or 5 weeks ago when I heard about this thing, that someone could have come in town, done this, and got the hell out of here. Well, in a way, that's probably what the person that did this wants everybody to believe. And so the cops probably understand that that's what they want them to believe. And so now the cops are going with this scenario that, hey, guy came into town, did this, now he's left the area. So the Elantra. So the white Elantra is a key thing. So I don't know. It's hard to say. But it just seems like this case is so simple to solve, but yet it hasn't been solved. And you would think by now.
So who all right? So let's hear your full on theory before your time's up. Who do you think done this?
Well, jealousy falls back on the boyfriend. Jack D. Jack S. I mean, he's obviously associated with these girls. Okay, he was with them that night. He was at the grub truck. Did he walk with them to the grub truck from the bar? Because he's in the video where they had the audio, right? That's the guy.
Yes.
Okay. So were they walking from the bar to the grub truck, or were they walking from the grub truck with him down the sidewalk?
Well, from what I seen, they were going to the grub truck.
Exactly. That's what I thought. They were going to the grub truck when I looked at the surrounding features around town. So I kind of looked at the maps on the different businesses in town and stuff. So that's what I thought too. Now, going back to Adam, the guy at the bar. Was he working that night? We don't know. Was he hanging out at the bar? We don't know either.
It's alleged that he was working, but it's not. I mean, that's allegedly, and it's not confirmed for me.
Yeah, well, I bartended, a lot of times when I was in the military. For many years, that was my part-time gig. I mean, girls will come up to the bar, especially if they think you're good-looking or friendly. Young girls will talk to a good-looking bartender, and they will tell them anything. So, it's possible. And plus, they knew him. They knew the guy through, I guess, some of their other associates and stuff. But the point being, this seems to be a very simple case to figure out, but yet someone's done enough planning to get away with it so far. Done enough planning to get away with it to this point right now, and not been arrested. So I have to say it's probably one of two things. Someone from out of town come in, did this, and they're on the run. They're going somewhere else. I mean, I've got other theories behind it that I think that's possible, but really it seems like everything's tied to that little community right there, to the sorority.
All right. So far as Adam, though, I've had some of my callers, or some of my part of the Rev Gang community, the Rev Gang family. Some of them have called in that bar and they say that Adam doesn't work there no more.
Yeah,
so that's what a lot of people have been telling me when they said they called the Corner Club.
Well, I don't blame them. I wouldn't work there anymore either. A lot of these kids don't want this notoriety. They know they're tied into it, even though they're not part of the crime. They're tied into this crime, one way or another. Where they live and how close they were to these people. You know what I mean? So I would probably do the same thing. I said, hell with this. I quit.
Well, hey man, I appreciate you sharing your theory, man. The time is up. I'm gonna go ahead and get some more callers in, but if you want to call back at some point, you can. Thank you, man, for sharing. What you shared with me. Brother. I do appreciate you. Man. I appreciate your opinion. It's very valued in the community. And that's the point of me doing this, is to let you guys come up here and speak your theories, because I've had tons of panels, 8 hours, 12 hours of me speaking on what I think. It's time for me to let you guys.
I like that about you. You're a baller.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. I appreciate your support. And this will be up on Spotify. So if you want to go listen to all the calls, go back in there and check them out.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, Later. No problem, boss. Appreciate you too. Shout out to that guy, man. Shout out to him. If you want to call in and voice your opinion, make sure you call 219-885-9693. Get your opinion heard today by the true crime community. Everybody, there's a lot of people listening. There's a lot of people that just don't get their opinions across. You guys listen to us on panel all day. It's about time we listen to you guys. So
call from Sandy.
Sandy, what's up? You're live.
Hey, I have been trying to call you. Your phones are hot.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to. I have a theory, and
go ahead. It's your 7 minutes. You go ahead and get your theory out.
It could be two people based on this theory, but I think because Kaylee had already moved out and she was just visiting for the weekend, it has to be somebody who knew them. Also, I think I heard that Bethany and Dylan were actually supposed to be out of town that weekend, and they decided not to go. Like last minute, they decided to stay home. So maybe the person responsible thought that Bethany and Dylan weren't there. Especially since they live on the bottom floor. If they entered through the front of the house at the street and they were waiting in the woods looking at the house, they may not have seen Bethany and Dylan enter and thought that they were out of town. So I think it's definitely somebody who's close to this poor, sweet group of kids. I think that the videos from that night of Maddie and Kaylee definitely are related to this. I think that Maddie telling Adam everything is related to this. And it could be in regards to something that happened at the bar that got somebody kicked out of the bar. Maybe, I don't know, were they trying to dose one of the girls? I mean, Kaylee was only in town for that one day and then she's moving to Texas. So could it be that? Or, could it be that, there was something else going on, some secret that they told to Adam about a former boyfriend or something, former love interest, that maybe Adam then spilled to someone and it sort of got around and made him upset? Did he think that maybe his reputation was going to be ruined? Maybe for both potential responsible parties. Maybe they were thinking about, okay, if they told, either something that happened at the bar that night or something from the past that was secretive, if it got around, that it was going to ruin their reputation, maybe get them kicked out of school. That seems like motive to me for those two people in particular. I'm reluctant to say their names because I don't want to smear anyone who isn't responsible.
Right.
But it just seems that these are definitely related in some way. I don't give much credence to the 4chan thing. To me, it just seems like somebody looking for 15 minutes of fame, who maybe has a little insider information. But I do think that this was definitely a targeted attack for Kaylee to have more gruesome wounds than the rest of those sweet kids.
Yeah, like Steve said.
They knew. They saw this as their opportunity. They knew she had something to say.
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't want her to say it. And so they knew that Vanna and Ethan were home. They knew that Maddie and Kaylee were in the same bed. They were familiar with the house. I think they entered through the back. Didn't even know Dylan and Bethany were downstairs. Because apparently they were supposed to be out of town. I think this was definitely, it was planned to keep somebody quiet.
So
I definitely think that.
Now, what is your full theory? And it's all allegedly and speculation anyway. So,
like I said, I really think that either Hoodie Guy, he was very, distant, like there but not with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Did not appear to be drunk. Had gotten kicked out of the bar that night. So what if Maddie had busted him? Trying to dose Kaylee and told Adam, hey, I think, this guy's up to something, and got him kicked out of the bar for being creepy, is what's been said, being creepy. And then he sort of trails them to the food truck and they make a quick getaway. They think that they've, gotten away, and he knows that Maddie told Adam everything. And now he's worried about being kicked out of school or, being in trouble for trying to dose Kaylee. I don't know. It just seems very suspicious to me that he got kicked out of the bar and still hung around.
Yeah.
And was still trailing them afterwards.
I
Very,
agree.
very odd.
I agree. And that's one of my theories, but Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
I get exactly where you're coming from, because that's pretty much been my theory the whole time. Like
Yeah.
with
And
JS,
then
and
with
then
Jack,
supposedly with the Africa thing and all that.
right. And then with Jack D, what if, he knew Kaylee was in town. She was getting ready to move. Maddie knew something that Kaylee had told her. They were best friends. And Kaylee got upset because Maddie spilled the beans about whatever between her and Jack D, the reason they broke up or whatever, to Adam. And Adam, they knew that Adam was going to tell Jack D. Maddie was sort of, inebriated. She could have had really loose lips that night and, told Adam everything. And then that could have made Jack D very, very mad. So I don't know. I feel like it's one of those two. It's got to be somebody who's close to them, somebody confident enough to enter that house and not be worried about being overtaken by more than one person. Somebody who is watching them closely. I also think that the white car thing, if I wonder if they've looked at white Ubers in the area, or one of, the cars, maybe somebody was paid to take a trash bag of bloody clothes to the dump site or something, and they didn't even know what was inside of it. I don't know. I think it's very odd. And I think they should be looking at the landfills. They should have a cadaver dog or a bloodhound or something out
To
at the
look for maybe
landfills
some
around there.
clothes, or
Look for some clothes. Let them get a scent from some of the evidence and send them out to the landfills and see if they can find a trash bag. They may find, more evidence. So
well, I appreciate you sharing your theory. 7 minutes is up. I'm gonna give some people some time. I know that I see a
thanks
lot of
for
people
taking my
in there.
call. I tried.
No, thank you so much
I tried.
thank you so much for getting
You're
through.
doing
And I
a great
appreciate.
job.
Thank you.
All right, you guys have a great one, and I'll keep watching.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you, and God bless you.
Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. All right, line is open for anybody who wants to call in. Line is open for anybody who wants to call in. Like I said, the number is 219-885-9693. All right, I'll check it out. I see what you're talking about. Hold up here. Let me see which one.
Call from
John.
Hey, what's up, John? What's going on? You're live, brother. What's good?
Oh, let me turn my TV down here.
I don't hear anything. You sound good so far.
Okay.
7 minutes is clicking. Let's go. Let's get it, brother. It's your time.
I don't know. My theory is starting to change. I think they need to open up and look a little bit more broad than just these students that are close. Unless we get something back on some DNA evidence and I'm sure the police have a lot more than anything that we know. But if we don't get evidence off of that DNA, we're going to have to start looking at maybe it is some sort of I don't know if I want to use the word serial killer, but I guess that's about the closest I can put to it. What do you think? Do you think it's still in the small circle of friends, or are you leaning more toward could be somebody else outside of that circle?
I'm thinking it's to like I said, my number one theory is JD, but that it would, and my second would be JS. Allegedly, everything's allegedly, but without digging deep, I'm sure if you've been listening, you know my theory.
Sure. Now, was that Jack S that they had pictures of that actually owns a K-bar knife?
Yes.
Have you? Okay. That's the biggest thing that makes me believe that maybe he has something to do with it, because if they had all been shot with a Sig Sauer 9 and you had a picture of him holding up a Sig Sauer 9, they would definitely get on him super hard. And if he had a knife that fits the description of what the weapon is, and they've got pictures of him with it, I would think that they would be all over him. I mean, they actually have, he's the only person they've got a picture of holding one of those knives. That's a pretty big, clue to me.
Right. Yeah, I get it. I mean, so what is your theory all the way through? Who do you think had done this? Who do you think has the most motive, or what stands out the most to you about this case so far with everything that you have this, on the table, everything that you've seen in general?
I'll be honest with you. I don't think much of the evidence that we have, I mean, none of it really holds water until we get a little bit more, maybe something back on this DNA, I mean, because it could possibly be anybody that has been brought up, nothing has really, I don't think anybody has really been ruled out at all, in my opinion.
Exactly. Just like people are like, oh, the guy at the food truck is ruled out. But then you go look at the Moscow police update on their thing. It says man in food truck footage ruled out. But in general, there's a lot of men at that food truck footage. And I'll keep making that case in point every day. They're not saying the guy's name that's ruled out. They're saying man in food truck footage ruled out. And there is over 15 men in that food truck footage. So which man is it that's ruled out?
Right. So I don't know. I just thought I would call in. I think I've been chasing my tail here for about the last week, and I mean, the only thing really new that I've seen that has come out that's credible is the body cam footage from the party months before, and I don't know that showed anything. There was actually somebody that called in the other day that said he thought maybe you better look at the cops.
Yeah,
I did think
so
they
I've had a few of those.
A smart attitude,
right?
But I don't think they were, But who knows? Stranger things have happened.
Absolutely.
So I don't know. I just thought I would call in and say that I guess basically that I've just been chasing my tail here lately.
Well, hey, man.
And I can't stop chasing it. That's the problem.
Absolutely. This case has me up late at night. I mean, I got off last night and ended up not even going to sleep till about 4 o'clock. So just digging through stuff and going down rabbit holes on Reddit and going through my emails, looking at pictures and screenshots that people sent me and other stuff that they found on 4chan. It's just, this case is just, it's crazy, man. It's another one of those cases like Missy Beavers and the Delphi case and the DC Mansion murders and just a bunch of it just hits you different. It tugs at your heartstrings because we got 4 college kids here that were brutally murdered, and there's 5 cars parked out front. I just don't think no serial killer squeezing in there and doing this to at a house with 5 cars parked there without casing the place. Do I take serial killer off the table? No, but do I think it was somebody that knows them and was targeted? Yes.
Sure. It's I don't know. It's a strange one, and it's got everybody's hooked on here trying to, everybody wants some justice, and it's taken a long time. I think we as in general are, I know I am, I'm getting impatient. I want to hear something too, but
right.
I want to make sure that it's credible information that I'm hearing. And you're right. The serial killer theory doesn't really fit, but I think if this is one of the college kids, I think there's going to be DNA that they're going to find, because I don't think that, and especially, when somebody starts doing something like that, I don't think they're quite in the midst of it worried about DNA transfer.
Right.
I think that's probably the last thing on their mind once they go into something like that. So I think the DNA is going to tell the tale. And
Absolutely.
I don't know, we might all be shocked.
I mean, when a gruesome crime like this that involves somebody going in and stabbing 4 people, now allegedly they were drunk and all that, but if you go look at that food truck footage, Madison was clearly a lot more drunk than Kaylee was. Kaylee seemed to maybe have been buzzed, but she seemed more coherent, in my opinion. Now it doesn't mean she wasn't buzzed, but she was definitely more coherent more aware, more alert than Madison was. Madison was just leaning up against that truck, and you got to figure they go home. Hold on, let me turn this up. So they go home, etc. Right, and when they get home or whatever, they supposedly got home at 1:56. Now, so whenever they laid down to go to bed or whatever, did this killer kill them in their bed? You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to, in my opinion, because
Right.
who did he go for first? Kaylee supposedly got the most out of all of it. And my thing is, if Kaylee got the most out of all of it, either she was the last one and just got that knife was dull at that point, or she was the main target, and that's what started all the rage. And then said killer just took out the rest of everybody, because if you're stabbing somebody and they're close to your friends, close to you, their chances of them waking up are pretty high.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Especially with a struggle like that. That's going to make some noise. There's going to be some movement going on.
And it could be they may have let somebody in.
Right.
If that's an all hours type of house, somebody could have come by and come in, and who knows? Things could have got out of hand. But I think anything's open at this point. I haven't ruled anybody out.
Well, yeah, man, I appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling in from tonight or today?
Kansas.
Kansas. Shout out to you in Kansas, man. I appreciate you calling in, brother. What's your name?
John.
John. I appreciate you calling in, man. Shout out to you, and God bless you. I wish you a Merry Christmas, and man, hopefully we get to or hopefully something comes out new soon, and we got this perpetrator behind bars, so he can't do this to anybody else.
That's what I'm hoping.
All right, thank you, boss. I appreciate
you.
All
right, thank you.
All right. Shout out to that man right there, man. Good conversation. Make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. Voice your opinion. This will be on my first ever podcast, True Crime Podcast, that will be on Spotify. It will be on Apple iTunes. It will be everywhere that you can go and listen to and stream it from. I will be checking email. Guys, I got you. I see you. I promise you. I see you.
Call from
Mara.
Mara, what's up? You're live. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Say, I don't really have a particular theory or anything, but I was just wondering if y'all seen that thing on Sweetie Pie Lowe's channel.
Yes.
When she was talking about Ryan, and I was just wondering, did you have any additional take backs from that?
You talking about when did she drop it yesterday?
I'm not sure exactly what day she dropped it, but the guy had went online, and his page on Insta was called Deadly D.E.D.L.Y, and it said best weekend ever. And then there was a photo of Ryan in that photograph, and then one of the hashtags that he put underneath there said murder drones. And then there was some photographs that were posted on 4chan by the same exact person. It's DEDLY6.PNG is actually the photograph. Now, the knife that was used in the murder was actually a very specific knife. Sweetie Pie Lowe's husband is like retired military or whatever. And she showed her husband's knife in comparison to the knife that was shown on the 4chan photograph. And it was an exact match. And on the bottom of the 4chan photographs, it said, eliminate the biggest threat in the room was Sigma rule number 1. So I just thought that was interesting. I didn't know if maybe you didn't know anything more about that.
Nah, I've seen a couple videos from there, but I don't think I've seen that one. So if you can email it to me, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, what's your email?
It is TREV, TREV 757 PSN.
Okay.
Like PlayStation Network, PSN at gmail.com.
At Gmail.
And if you write in chat, ! lowercase email, it'll pop up my email. So you can send me any of that information there. I've seen quite a few Sweetie Pie Lowe's videos, but I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it was from 2 weeks ago, and it was published on December 1st.
Yes, I haven't seen that one.
It says, new info. Did the killer write this on Reddit? ?
Okay.
It's very interesting. It's something you definitely have to check out.
Yeah, definitely send it to me. I'll definitely check it out.
Okay, I will for sure. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for calling that in. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Thank you, bye. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. All right, lines open again if anybody wants to call in. I definitely got to check into some of those things. See, some of those things I haven't seen. I'll definitely check a bit. I'll check that out, Danny. I'm doing that. I'm taking these podcast phone calls in right now. I'll definitely check it out, though, here in a minute. All right, let's go.
Call from
Jason.
Yeah, what's up, Jason? What's going on? You live, brother? What's good?
Yo, what's going on, man? I'm doing good, buddy. I've been watching your show now for a little bit, ever since these cases started. So I got a pretty big theory. I don't really have anybody in specific yet because, you know, this case is pretty complicated. But what I think happened is Ethan and Xana were at the frat party. You have Kaylee and Madison at the corner club, okay? Now, the reason Xana and Ethan stayed at the frat party is they're only 20 years old. They can't go to the bar with Kaylee and Madison. So something happened at the frat party. Ethan tells his boys, hey, listen, I'm going to dip out. If you guys want to come over to the house and chill, let's go over. He brings a bunch of people over to the house. They get there around, they go, they party. They get to the house. They're there for a limited amount of time. Now, Kaylee and Madison leave the house. I leave the corner bar, the corner club. They start walking. They go down, they go to get something to eat, and they go home and they run into these people in their house. Somebody in that group they didn't like. They go upstairs. They start texting Jack to come over because there's a little shindig happening. They start texting him over and over and over. You should come over. You should come over. He doesn't reply. He's sleeping, supposedly, allegedly. Now they go upstairs. The party's over. People start leaving the party. Hence, you see the cop videos with the kids on the hill and those other kids that are walking behind as the cop for the body cam footage.
Okay.
Once they do that, they leave the party. They're not going to say where they were at. They were, the cops even said on the camera, where were you? What house were you at? And they were kind of reluctant. So they leave the party. Ethan and Xana are getting ready for bed. The girls are still upstairs. The girls downstairs decide, they heard Xana and Ethan coming in with a bunch of people, so they decided to lock their doors. So once that happens, they leave. Everybody leaves the house. Ethan closes up. Somebody comes to the back and starts knocking on the glass door. Do. Ethan comes out and he's like, hey, what's going on? He's like, dude, I left my phone in the house. You think I could grab it real quick? Ethan opened the glass door, lets him in. He's like, don't worry about it. Once you go and get your phone, just do me a favor and lock up. Dude's looking at Ethan going into the room. Once Ethan opens that door, dude jumps on Ethan, kills him. Ethan is found in the hallway. Goes in, kills Xana before she could say anything. Then he goes upstairs. But at the same time, Kaylee heard something. So she goes walking to Madison's room as the killer's coming upstairs. Opens the door. Killer comes, rushes her, puts her on top of Madison, kills her on top of Madison. Madison wakes up like, what the hell? And then he kills Madison. He's exhausted. He's not going to kill the two downstairs. He's probably even hurt. Dude goes back downstairs and heads out.
So who do you think did this?
Dude, if it wasn't the boyfriend, he either hired somebody, or honestly, dude, I was listening to that 4chan thing, and that sounds pretty legit too, bro. He got into a fight with some guy that was on roids, said he had shriveled balls, and the dude kind of got a little whatever, and supposedly that his name was Loach, and there was this other guy named Barry.
You're talking about David Loach and Barry. Supposedly Xana and Ethan walked in on him doing the deed.
Well, no, I didn't know about that.
I heard about it. I read all through that theory, so I've been through that 4chan post, and supposedly it was alleged that Ethan and Xana had walked in on them doing some things.
Oh wow! No,
I'll leave it at that.
That's crazy. I didn't even hear about that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I've been covering. I mean, listening to the stories. I'm not a detective or anything, but I was listening to the stories and stuff, and I was kind of putting it together. I saw that 4chan thing. That made sense to me, dude. Like, it had to be somebody pretty strong to be able to kill 4 people, dude. I mean, especially with a knife. Either you have the element of surprise, or you're just really a bull, dude. You're just gonna go ahead and bulldoze them, And Ethan was a pretty tall kid.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you got to be to get through Ethan, or to even fight off Ethan. Say you got to, you got to be somebody with some strength. I mean, that's how I'd look at it, especially. But there's no telling how Ethan reacted to somebody. If you see somebody coming at you with a knife and you got your hands, I mean, what are you gonna do? Did Ethan have defensive wounds? We don't know that.
That's the thing. Yeah, we don't know who got the defensive wounds in. Yeah, but after reading everything, just kind of sorting it out, I think that made the most sense to me. Dude got in a fight, because I heard Barry was his tutor, and they weren't really getting Ethan's tutor.
Yep, heard about that too. That was on 4chan.
Yeah. And supposedly it wasn't working out. He was best friends with Loach, and they had like a little bit of an issue. And Madison also had an issue with them. So I honestly think that Kaylee was just a casualty. I don't think she was the one. I think she got the most of it because she was the one that was more alert. And before she could scream, you really got to take her out. Hence you got to be a little more aggressive with her when everybody's in the bed just sleeping. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I came up with so far. I've been listening to you on the road trips because I work. I take long drives all day, so I've been listening to this nonstop, dude. I've been addicted.
I appreciate you, brother, man. I'm gonna be using this one on Spotify too. Your theory, I'm gonna be posting it up. It's gonna be on my Spotify, so you'll be able to actually go back and listen to all audio and calls. Dude, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your theory, man. Everybody, it's interesting to listen to the community because all you guys have different thoughts, or some may be the same, but not everybody is the same. And that's the reason why I do this is so that you guys can come up here and have a voice. Because like I said, you watch a lot of us YouTubers, and I say this to my crowd all the time. You guys watch a lot of us YouTubers come up and we speak on panels and we have guests, but I feel like, your guys' comments aren't heard right, or, you when you're writing it out, it's different. But when you're able to come up and voice it and voice your opinion and what you think and your theory, it's you know what I mean? You get your input. Not everybody wants to come up on panel on camera or just sit up on panel on someone's panel, or even do they even get the chance to go up on someone's panel? So that's the reason why I've made this, is so the community, the true crime community, they can come up and speak. They can, you know what I mean? That's the point why I'm doing these podcasts and why I will continue to do these podcasts.
Oh, you're doing awesome, bro. You're doing awesome, man. You're doing a great job, dude. I'm literally stuck on this all day.
No, I appreciate you, brother, man. I appreciate your support. Where are you calling in from today?
Oh, Miami.
Man, shout out to Miami. Shout out to you, brother. I drive safe, man. Stay safe, and God bless you. And I appreciate your support to the channel. It means a lot to me. And dude, hey, if you feel like you think of anything or you find anything else that maybe nobody else has been talking about, call back up.
Oh, for sure, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, brother. You have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you. What's your name in chat? Jason. All right, brother. I'll be looking for you, Jason, man. Appreciate that. And God bless you. Merry Christmas, brother.
Oh, you too as well, man. God bless. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, man. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. Great caller. Thank you, guys. Shout out to Nina, Mouthy Mama, Copper Petals. The line's open if you guys want to call back in. I do put it on Do Not Disturb when I'm on a phone call, so you don't hear beep, 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 beep. That's the only reason I do that. So if you get to the voicemail, that's why. All right, so here we go. 2 calls. Which one am I gonna pick? I'm gonna go with this one because I go with the bottom all the time. Gary, what's up? You live, brother? What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Rob?
I'm hanging in there, brother. What's up, man? This is your 7 minutes. You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Let's get it.
I don't have much to say. I'm in Minnesota, and I've been on top of this case every day. And the one thing that sticks out in my mind is the fact that the roommates called people over to the house before they called 911. And
yes, sir.
I'm just wondering if the killer didn't happen to be in the house when all that was going on. What do you think, Rob?
Hold up. So you said you don't think the killer was in the house?
No, I think when they were calling friends to come over, I believe my theory is that the killer actually came to the house when all the commotion was going on with the police and because they showed the white car parked up on the hill. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Sosa's in here. Yeah, he's in here. Yeah, my bad. I had to answer the door. But yeah,
No, that's okay, dude.
You said the killer in the house, or the kill, or that's why are you talking about in the morning?
Yeah, in the morning when they called before they called 911, they called students to come over.
Right.
And I believe that at that time, in my opinion only, is that the killer was there.
Nah, I don't think. To be honest with you, nah, hell no. That killer was long gone. He did what he did, and he got out of there. And that's just my personal opinion. Allegedly, that would be some insane shit if the killer killed them and hung out all the way till 11 a.m., 12 a.m.
No, I'm not talking about hanging out. I'm talking about when they called people over to because they couldn't wake anybody, or they thought something was going on. It's just my, in my opinion only. There's so many theories out there, Rob, that, and they're all good ones. And as many people that have gone in and out of that house, I don't know, unless the killer cut himself, that they're going to have any kind of DNA that's going to be worth anything.
Right.
Because there's so many people that went in and out of that house.
You got sweat, you got fibers, you got all types of different things that could tie back to a killer. Now the chances of, all right, so he brutally stabbed 4 people. Now the chances of him maybe stabbing himself, was it in the dark that he did this? Was it not? The chances of him hurting himself are pretty high, in my opinion. I mean, even if it's a K bar, a lot of people are like, oh, K bar, it's got the, the long jagged edge or whatever
right.
They're like, oh, you can't. But in reality, if you're in a struggle, the chances of you leaving blood behind or wounding yourself, it's still pretty high.
It's still pretty high. Yeah. Yep. No, I get that. Well, I appreciate you, Rob. You know what? I've watched other YouTubers on here, and your show is honest. There's no baloney going on about whatever. You're just looking for theories. So
exactly, looking for theories and people's opinions. I mean, I put mine together, but that doesn't mean I'm right. I'm not no friggin' homicide detective, dude. I'm just a guy on YouTube that likes to look into these things and just wants to see, where I get my pleasure at is when justice is served. And
yep.
All
That's
of us
my
getting
opinion
together
too,
and finding things. Yeah, we dig. We look into things. We look into people. We dig. But I'm not no fucking homicide detective. Excuse my language for everybody out there. But I'm not no fucking homicide detective. But I'll tell you what I do want. I want justice for these people that are getting bodied out here. Like, this is happening a lot. They're getting killed. These 4 kids that were all in college got brutally murdered in a house. And it's just hard to you look at everybody who has motive, but what do we have on the table right now? All we have is a white Elantra.
White Elantra that they can't find.
Exactly. And that right there is bothering me because it's nationwide. I mean, when my dad knows about it, when my stepdad knows about it, it's just crazy because he's not even into true crime. And he's like, man, what's this white car I've been seeing on the news? And what's it? And it's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's about this case, and they're like, they know nothing about it, but yet they see this white car posted up.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the police know a lot more than what they're saying. Of course, everybody believes that. I just think they're keeping it under wraps, so if somebody doesn't get a clue and decide to make a run for it,
Absolutely.
So.
Well, I appreciate
thank
you calling
T-REV.
in.
I appreciate your time too, and I appreciate your channel, and I'll keep watching and keep up the good work, dude.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you so much. God bless you and Merry Christmas.
God bless you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. I'll check out some of those videos here in a minute. I'm gonna take some more phone calls. I am seeing you guys' emails as they're coming in. I see a ton of them. Anonymous, Historic, Red Wing, Red 2 Rep from Red Wing, Ray, Brian, Sarah. I see all your guys' emails. I promise you I do. Here we go. 2 5 7. All right, let's see this one.
Call from Kimberly.
Kimberly, you're live. What's up?
Hi, yes. I just had a couple questions since you have kind of like a collective of like all the different things that have come out from different, media sources and briefings and stuff. So some stuff that was said in the very beginning, it seems like people kind of like now are kind of not talking about it anymore. So my question is, do you remember when they said that Kaylee and Madison were at the frat party also? That they all left around 10 o'clock from the frat party. And that Kaylee and Madison went out to the bar, and then people don't know where Ethan and Xana went, and they assumed they had went home. But then the dad said that he spoke to them that they had also went to the bar. Did you remember that?
Yeah,
That's something too.
I think they were there from 9 to 5. I've seen a bunch of things on that.
Right, because I'm kind of confused. Like, were Kaylee and Madison at the frat party also? Do you know? It was like put in timelines saying they were.
Like Kaylee and Madison were at the
also at
the where?
We're at the party.
No, I didn't hear about that. I did not hear about that.
Okay, because that's in some timelines. It said they were at the frat party, and then everyone from the frat party, that the frat party got over, and then that everyone went in different directions. You know, they all went to different bars and stuff. That's something I kind of wanted
I've
to.
seen that mentioned on one channel. But the most I could find is that they went out that night to the corner club.
Right, but I'm saying before the corner club, that they were all at the frat party. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to look into that. I can't really. You're getting a lot of information. If you could see, you know, if you could find if that's where they were before, because it doesn't say where they were before. Some people said where they were before they went to the bar, and that was where what came out and said that's where they were before the bar. So I'm just trying to get my timeline right, and like some places say it, some places don't. So I'm still kind of unclear on that, because if they were at the frat party before, if something did happen at the frat party and those 4 were at the frat party, it could explain why the 4 were all targeted, because maybe it was something that happened, you know, earlier in the night. That was one of my things. The other thing that I'm a little confused about, because everyone keeps saying Ethan was found in the hallway, but nobody ever said Ethan was found in the hallway. That's just like a rumor, right?
That Ethan was found in the hallway. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's alleged, in my opinion.
Right,
I mean,
because I thought in the very first briefings, the police said all the doors were closed.
I'm gonna show people this Wreck the Launcher that they're talking about too, real fast, because I found it. Wreck the Launcher.
So do you know were all the doors closed? Because see, when it first came out, they said the police said all the doors were closed. So that means if all the doors were closed, he wasn't found in the hallway.
We're looking at enhanced video of the confrontation between
the timeline right, because there's so many things going on that people say all these different things, and it's kind of making you can't figure something out if you're not getting the correct facts, you know?
Right.
So can you maybe look back at some of the early
for mac and cheese after partying at a nearby bar?
Everybody seemed.
I have no idea what the heck is playing on my screen right now.
With a couple.
I have no idea what's playing.
I was just curious about that, because I was wanting to get, you know.
No, I didn't hear anything about them being at. No, I didn't hear about them being at a party beforehand.
A frat party beforehand. Also, that all the doors closed except for the slider in the back. That was the other thing that was put out in the very beginning. So if all the doors were closed, that, you know, kind of says Ethan wasn't found in the hallway, and the reason why. And then that the people that were called over there, I think one of the ones that was called over there was his brother. That was kind of in the beginning, kind of said that his twin brother was called over there because he lives right there.
Right.
From the clip enhanced.
And that was one of the persons that showed up. It wasn't like just random strangers. It was just a few people that could maybe get into the room. And his brother was one of them. I don't know. I was just trying to get some of the facts more clear, because the best thing to look at was the stuff that they put out in the very beginning. And like some of that stuff isn't, all these new things and all these like rumors, and all this stuff has come out now, and people are speaking on those as facts now. when the very first things put out were all the doors were closed and the girls were at the frat party before they went to the bar. And then Xana's dad said Ethan and Xana were at the bar also. That was
Right.
put out. The mom said, Xana's mom said the dad told her that Xana and Ethan were at the bar that night, that she called him around midnight when she got home and said they were at the bar too. So those are just some things I just wanted to add more to, like maybe to help us look at this a little bit with more better facts. I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
There's a shit ton of misinformation out there also. So, you know.
Right, but these are the things that came out from law enforcement and from the parents in the very beginning.
Right.
So I think the
I've
stuff
seen
that
it all.
came out, right. Mm-hmm.
And I've also seen it all change too multiple times. So it's like,
right.
You know, everything is shifted multiple times.
Right. That's why I'm just confused about it.
You know, first it was they went to the Sigma Chi party from 9 to 1:45, didn't get home till 1:45, and then they said allegedly from the food truck that Kaylee and Madison got home at 1:40, was like 1:44 or 1:46 or something in that range, and they got home at 1:56 a.m. You know, a lot of the things changed. And then supposedly Dylan and Bethany were somewhere and they got home at 1 a.m. So we heard that too. So there's just tons of things out there that's misinformation. Like,
right. The one thing that I did catch, though, that nobody's talking about is that the dad said it when they pulled up the phone records that Kaylee called Uber at 1:35. That means she called for an Uber before they ever even got to the food truck. So there was never any, because people are speculating, you know, on Jack S. Like, oh yeah, they must have been going to get a ride with him and all this, and then they ditched him.
Yes, ma'am.
But if she called Uber at 1:35, then they already all knew they were going to get an Uber home.
Right.
And that guy had his vehicle there. He drove himself. So that kind of changes my thoughts too, also on Jack S, because you know he would have known they were going to get an Uber home. So
right.
That's all. I just wanted to remind people about that too, the 1:35 Uber call. So then
they said that Uber call was a private ride. They changed it to a private ride. So I don't.
Right, but then the dad came out and said it was Uber. He on the phone records it was Uber, but they don't want to name them. So they just then called it private ride. But it wasn't actually, the dad said it was Uber and she called him at 1:35.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. 7 minutes is up. I got to get other people in. I don't want people to be mad and angry, and I want to be fair to everybody. So I thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling in from?
Texas.
Thank you so much. Shout out to you, and I appreciate you tuning in and throwing, trying to get this timeline together because it's all over the place. So I understand where you're at. Thank you, man.
Right.
Good phone call. But this is all right. So guys, before I take any more phone calls, this is the the launcher that they're talking about right here. So this is what we're looking at on our screen is the wrecked Elantra. There's a couple pictures up here. Let's go through them. This is our wrecked Elantra that people are talking about. Does it have significance to the case? I have no idea. Let's look at the other picture too. So this has another side, another image to it. Does this look like our Elantra that we're seeing? Does it look like? I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think this is the Elantra that we're seeing in the footage? Is it wrecked? Was this the one that's wrecked away? This was posted up 11 hours ago, by the way, on Reddit. So if thank you, Jeff, for sending this in to me. I was able to pull it up before you sent it to me, but every time I played it, it played a damn video, and I don't know what video is playing, but there shouldn't be no sound with it. Damn, it has a busted out window right there. I mean, do we think this is the wrecked Elantra? Do we? If it is, it has evidence in it, right? Wouldn't you think so? So let's bring it up now. Let's say this is the wrecked Elantra. If this is our wrecked Elantra, it should have evidence in it. I mean, it fits with tinted windows. Let's go ahead and save this picture, right? Let's hit save image. Elantra. I'm gonna name it Elantra wrecked. JPG.
Audio engineer Anthony Nelson enhanced the audio for Inside Edition.
Why? Well, every time I save it, it plays a thing. I don't know why it does that, but that's weird. What?
Kaylee's parents say, in their opinion,
what is going on? That is so weird. I don't like
prematurely. Nancy Grace.
I can't even mute it. What is going on with that? No, I mean, that's the Recta launcher, guys. I don't know why it's playing audio every time I save that. That is actually funky weird. But yeah, that's it. That's what they're talking about. The phone line's open if you want to call in. Again, the number at the bottom of your screen, 219-885-9693. Pay attention to the number at the bottom of your screen. Again, it's 219-885-9693. This will be on the podcast. Make sure you call in and voice your opinion, voice your theory. All right, here we go. 386. Shout out to
Call
you.
from
John.
Hey, what's up, John? What's going on? You're live. What's going on, brother?
Hey, buddy. I'll tell you what it's not.
Oh, here we go.
It's not
Detective. This is Detective. I know his voice.
Yeah, it's not a serial killer, brother. Take it from somebody that worked on the island.
I definitely don't think it's a serial killer.
So these people calling in, I'm not dissing them. I'm just saying it's not a serial killer. This is a motive-driven quadruple homicide that wasn't intended to be a quadruple homicide. These people are victims of circumstance. I believe there's one target. What's kind of scary to me is there's no search warrants, and with the media coverage on this event that there would be search warrants. So the obvious players here, they would try to execute a search warrant, whether it be during an interview, getting a consent to search signed and going on a consensual basis, or trying to get a PC warrant, a probable cause warrant, which they could probably easily get with just circumstantial evidence on a couple of these players.
Yes, sir.
But you're not seeing any of that. There's no coverage of it. So, my theory still stands. I think that they've got a main suspect, and they're waiting to link them with some DNA evidence. But I'm stepping back a little bit because unless they were able to execute a search warrant at one of these players' houses, which I doubt without the media getting wind of it on a high-profile case like this, I'm beginning to wonder what they have and what they don't have. It's what we're not seeing that's concerning me. So those are things to just kind of ponder. If Jack D was a suspect and he was in fact living 30 seconds away by foot, they would have already executed a search warrant on that house. Telling you right now.
I have a question for you, Detective John. I'm gonna call you Detective John. All right. Look, I have a question for you here, man. What do you think about that wrecked Elantra that I just pulled up on screen? Do you think that has any significance to the case, or do you think that's just
I just walked in and turned on the TV and saw it. That's the first. So tell me about it. I don't know anything about this wrecked Elantra.
So this person
Where is it?
Haven't seen this posted yet. This was on Reddit. It says someone found this Elantra in Eugene, Oregon, abandoned, no plates, tinted windows. This could be our vehicle. Has already been reported to law enforcement. This was 11 hours ago.
So it was found 11 hours ago, or this post was 11 hours ago?
This post on Reddit was 11 hours ago. They said they reported it in to law enforcement. This photo, or not the photo, but the vehicle has been reported into law enforcement. It was wrecked, left abandoned on the side of the road. So what do you think that could hold any significance to it? I mean, we don't know until they go through it and see if there's any evidence inside, right?
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it's they'll lumen all the hell out of the inside of that car. If there's a speck of blood in there, it'll glow like a white light in the dark. I mean, it's gonna glow. So I mean, there's anything possible. I mean,
I got it up on the screen right now. If you want to look at it, look at this Elantra. All right. So I have it. I just pulled it up on screen. You're probably on a little delay, but if you go right to live now, it should be up on your screen in the next 2 seconds. You'll see it. I have an angle of it pulled up now. What do you think about
it? It's definitely an Elantra. Does it say what year it is?
It doesn't say what year it is on the post at all. It does not. There's shots from the back, though, if you want to see the back. Let me see. They have shots from every angle on this vehicle. So here's that.
They haven't processed it yet. I could tell that from there. There's no there's no dust on it anywhere. So
what year does that look like to you? Do you have an idea?
I have no idea. I mean, it's supposed to be an 11 to 13, so 11 through 13 are the same. I have no idea, man. It looks like it's within those years. If you look where the tag was, and the tag was just recently removed. I mean, you can see. I mean, it's dirty, but you see the marks next to the tag, like finger marks. So
Yeah.
that tag was removed. So, it's definitely been where there's been some snow. I mean, I'm sure that's, I live in Florida, but I've been in areas. I mean, it looks like it's been down dirty snow, capped roads. And it was abandoned. Is that where it was found, right there?
Yes, this is exactly where it was found. Yep, that's exactly where it was found.
You see the scrape mark on the ground below the bumper?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody placed that car there. So it was probably drug off the side of the road. Maybe a tow truck is waiting to come back and get it. But that scrape mark is indicative of a car already being wrecked and then moved over and drug over. What's that say? Reported 11, 17, and 22. Lori Lopez is saying. Does she have info that we don't have or you don't have?
I was just looking at that. Reported 11, 17, 22. I put it on the screen for a reason because I don't know if that's when it was reported or not. I just found out about this just now. It was posted on Reddit 11 hours ago, so there's no telling when it was reported. I mean, it doesn't specifically say on here when I look through. You can take the
zoom in on that. Can you zoom in on that on that sticker on the back of the trunk?
Let's see where it says rainbow.
Is that what it says? Does it say rainbow? I don't know. There's a sticker on the trunk, like a dealer sticker, maybe. Right there. What's that say?
Let me zoom in so far.
Yeah, it says rainbow.
Yeah, it says rainbow something. I can't see under that, but
Rainbow Motors or something, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it may be Motors.
Look up Rainbow Motors. See where that is.
Let's see. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, Rainbow Motors. Let's see. Rainbow Motors.
Rainbow Auto Sales. Rainbow. See if there's anything.
Yeah, there is a Rainbow Motors.
Where's it at?
Rainbow Motors is in Michigan, though.
How about Rainbow Auto Sales? Something like that.
Let's check that out.
It's probably a used car lot.
Rainbow Auto Sales. No, nothing. Everything keeps popping up from Michigan.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could just be smoke and mirrors, but who knows? I mean, there's 22,000 Elantras just in the Washington, Idaho area alone. White Elantras.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like a Honda Civic. There's hundreds of thousands of them. I mean, it is odd where it is. Excuse me, I got a cold.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, it does. Wow. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I haven't seen this at all. So let's see what other photos they have here. They have the front photo here. Let me zoom in on that. That thing's beat. Whatever happened there, they crashed the shit out of that and left it.
Yeah, and look, the bumper's laying right there, so it was drugged off the road after the accident. So a lot of times, I don't know where this was, but they'll pull it off the side of the road, and the wrecker has to come get it. It probably might have been involved in another vehicle, had to be towed first, and it might be a small area that doesn't have many wreckers. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty common. I mean, it could be the car. I mean, it's got smoked windows.
Like Jeff said, I wonder how old it is. He said, I wonder how old the photo of the launcher is, because I mean, anybody can take these photos and post
Yeah,
them up,
I mean,
right?
this could have been from 2 years ago. Who knows? I mean, but I mean, it's a well maintained car. It's got good tires on it. It's clean. I don't know. It could be like, people just throw crap online sometimes just to get hits. But I just know it's not. I'm pretty confident in saying that it's not a serial killer. It's a motive driven, and I just don't. What's not happening is what's concerning me. So if it is Jack D or Jack S, why have they not executed search warrants at their houses? Because I can tell you right now, like I said, with the media coverage on this, we would know. There'd be breaking news. Search warrant being conducted at Jack S's house. Search warrant being conducted at Jack D's house.
Right.
And none of that has happened. And you're looking at what, 37 days now. So unless they went, completely covert and did a search warrant, that's odd to me. And like I said, I've been involved in the Eileen Wuornos case. That's a serial killer. You know who Eileen Wuornos was? The movie The Monster.
Mm-hmm.
She was caught right here in Daytona Beach. So, I mean, that's a serial killer. Gerald Stano, one of the most prolific serial killers of all time, is from Daytona Beach. Caught here in Daytona Beach. I mean, we've had, Daytona's a transient, city. We have a lot of people bike week, race week, spring break, actually 3 bike weeks, race weeks, multiple race weeks. We have tons of people coming through here. So we've had prostitution serial killers. We just had one that was just popped down in Miami that was doing multiple homicides here in town. And relocated. We got him DNA down there. But this isn't a serial killer. This is a pissed off individual who was he was dissed somehow. He was either dissed by the girls or he's dissed by one of the guys, a boyfriend. Here's a theory too. Jack D, he's got all the motive in the world. I mean, his girl of 5-6 years is going to be moving away. She's going to Texas. He could be struggling real bad with that. And then, there's things that might have been said, and the rest of the clan in the house might have ganged up against him and dissed him and said, hey, it's over. And he might not have liked that, or they might have had influence over her, cutting him loose, and he might have sought revenge and went in there and waxed them all. Who knows? The theory that this has got to be a big guy, I think he has to be a guy that's in shape. And Jack D is clearly in shape. He's tall. He's probably 6'2", and he's a tennis player. I mean, he can swing a tennis racket. He can move left to right, lateral. He can do everything. He's probably a pretty good athlete. He may look like he's not much, but he's probably ripped up. He's just not a big, bulky, juiced up guy. I'm sure he can handle himself. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying Jack S did it. I'm not saying this Adam character did it. It's a mystery, but I can tell you right now, it's not a serial killer. And it's funny, you had Brian Enton, when I turned it on today, you had the Brian Enton thing that I told you about last night that stole our thunder, man. They stole our thunder.
You think so?
I think stole our thunder, dude. I said this to you a week ago.
Yeah.
And he's just now coming up with this theory that, he's got it figured out. I know exactly what happened. I'm telling you. I know where that guy was. He was in on that back lot, and where that house is, it has a parking lot. That's where he came in at, and that's where he left. This guy knew the house. I'm telling you.
No, I believe that. The dude definitely knew the house for sure. There's no doubt about that.
And if you think about it, if Ethan came out and saw somebody he knew standing there, he could have been like, "What's up?" And he could have ambushed him after he even heard the noise. He might have like relaxed when he saw who it was because he knew him. And then it was like, oh well, I got to take him out too. And then he probably just ambushed that guy. And then I think Xana probably came out of the room because Ethan heard something and went out. Hey, baby, sit here for a second. Let me go out and check this out. And then she came out, and I don't know if that was a scream or not that we heard. Excuse me. Could have been.
Yeah, well, shit, man. I appreciate your insight. I'm gonna get some more callers in here, but I appreciate you calling that in, brother. Thank you, man. John from Daytona, right?
All right. Peace out.
Peace out, brother, man. Thank you. Detective John. Shout out to Detective John for calling in, man, giving his insight. The line is now open again for anybody who wants to call in. Again, 219-885-9693. Appreciate you, John. Yeah, I don't know, man. He might be right. Were they listening in on this? Were they listening to John talk on here? Were they listening? Said they stole our thunder. Said they stole our thunder.
Call from
Chris.
Yo, what's up, Chris? You live. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man? I talked to you the other night. It's just gonna be a short call.
I got you. I got the timer on.
Those pictures of the Elantra that were just posted, those are standard insurance photos of a total car. The side, the angle, and all that stuff. And that car is newer. That's an 1820. The one's an 1113.
Right.
And the one thing that I would say bothers me, what annoys me about a lot of the comments and calls, are people like, "Oh, nobody could kill. No, I could kill. They could kill." Again, we had this conversation the other night. It takes a different animal to kill a human being.
Right.
The kid that died being 6'4", I don't care. It doesn't matter. I was a bouncer outside 10 bars in D.C. I dealt with college kids every weekend for 15 years. If we threw out guys at 9 o'clock, Rev, that when I left at 2:15, we're standing outside talking to girls. And there's no timeline of when the dude was thrown out of the corner bar. It could have been at closing. It could have been at last call. And then him walking down the street, the coincidence of that camera being right there to hear her say those exact words and get an exact answer. It's weird, but shit happens.
Yeah.
The two girls that survived, like I said the other night, have 100% to do with this. I don't know if they let one guy in or if they let a group of guys in. I don't know what, but the killer didn't come in the back door. The killer came in the front door, left out the front door. Wasn't in a hurry. Wasn't in a hurry to commit the crime. Wasn't in a hurry to get out of the crime. Wasn't in a hurry to leave. And like the caller had said earlier, could have been there when the 911 call was placed and the cops come. I completely agree. I'm 95% agree with that. They're trying to muddy the water with as much evidence. Like, oh, we found this guy's DNA. Oh, he's right there. Oh, he cleaned up a cut bottle the other night. It's so simple to just murky things up. And anything that's not specifically released from the law enforcement, it's rumor. And with all this stuff, my dad was a cop for 31 years.
Okay.
Where they say, "Oh, well, the cops haven't told me that." It's not the cop's job to call Stacy and say, "Hey, Stacy, don't let anybody know." But we found fingerprints on a knife. Like, that's not what they do.
Right.
And then not to bust anybody's, I'm not going to say the word because I know there's people in here, but my dad was active law DC policeman for 31 years. I played softball and I grew up with cops my whole life. Anybody that states to be law enforcement that would call your show and give evidence or their theory on a crime or who they think did it is a complete nut job. Because it's a violation of every ethic. It's a violation of every ethic code in law enforcement history to talk about an active investigation. Now,
Right.
if you watch crime shows like First 48 or blah blah blah,
Everything's close to the cuff.
Everything's closed. You could be with your best friend. Who's your best friend in the world?
Shit, who's my best friend in the world?
Make up a name.
My dog.
I won't get you in trouble. Make up a name.
My dog.
You go to your dog. You go to the police and say, "Hey, man, my dog. I was with my dog until 8:30 last night. You said they were killed at 8:45. How is that? Can't talk to you. It's open investigation." That's the exact answer you're going to get. Open investigation. Can't talk about it. Which is true. They can't talk about it.
Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah, most definitely.
Like and I'm not saying this to be braggadocious, but like I said, I grew up in D.C. I'm a 6 foot, 300-pound white boy. I can handle myself. I grew up around killers. I grew up around guys that wouldn't hesitate to kill a room full of people. I'm not bragging about that. But if you have a drug organization running, I'm not saying anybody did. I'm saying if the frat house had a drug organization running, and which also kind of leads to the Canada thing. It leads to the steroid. It opens so trust me, but usually I could solve a crime in a movie. That's why I hate movies. I could figure a movie out in 2 minutes because I've been on both sides of the law. I've been a criminal and my dad's been a cop. The whole Canada thing, it's easier to get marijuana in Canada. It's better marijuana in Canada. I don't even do drugs. Steroids are easier to get in Canada.
Right.
So we got to link the drugs and we got to link the steroids all in the 2 houses that are involved in this murder. And don't you think it's weird that the only place they're looking at is the border of Canada?
Yeah. I mean,
I still believe it either comes back to it's drug related and somebody mad at one girl yapped her gums to the wrong person. They told somebody, and now somebody had to be eliminated, and they ended up getting eliminated. But I also lean more towards that Dylan girl, her friend committing suicide, and her thinking, this is the last weekend I'm going to have a chance to get this bitch back. And like we talked about the other night, there's hundreds of posts online about, I can't wait till they bury that bitch so I can spit in her grave. I can't wait till they bury her because I've had to piss for a month.
Damn.
People hated those people. The little tiny girl with the book bag or whatever, with the cut jeans that stomped off on Joe Burrow. Those 2 girls or 3 girls that were in that group hated those girls. Again, it's not like my mom said. That don't mean they can murder her. I'm not saying that it's a cause to murder. Hey, if I killed everybody I murdered, or if I murdered everybody I hated, there'd be like 8 people left on Earth. But the fact is that they weren't like you have, if there's 5,600 students at Idaho, you have 5,600 suspects because nobody liked them. And with some of the people that are making intelligent comments, like if I owned a white Honda Elantra and I lived in where I live now in North Carolina, I'd call the cops and be like, "Hey, it wasn't me."
No man said if I murdered everybody I hate, there'd be 8 people. Good gracious.
My dogs, my mom, and my brothers. I'm being sarcastic, but they weren't big fans. People weren't big fans of them at the University of Idaho. And I'm not saying this happens, but the old boy network is still alive in the world, in the United States. The small town, blah blah blah. You don't know if the dad weirds me out. But 99% of me says the dad had nothing to do with it, but he does and says weird things that make me stop and think, why would you say that?
Well, yeah, I hear you, bro. Man, I appreciate you calling in. 7 minutes is up. I'm gonna get somebody else in though. I appreciate you, brother, man.
Let me run one more quick 30-second thing by you.
I give you 20 more seconds, man. Go ahead, run it up.
You saw Goodfellas, right?
Yeah.
Remember when they did the big heist and everybody started buying fur coats and cars and blah, blah, blah?
Yeah.
They had to go. She just bought a brand new car. She's getting ready you got to go.
You got to go. All right, brother, man. I appreciate your theory and I appreciate you calling up, man. You have a good one. Where are you calling in from?
Carolina? North Carolina, Beach, North Carolina.
Yeah, shout out to you, brother. I appreciate your theory.
You too,
and I
man.
appreciate
Merry
your
Christmas.
insight, man. You have a good one. Merry Christmas to you.
You too, bro.
All right, next caller, guys. Next caller. Let's get into the next caller. 219-885-9693. Make sure you voice your opinion. That boy Dada keeps putting them clown heads up. You don't like when he said clown. King's caller. Bye. Damn, slasher film. Okay.
Call from
Kelly.
Kelly, you're live. What's up?
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm trying to mute the TV. So, I don't know how to say this. I've never called in before or done anything like this, but I don't know if you're aware of the Michael Vaughn thing that happened in Fruitland, Idaho, that's not that far away from Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning of that investigation, they also showed a white car that ended up having nothing to do with it.
Right.
And this was in Fruitland. A year later, they're digging up the neighbor's backyard. Idaho's not used to these murders at all. They don't know what to do. And I don't mean to offend any men at all, but they all want to be the hero. And I think that's some of the mentality that some of these cops have. They want to keep some control and not follow lead. So I think that might be why they're being really quiet right now. And they can't. I think with any investigation, when you get this many people talking about it and analyzing and dissecting, and maybe even letting the killer know that they're in the limelight now, it's going to affect their behavior, and that's not what the cops want. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like Idaho isn't prepared for this. And I don't think that people should put as much on the car, because that's exactly what they did with the Michael Vaughn thing last year in Idaho also. Everybody was looking for a car.
Mm. So, I mean, what's your theory on this? Like, in general, what's your theory on this case? Who stands out most for you?
I think the frat house, just mostly because of the what do you call that? I'm sorry, I had a stroke. The video footage from the police officer, when you see the people going across the field in the background, at that time in the morning, a lot of kids from the frat house being outside. That doesn't typically happen. They don't usually wander. For the same reason those kids got the MIP.
Right. No, you keep going. You got 7 minutes.
So, well, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think that there is something to do with the frat house. I think that there's two different things that happened there. Ethan got in a fight. Maddie was taken off for her life and ending this 6-year relationship that she's had. Or Kaylee, I'm sorry. He probably thought it was going to be forever. And she's looking at a new chapter without him. So, but I don't know if that's enough to serial kill 4 people.
Right.
I think it might be a combination
some people
of
kill
things,
over the
but,
dumbest shit in the world, though.
But it all of it goes back to that frat house. So there might have just been enough people that were, scorned, I guess would be the best word, that they all sat around drinking at that party, and things got heated and they started giving each other liquid courage, and they're like, let's go over there and confront them, and things maybe got out of control.
So, I mean, who do you think did this all together, though? Like, who are you aiming at? And all allegedly, all speculation. Nothing. If you haven't heard it from law
Allegedly.
enforcement, it's not real.
I honestly think that it's not just one person. I think that there's some people at that frat house that everybody was sitting around bitching after Ethan got in the fight, after Xana kicked in and gave her points. Kaylee did, snubbed one of the boys. whatever they said to Adam, you know, he knew people from the frat house. It's all connected. If you were to tie a string to all these clues and put the frat house in the middle, it all goes back to there, in my opinion. But to pinpoint the person, I think it was liquid courage and everybody just kind of sitting there. You know, it's like my son raced motocross, and there's jumps he would never ever do. But at night, sitting around a campfire, the boys all sit there and talk, and he's like, "Oh, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it." And then, you know, I think that was the situation.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
That's your theory.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you sharing. I mean, I still think, for me, I think JD had the most motive. Allegedly, I think that, you know, that's personally what I think. But I think JD had the most motive. He heard him and Kaylee broke up. There's just, I don't know, this on the stage, the friction that they held, just, I don't know, all that just stands out to me. There was friction there.
After the doctor calls. I'm sorry.
I was like, hold up, I was like, who you whispering to? Are you whispering to me?
No.
I didn't know. I could have. But in general, though, like for me, like I said, my theory is that it's JD, and this is just my theory only, and it's all allegedly a speculation. But from what I see, it was Jack Showalter, but I do think JD holds the most motive, and his alibi of roommates saying he was sleeping is just not enough for me.
You know, if it was part of that frat house, because I can't, again, stroke. I'm playing that card. was he part of Ethan's fraternity?
You said, was Jack the core part of Ethan's fraternity?
Did he belong to that fraternity, or did he have?
And you're calling from Idaho too? What part of Idaho are you in?
I'm calling from Ontario, Oregon.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So we're like 40 minutes from Boise on I-84. But I went to school up in Montana, which isn't, you know, not far away, and I know the way. I mean, nobody locks their doors, but it's pretty small.
Well, you better start locking them doors,
right? Yeah,
because I think it's important.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is awful. I mean, I have 3 children, and I mean, I just can't imagine what these parents are going through. And it's weird. I mean, I've listened to so many people say that this bothers them up. It's just crazy. The other thing is, I just can't imagine somebody acting normal after doing this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't. You'd be surprised how people would act after something like this. You'd definitely be surprised. But yeah, you got 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, and you're breaking up majorly too.
Oh, have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a good one. I don't know, that one was, I couldn't really hear her much. But yeah, next who wants to call in, I appreciate you guys. 219-885-9693. Come on, let's spark this back up. Because I don't know. I barely could hear what she was saying. It was like breaking in and out for me. And I kind of didn't know where she was going, to be honest with you. But respect for her for calling.
Call from
Ruckus.
Yeah, what's up, man? What's going on? You're live. What's going on, brother?
How you doing, man?
I'm hanging in there. So what's your theory on this, man? I'm going to start the clock right now.
Okay. I don't have a theory. I agree with John in Daytona. I'm retired law enforcement from Tampa, Florida. And you just need to give law enforcement a little bit more time. They're chasing after this white Elantra because it went by a gas station security cam. There's other ways into that neighborhood, into the back of that house.
there's 3 or 4 entrances and exits in the back of the house. So he could have easily went in the back and to the sliders, but we don't know yet. We don't have enough information from the crime scene. The DNA should be coming back any minute if some of it isn't back already. So they'll start running the numbers. And there may or may have not been footprints, fingerprints, and the such that they're using. There's no reward right now, which tells me they probably have a suspect. They're just waiting for the corroborative evidence. I mean, there's probably indirect evidence. Indirect evidence is where, like, if they find your driver's license next to the body, that doesn't look good, but that doesn't mean you did it, you know?
Right.
So they've got some kind of evidence, and I'm here to tell you, dude, and I respect your channel. I just started one too. I know how hard it is, man. I'm no threat to you though, trust me. But people are just jumping on the bandwagon, and they're just trying to put something there that's not there. All these POIs, you got to put them there. You got to put them at the crime scene before you say their name out loud. Do you follow me? Otherwise, you're just chasing nothing. Look at, and I hate to bring another case into this, but look at Delphi, dude. For almost 6 years, not the FBI, federal agents, the sheriff's office, the ISP, web sleuths, fortune tellers, not even fortune cookies, had Rick Allen on the radar. Nobody did. Nobody did. So all these names that are being tossed out now, just like Delphi, you know, it may come down the road that, man, that sucks to put these people out on the street like that, put their names out there when you don't know. And I like theories, don't get me wrong. I just don't like wild speculations. You know, theories are fine as long as they're semi-informed theories. You follow me? And I like the way you think. I'm the same way. If LE doesn't put it out, it's not true.
Right.
You can't go with it. People ask me questions about this shit, and I say, where do you hear that? Well, on Reddit. Well, take a walk, man. You know, Reddit doesn't count to me, you know. And unfortunately, I mean, people like this stuff. The true crime community is huge, as you know, and they're very inquisitive, but they're also very impatient. And most people, they have a POI, and it doesn't matter what information comes out. They'll try and make that information fit their POI rather than go with the flow. Law enforcement is just going to follow the evidence, is what they're going to do, and that's what they're doing right now. I don't think the White Atlanta has anything to do with this case. It's not against the law to drive down the street. We all know that. And there was plenty of other ways, and I agree with that guy, Detective John. This guy went in the back, and whether he knew the house or not, he may have been there for a party. I mean, that's a nightmare for forensics, dude. You know how many sets of fingerprints they found in there? Thousands and thousands of people are just from the toilet seat. You know, how many people touched that? You know, so it's not going to be easy, but it's not a serial killer. It's not a spree killer. Whoever it is, he's a mass murderer now, no doubt about that. But you know, I've been around murderers. I worked at Death Row. It was my first job in Florida before I became a deputy, and I got there right after Ted Bundy and right before Danny Rawlins. But there was 428 murderers that I dealt with for 2 years. You know, close contact with them, and you know, they don't talk about their cases. They don't. Most of them are a pain in the ass, whiny ass bitches, you know, or their TV's not working right, or their food's not hot enough. You know, it's crazy. But you never know. I can't remember the statistics, man, but they say that the average person walks by 6 murderers over the course of their life. And that 1 out of every 50,000 people is a psycho. A psychopath. So, I mean, I don't know how many people you have subscribing, but you know, you probably have at least one psychopath in your group. But that's it. I think you hit the nail right on the head with we got to wait for law enforcement, let them do their job.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Absolutely.
That's what they got to do. And now if they jack it all up, we'll know it, won't we? And it happens. But that's all I had, man. Just want to call and say, hey, I'm a brand new subscriber, and I'm going to stay with you, man. Check out your channel.
I appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you for rocking with me. Where are you calling from?
Tampa, Florida.
Man, shout out to Tampa, Florida, and God bless you, man. And Merry Christmas to you and your family. I appreciate you.
Merry Christmas to you too, man. Be good.
God bless. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. I did take it off Do Not Disturb, so you can't call in. There's been a lot trying to call in. I'm trying to fit you all in. Okay, here we go.
Call from
Ray.
What's up, Gray? How's it going?
Hey, it's going good. I just want to give you props. This is the hardest I've ever been able to connect with you to talk on live. I see that you have over 2,000 people in live right now. That's the highest number I've seen since I've been calling in. What else? Everybody hit the like button, please. So I want to talk about facts. Facts is what not what you see on TV. All this media, the photo, I believe that was leaked. That wasn't put out by police. The other video was also not put out by police. And the other photo of the car, I don't think is the car.
Right.
Jack D, you were first with Jack S. Now you're with Jack D. If everybody wants to go by rumor and innuendo, rumor is Jack D left Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
Not the other way around. The parents could verify that, but everybody's been told by police to be quiet. You know, and DNA, if they get DNA, it's going to be touch DNA. It's not going to be DNA laying around the room. It's going to have to be on the people. Otherwise, you know, they can't really get a warrant without actual real proof. They might be able to get a warrant for every piece of DNA that they've seen there, but they have to have that DNA to match up to get the warrant. You know, people are just wild with the speculation and innuendo. That guy that called in, Jeffrey, that had called the corner club, you know, pretty much he says he believes he verified that Adam was the same guy. So, I mean, I still think my main suspect is Jackass. I've told you that before.
So
and that's about all I got to say today.
All right, I appreciate you, brother, for calling in and voicing your opinion, man. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Where are you calling in from?
Cali, Bay Area.
Oh, shout out to you in Cali, brother, and Merry. I hope your family has a good Christmas, and God bless you and your family, brother. Thank you for voicing your opinion.
I appreciate it. Same to you.
All right, brother, man. Take it easy. All right, next caller. 219-885-9693. Call in. It's open right now. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right about now.
Call from
Rudy.
Hey, what's up, Rudy? You're live. What's going on, man?
All right, my brother. I just wanted to let you know, this is just my thinking.
I'm putting you on right now. Minutes are on. 7 minutes. You got 7 minutes on the floor. Let's go.
Okay. I think it was possibly Jack D. And the reason why is because he knew the layout of the house and he knew the dog. Now, why was the dog in a separate room? The dog could have easily been comforted while Jack D was waiting. And here's another thought that maybe nobody thought about. You can buy Kevlar sleeves and wear Kevlar, and that prevents your arms from getting bruised if you're getting jumped.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's far-fetched, but at the same time, you know, here the girls were trying to call him. in my eyes, I think they knew that something was up, and they were trying to find out where he was. Now, maybe there was a threat towards them. Jack's really upset. Jack's really ticked off. He's coming after you guys. And maybe it was a cat and mouse type of hide and seek thing where they were trying to call him to see if maybe they could hear his phone or if he was going to answer. Because why didn't he answer?
Right.
This is just my thought. Very short phone call, but just some outdoor thinking.
No, I got you. I appreciate that. Yeah,
that's really all I got to say, man. I mean,
So what is your theory, though? I mean, can you break down your theory?
Well, I mean, it's like I said, if Jack lived that close and was able to keep an eye on her, jealousy, turns to rage, resentment, rejection, taking him over the top. If he had frat guys coming down on him about it, wow, I can't believe you're letting that happen, or just college time, man. There's a lot of testosterone flying all over the place, and sometimes you think you want to show yourself to be a man, but not that this is the right way to go. It was the stupidest way to go. I mean, it's just, and then the way that dad is just looking at him, why was he up there? He had no business being up there during the celebration of life, and it almost looked like there was just a hint, and I mean, no disrespect to the family, but it almost looked like there was a hint of betrayal, having his wife comforting the ex-boyfriend.
Right.
Because it wasn't so much that he was the one trying to break it off. She was trying to break it off. She was trying to get away from him. And if she was totally ignoring him and he's heartbroken and he's seeing all these different, new guys coming after her, it's got to be messing him up in his brain. He says, if I can't have you, nobody will.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of toxic relationships out there like that, but I mean, I know they weren't together, but in his mind, he may not have been over it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, I see where you're coming from. Is that all you wanted to put across, or you got more to say?
Yeah, no, man. I don't want to take up all your time. I just wanted to throw that out there, and I wanted to let you know I really enjoy your show, and I wish you nothing but the best in the future.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the uplifting speech and just, I appreciate you tuning in with me and being a subscriber and showing love to the channel, man. I appreciate you. God bless you and your family, and shout out to you for calling in.
All right. God bless you too.
All right, bye. Brother, man. You have a good one. All right, guys, I'll lower the timer down to 5 minutes. We'll keep everybody at 5 minutes. I want to try to get everybody in because it seems like some people are not being able to get in. So I'm going to put the timer on 5 minutes. The calls are open. Go ahead and call in. This will be on a podcast. So let's go. Here we go.
Call from
Dan Marino.
Yo, what's up, Dan Marino? You still throwing touchdown passes or what?
I'm sorry, what's that?
So what's up, Dan Marino? You still throwing touchdown passes or what?
Yeah, man, I'm still doing it, just in the 50 and over league.
I hear you, brother. I hear you, man. All right, I'm gonna click your 5 minutes right now. It's your time, man. What's your theory? I want to know what you think. What's your thoughts on this case right now?
All right. Well, before I get started, I said Dan Marino only because apparently Tom Brady called yesterday, so I had to up him one and had the real GOAT call in.
No doubt.
So here's my thing. My thing. Well, I think I thought it was jackass, from the get-go, but after hearing that conversation, the video that was left out yesterday between the two girls and jackass walking down the street that was caught, it's got me believing it's got to be that Jack D. The bartender Adam, who was also roommates with Jack D. Kaylee seemed like she was not happy, asking Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And her reaction was, well, she didn't know what to say. I told him everything. And to me, that could mean, that she had not made Jack D aware that she was going to be there, that was her last night there, that she was planning on taking the dog with her, that she was planning on breaking it all off with her.
Okay.
And at that point, now, and even the mom and parents and all that, she probably had not told them at all either, her plans. And that's why they don't have any clue that Jack D would even do something like that. So that would explain her flipping out and them both making a million calls to this guy when they got back to the apartment to try to diffuse the situation, because they know that Adam at that point would let Jack D know, hey, listen, man, this is what's happening, you know, and that I think was what set him off.
Hey, so you think you think that set everything off right there?
I believe so. I believe he was kept out of the loop. He wasn't even, you know, he wasn't out with them that day. I don't think he even knew he was in town, or if he did, you know, that's one thing. But the other stuff, the whole, you know, the mom kept thinking, oh, they're gonna get back together, they're gonna get married, all this stuff. I don't think that was on her mind. She was moving out of Dodge, taking the dog with her, starting a new life. I think it was just done, and Maddie obviously would know that. And in the drunk state that Maddie was in, she would be talking to Adam, the bartender, who's roommates with Jack D, and would end up telling him. And when Maddie told Kaylee while they were walking that she told him everything, she flipped and like, I got to get a hold of this guy. You know, let me call him and see what's going on. You know, see if he told him anything. Try to diffuse the situation, or say, oh no, she was just drunk. She was just making up stuff. You know, just to try to avoid any conflicts. And this guy wasn't answering. This guy was pissed.
I mean, that's a high possibility. It's a high possibility. You can't rule anything out at this point.
Yeah. That's all I had on it, man. But to me, that's the most logical conclusion. You know, to not answering the phone call, them trying to call him so many times. You know, the whole Adam thing really jumped into my head when I heard that. And they're both related. Same Adam that was in the apartment building with him, that shared the apartment with him. You know, and girls, you know, not girls, but people that when they're drinking, they say stupid shit. And I think she let the cat out of the bag while at the bar. Maybe Adam was the bartender that night there with them. And as soon as he got home, they figured, oh, he's going to tell Jack D, and the shit's going to hit the fan. And I think that's what just set everything off.
Yeah, no doubt.
We'll see. At the end of the day, it's all speculation, like you said, allegedly, right?
Yeah, it's all alleged. It's all alleged. I mean, everything. You trust law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? Trust law enforcement. And if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, then it's not true. Everything on my channel is alleged and speculation at this point. We're just going through everything that is available to the public. I mean, and you know what, we go based off a lot of the stuff that the parents are putting out there, but we know in investigations that the police are going to keep it close to the cuff here, or to the vest more, more say, but they're going to keep it close to the vest for a reason. And like I said, what we talk about on this channel is all speculation, allegedly, and I'd like to have everybody come on here and tell their theory on what they think happened. How do you see it? What do you see it as?
Well, I mean, I've always thought from the beginning, from also, people speculating and what the police has put out, what the parents, more so what the parents have put out. Most of the people seem to think that they went into the back sliding door, went into Zaina's room and Ethan. I did that first. And then I never thought that. I always thought the most likely scenario, especially when it started to seem like Kaylee was targeted, because she took the most, she had the most wounds, and so I thought he went to the back sliding glass door, knew that would be open or just easily, shimmied open, and went straight upstairs to the room, did what he did upstairs, and heard a noise. Adam heard, I'm sorry, not Adam, Ethan heard a noise, heard somebody scream, heard a commotion. And by the time he was done upstairs and came downstairs, that's where he confronted Ethan. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the layout of the house, at that point, the killer that came downstairs, he would have been almost in the kitchen area, like right in that foyer area. And if you look at the pictures of the crime scene from the outside, there's one picture that shows a sliding glass door, and then you see the 2 bar stools knocked over next to the sliding glass door. And we know, even from the father, and I'm sure he got this from either police or maybe even the coroner, that there was a big time struggle and fight, and that I believe that happened there. That happened there. There was a big struggle there. Maybe at that point is when Zaina, popped her head out, saw what was happening, ran back into the room, and I don't know if it. I don't think it ended. I think it ended in the room, in their bedroom, Zaina's bedroom. I think it went back into there. He chased them into there, and it all ended in there. Because if you look at some of the pictures that are out there,
yes,
the
sir,
ones with the blood dripping down from the outside of the house.
Yeah, that is very creepy to me, man. I was never I never could verify if that was blood or not, but I mean, it looks like it to me.
No, that's definitely blood. That's definitely blood. I've seen some other channels where they break it down. They zoom in. People are good with that kind of stuff, and it's not Photoshop. It's not anything. And where that blood is coming down from, I've already narrowed it down. That is 100% the exterior wall of Zaina's room, across, right next to their little closet, and across from the foot of the bed. So to me, she ran in there to try to get away. Maybe Ethan ran in there with him. That's where everything ended. That's why there's so much blood in there. There's 2 people that were killed in there. But I think the struggle started outside. That's my theory, anyways. And then from there, he just zipped on out, went down the stairs, and zipped on out the door.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, man, I appreciate you sharing your theory with me. The time is up. I will get some other callers on here. But where are you calling in from, brother?
I'm calling from Miami, Florida, man.
Man, shout out to you, man. What's your name in chat?
Neil. Well, I don't have a chat, but it's Neil.
Hey, I appreciate you just tuning into the show, brother, and God bless you and your family, and I hope you guys have a Merry Christmas, man.
God bless you too. Merry Christmas, and keep up the good work.
You can check this out on Spotify. I'll definitely be using this phone call, so thank you so much, man, for putting your input in. It's important to the community.
I wouldn't even know where to start again. I'm sorry, but I'll figure it out. I'll ask somebody.
Yes, sir, man. You take it easy, man. God bless you and your family.
God bless you as well and your family as well, man.
Yeah,
Take care,
you, brother. Shout out to him, man. The phone lines are open for anybody who wants to call in. You may call in right now. The phone lines are open. All right, guys. I'm talking to somebody here. All right, there we go.
Call from
Debbie.
Debbie, what's up? You're live. What's going on?
How you know it's me?
I heard you say your name.
Oh, okay. Is that why I say my name?
Yes, ma'am.
Look,
You're on the clock. 6 minutes. You got. This is your time. Get your theory out there and make it known.
Okay. Redheads are known for their tempers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jack D is a redhead. Okay. Consider Jack D spent a lot of time at that house, and he probably knew how to get up to Kaylee's balcony without even going through a door. So, she wouldn't always want everybody to know he spent the night, I mean, sometimes she'd probably like to keep that a secret. But I think he knew how to get up to that balcony, like climb up that pole and pull up there. He's a tennis player. He's got strong arms and strong legs. Okay. Kaylee's dad put emphasis on the fact that the killer didn't have to go upstairs. Why?
Yeah, I know that. I've always thought why he said that in that interview.
Okay, well, maybe he knows that Jack D knew how to get up to that balcony without going through the door.
Right.
And also, if he did climb up the balcony to get in and Kaylee was in Maddie's bedroom, he probably knocked on the glass and she let him in, and then he attacked her and moved her back into the bedroom where she came from. And that's how she landed on top of Maddie. And then he stabbed Maddie to death too.
Okay, I'm following you.
I think that's pretty good theory.
So, you think that that's exactly how that happened?
I do. I put a lot of thought into it. You know, at first I thought it was Jack S. But once the video came out of them showing him and we had all the information that, you know, he was walking down the sidewalk with him from the bar and they weren't trying to walk in front of him and get away from him. You know, they were walking with him and Maddie was walking behind. So he's not likely the killer. You know, had they put that information out there before all this speculation, you know, he probably wouldn't even have been a suspect.
Right. No, I agree with that.
And Jack D has not come out and said not one thing.
I mean, he's been on stage with them, but he hasn't said one thing. Exactly.
He didn't say a word. And then Steve looked at him the way he did. And then the other daughter, you know, knows probably the police said, you know, that Jack's too close to the investigation. So his other daughter says, well, you know, some people were cleared too soon, but then she realized, oh gosh, I shouldn't have said that. And then she comes back and said, well, we know it's not Jack. You know, we know it's not Jack D. You know, we're not even trying to say that. You know, that was kind of odd to me too. You know, how she turned that around. So I do think it. I do. I think it's Jack D. I think he was going to lose everything that he just put the last, however, 4, 5, 6 years into. You know, and I don't think that Kaylee would try to start a new relationship with this Adam guy with her leaving to go to Texas.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it gives it the motive, right?
Yeah.
The motive is there. The motive is there for sure.
I think so too. And I think that,
I mean, that's my theory. So,
well, these little facts, you know, once you start putting them all together, it makes it seem very feasible that it's Jack D.
right, and allegedly, that's exactly what I think too. I think it's Jack D. allegedly, but just because of the fact with the dog, but not just the dog. Take the dog out of the equation, just the weird comments and everything that he has said on Twitter and Instagram and things like that. It's just, I don't know. I feel as if there's some things there that just don't, I don't know. It just makes him a suspect in my opinion. I'm sure they maybe looked at him for wounds on him or, you know, anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure they did all that. I'm sure they've had him in there. I'm sure if they thought he was a suspect, they looked at him. They definitely look at their hands, especially with stabbings and stuff like that. They definitely look at your hands, marks on your body. Can you take your shirt off? They do that investigation in investigation rooms.
But have they? That's the question. You know, have they done that? And then also, if he still did rent that house that Crime Circus is showing, that Drip Drop's showing, you know, he could have easily gone out the back door of that house, went up through the tree line, climbed up to that little road right there and walked down through the tree line, you know, to her balcony. And I'm absolutely positive that he most likely knew how to get up there.
Because if that's where he lived, allegedly, if that's where he lived, I mean, that's a pretty easy, you could see the house from right where he lived at, first of all. And second of all, it'd be easy to get right there and back home within seconds.
Right. And never be caught, never be seen by anybody. This person has not been seen by anyone at all. and there's people up and down the road. So he couldn't have left on the road because there's people driving by there. There's a camera, showing there if you would walk down that way. So they had to get up in there through that tree line somehow, either the road up behind the house there on the side of the house to go up behind it, or they had to come up through the tree line some way for nobody to see anybody. With all that traffic and all those kids from all those parties that were going on, somebody saw something, unless they went through the tree line.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed.
Okay, well, that's my theory.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your theory, and thank you so much for calling in. What's your name and where are you calling in from?
Debbie from Louisiana.
Debbie from Louisiana. Thank you for calling in with your theory. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you so much, and God bless you, and Merry Christmas to you.
I love your show. I watch it all the time. Just keep doing what you're doing because people are interested in what you have to say.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And I will be joining.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for all your support and everybody's support in chat. I love all you guys.
Yeah, you can tell. And y'all have a Merry Christmas. If I don't talk to you before, I've talked to you once already. So, if I come up with any other theory, I'll let you know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. Bye. Man, I got Google messaging me talking about somebody tried to hack my information. That's some weird shit. All right, you can next person could call in. That's weird. That's what you hear. Did you? That's me talking to Google. Once. All right, hold up here. Let's accept. Here we go.
Call from
Donnie.
Hey, what's up, Donnie? What's going on, man?
Hey, it's me again, man. I've been listening to you for the last several hours now. All right, let me. I've been thinking about this a little
Put this
bit.
timer on here for you. 1, 2, 3, go. 6 minutes is up.
All right. Okay. All right. So, everybody's talked about coming in through the sliding windows, sliding doors, and stuff like that, and committing this crime. I mean, everything points to Jack D. I mean, it's like you're not off the list, man. I don't care. To the end, you're gonna be on the list until we figure out exactly what happens. But in the crime scene, there's a lot of blood everywhere. He's having to go in there and kill not one, but 4 people to save his own soul. Okay.
Right.
And what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do about getting or not getting caught? So my speculation is that once he went in there and he started killing, he probably went back through the rooms to double check, make sure everybody was dead. So by doing that, he may be transferring or retransferring DNA or blood splatter to all these other rooms. He's got all this DNA in there that actually is tied to him because he used to stay there. He used to stay with this girl. So his DNA is in there.
Exactly.
So if he didn't get any scratches or any cuts or any type of skin cells underneath their fingernails and stuff like that, how are you going to catch the guy unless he confesses to the crime? How are you going to catch the guy if you can't tell who the primary target is? When he's gone back and maybe, like I said, re-stab these people just to make sure they're dead, and then get out of there and go out the back window through the woods, wherever he goes after that. How are you going to catch this guy? So that makes me wonder why, after 5 weeks, they haven't come up with a way to tie it to one particular person that we know of.
Okay.
So what do you think? What do you think about that? If they don't have scratches or they don't have his DNA on there, which his DNA is already in these rooms because he's been there for years, dating this girl. How are you going to tie this?
And that's why I lay it like this. This is why I say it like this, because all right, but there's not only Jack D knows the lay of the home because he's had to be in there multiple times, but other people have been there. There's partiers there. There's shown on that 901 2022 footage that there's been guys in that house, and you know, all it takes is somebody with a sadistic mind that wants to carry out something like this to plan that out.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So that's all it takes.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
So
Not everybody's got to have motive. It could be somebody that thinks about really dark shit and doesn't tell anybody about their thoughts and just and sits on it. And there is sadistic people out there like that.
Oh, exactly. So if it's Jack D, what makes you think this is not a stupid kid? Neither is Jack S. He's not stupid because they got smart. Both these kids have got smart parents, so they're not stupid. They're educated. So if they're going to do this, how are they going to get away with it when blood is going to be and DNA is probably going to tie them together unless someone sees them do it, or unless they told someone they're going to do it. How do you get away with doing that? And how do you get away with? I mean, by killing 4 people, really, in reality, you only just kill 1, but you have to kill 4 just to kill 1. How do you get away with that? You know what I mean? So it's a monumental task to go in and stab 4 healthy young people and kill them and walk out of there scot-free. So how do you do that? So my theory is that he's had to plan this for a while. Whoever did it, they planned it for a while. They've had enough information on this property, these people, what goes on around there. The guy lives around there. Okay, he's associated with the area. So, you know, it just behooves me that could it be anybody else? Yeah, possibly could be. But the likely suspects still fall back Jack C or Jack D and Jack S. That's the only 2 people that can make any sense in my eye. What do you think?
Man, I think a lot of things. I
had to burn one to think about this one.
I mean, I talk about it every day, but I mean, I try to give this platform to let everybody else speak their theories, because I mean, everybody asks me what I think, and you're gonna get the same thing every time. I think that as of right now, I mean, 2 days ago or on Friday, at least, I thought, you know, I was still thinking JS all the way, allegedly, but
yeah,
you know, so it's played into my mind this with Kaylee going to Texas and Kaylee about to leave for Texas. She's bringing her dog with her. What about the memories with Jack and his dog, etc.? Now he has a dog. You know what I mean? So now it's like, is that enough motive to do it? In some people's mind, it could be. The people could have the littlest motive, and you know what I mean. That wouldn't mean many to the most normal people on this world, but would mean a lot to some psychopath. Not to say that he is a psychopath, but I mean, in general, and this is all speculation and allegedly, that could be enough. And if you have a mind that if you're one of those people that the littlest things bother you, it could be the motive. It could set you off when there's nothing, and we don't know the inner relationship that they were having even after being broken up. Maybe they were still talking. Maybe they weren't. Maybe we don't know anything about that. We know zero on that.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like she was holding something back on him that he didn't like, according to the way some of this conversations have been going. You know, that she probably exposed some things about him. Probably it might be minute to all of us, but it might have been a big thing to him. And it was just enough that might trigger him to go do something like this. But again, you know, why, if you're trying to target one person, why are you taking all these other people out? Could you have done a better job of planning just to take out one person versus all these other people who you know very well?
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. But I mean, he could have been, he wanted to make it look at something psycho, make it crazy, make it be some rage killer or something like that. You know, so taking out all these other people would help his narrative. So I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. I listen to you all day long, man. I have a lot of time on my hand. I'm retired. So I listen to these type of chats of yours just in the last 5-6 days, I picked up on your podcast, and I appreciate you doing what you do. So, because it's my mind rolls on this story all the time. So, I don't know, man. I think the cops are having trouble tying this information to one specific person. So what they're probably going to have to do is, when they feel like they got the right person, which I think they already know they got the right person, they've got to psychologically break him down so he will confess. That's what they got to do.
Exactly.
That's what's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be a lot of evidence to tie him to this. It could be evidence that might get thrown out of court with a good lawyer. Who knows? But he's got to, they've got to be able to get a confession out of this kid, if it's him. So, but if he didn't do it, the kid will, he won't confess to anything because he's smart. He's not stupid. He's smart.
Okay.
Anyhow, man, that's all I got, bro.
I appreciate you calling in, man. I'm gonna get the next caller in here, but thank you, man. Where you calling in from?
Tennessee.
Shout out to you in Tennessee, brother. I appreciate you hanging out here with me and being part of the Rev Gang community. What's your name in chat?
Donnie Lynn.
Donnie does dishes?
No, no. I don't even like doing my own damn dishes.
I'm just joking with you, man.
I have to do my dishes because I live alone. My dog doesn't wash dishes. So I wash my own dishes.
I appreciate
all right, bro. Let me let you go.
Brother. God bless you, and thank you for sharing your theory, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
God bless
I'll see you. Thank you.
Later. All right, phone line's open for the next one. I'm over here having a conversation with Google support since they want to let me know somebody's in my account. So the phone line is open. If you want to call us, 219-885-9693. Call, voice your opinion. This will be going up on my next podcast, and you will hear these Google sounds in there. Oh man. Okay, I got you.
Call from
Boss.
Yeah, what's up, boss? What's going on, man?
What up, T-REV?
What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. Another day, another dollar. How you doing today?
Yeah, hanging in there. I was just talking to, if you can hear them beep beep sounds going on, that's me talking to Google. Said talking about somebody's trying to compromise my account.
Man, I know you're busier than a one-legged
So
man.
I'm over here typing to them while I'm talking to you guys on the phone. Like they're trying to tell me somebody's trying to hack into my account. Like, it's weird.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet, man. You're a superstar now, man. You're,
They said unauthorized stuff going on. But anyways, man, let's get back to the case here. That's look, what's going on?
Yeah.
What are you thinking now, man?
I woke up today. I wanted to have a fresh look at this, so I said, well, let me not focus on a person. I wanted to more or less focus on the personality of somebody who did this, right?
Right.
And it started to make a little sense at the beginning. How they said that this house was targeted, right?
Right.
Because I started thinking, it's like we're aware of the 4 people that are that have tragically lost their life, but it's also important about the people that survived, the people and the things, including the dog, which kind of got me to thinking that it's like whoever did this played God and judge, which would mean that they most likely have a God complex or superiority complex.
Yes, sir.
So I started looking up the occupations, your typical occupation for someone with a God complex. And 3 of the occupations that, pulled up was either someone involved in law enforcement, which we're not going to talk about that today. Either people that are involved in religion, like priests, priests and, people that are involved in, even religious cults. And then also it showed that professors was another top, profession for people that have these God complexes. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you heard my opinion about, how I feel about the cops being involved in this whatsoever. But the other thing we also got to pay attention in this case too is that someone in Moscow got vilified about 2.5 months ago, and that was the guy that's the head of that church. I think his name is Douglas Wilson. You know, he's way up there, and he's trying to turn Moscow into a full-blown Christian town. He's like on some other type of stuff, you know what I mean? So, and then, you know, professors, and then I started reading a little bit more heavy into that, and they were saying that a lot of people that have like a God complex that are professors are usually involved into like Shakespeare. You know, so I Googled, you know, University of Idaho and Shakespeare, and what popped up is that there was a Shakespearean festival in Boise, like in mid-September. And yeah, it was hosted by the president of the University of Idaho. Now, I'm not, you know, speculating, pointing any fingers, but today, like I said, my focus was on the personality. The fact that somebody said that, oh man, well, these two people downstairs, they're not, I'm going to spare them. This dog, I'm going to spare them. But these other 4 people, I'm going to put judgment upon them. You know, you have to be, you know, somewhere up there. This isn't like no homeless person. This isn't like no regular college kid. This is somebody who's in a position of power. I feel as if, you know, someone that has a God complex. And so that's going to be my focus of the day. I keep hearing people say, jack this and jack that. We really got to be so careful with this because we're ruining these people's lives if they're truly innocent. All of us, we're all contributing to the demise of these young people's lives if they are truly innocent.
Absolutely. And if they're truly innocent, I will fully make an apology video on top of that. So, I mean, in general, we're speculating. Like I said, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. So that's the disclaimer that I put out to everybody. And I make sure that's known. We're not, you know, it's all allegedly and speculation. And if they're innocent, they're innocent. They're proven innocent. They're proven innocent. So,
of course, I just don't want to be contributing to the demise of some young person's life.
Absolutely.
You know, so that's why I have to, like, even though I might feel as if I have names of people, I'm not going to really even say it until, you know, I let the law enforcement do their job. I'm just really just sitting back for entertainment. But I really feel it's somebody that has a God complex, somebody who is just the cat's meow, or somebody who has a powerful position, or somebody who has a clandestine plan. You know, if you look at serial killers with God complexes, most of them that popped up were religious type figures like Charles Manson, David Koresh. There was a couple of Jim Jones. You know, so that's all I really got to say, man. It's been on my mind since I woke up this morning. Just wanted to share it with you and your viewers.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you doing that, boss. And shit, I'll give somebody else some airtime. But thanks, man, for calling back in and rethinking on that. I do appreciate you calling back in there, boss. I'll get up with you, man. We'll talk some music stuff.
All right, keep up the good work, and everybody hit that like button, man.
Free 99.
Yeah. All right.
Shout out to you, boss. No doubt. Later. Shout out to boss, man. Phone line is open 219-885-9693. Get heard today. This will be on Spotify, so if you want to feature on the Spotify episode, call in, let your theory be known, put it out there. Put it out there. It is all allegedly, all speculation. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind also.
Call from
Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, you're live. What's going on?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
So, I'm going to just throw it outside the box, like the other caller was saying, like to think outside the box, because, you know, it's an obvious to me that, you know, the right away you think of the ex-boyfriend, you know, and you go back and I listen to like a lot of true crime podcasts and everything. And one of the things is, especially when, you know, they've looked at is if they can't find the killer, some of these people will live with this suspicion forever until they do. So that's going to be hard for people that we may think who've done it or is on that top 10 list. They're forever going to be looked at if they can't pinpoint, you know, who this killer is. The other is, you know, I was just, because I've been listening to you since you started your live show. I actually, for the first time ever, and I got COVID. I've never had it before. So it's
pretty wild knocked me out, and
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
listening to you from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna throw it out there, since we're throwing everything out there. Let me just throw it against the wall here. How about like a police officer? I know that sounds, it's not outside the box, because there's been plenty of either school campus, school security issues in many colleges, but you know, there have been a few police officers undercover in that area.
Mm-hmm.
That's just throwing it out there. So we're like maybe getting away from Jack for a little while. The other is that why haven't the police come out and say, hey, listen, that guy is Jack. FD. I mean, there's so many Jacks. And
hold their
why is that
hands
such a hush
from
issue?
soup
Like they just come out
to
and say
nuts till you get
they,
that
or
guilty verdict.
do they usually say they or he has been taken off the list of? They never say like which guy on the film. Do you know what I'm talking about by the food truck?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, have they said who was in that video per se?
Well, everybody that's in the food truck?
No, you know the guy, the hooded guy.
Yeah.
We still don't know for a fact who the hell that is.
That's Jackass, but allegedly.
Allegedly, like no one from that department.
They're
Idaho.
not giving out his name, I guess, because they don't want. I mean, everybody is already. It's been like a lot of people
But
verified that it was him.
like
But
even
in general, I get what you're
wouldn't it
saying.
wouldn't it be? Yeah, like wouldn't it be if there's no big deal going on over here? Wouldn't they say, "Hey, listen, this is who he is. He is no longer on the list."
Right,
It's
but
just
instead they
weird
said
how they-
man.
Yeah, exactly, and that could be the big guy who. And then the other thing is, when you hear the "fuck you" thing, it could have been to the big guy because the big guy was going ew to them, you know, about them being drunk. And since they were feisty, they would have turned around and heard him say that, and they would have said "fuck you" to him. Oh, excuse me, can I say that?
Yeah, fuck you, fuckity fuck.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, you can say that. This is no.
So, yeah, like
this
I'm
is
just
no
thinking,
censored podcast. You can say whatever you want.
Well, I'm just thinking, you know, we are all on edge. We just cannot believe, you know, this is happening. How could someone so quick come in? You know, in New York City years ago, in very, very early 90s, I had a family friend close family, who was my family, but she was also my friend. And she was murdered in a mass murder. And what happened was they came in and she was staying at her friend's house. Her mother was starting a business and it was going to have like an opening party. And the whole house had her best friend, my family member, the mother, and then her friend's sister, her friend's sister who was pregnant. And these two guys came in because they knew there was cash in the house or something. And also maybe other things, and they slit their throats and then shot them. And it was more of a professional, I want to say, because of a drug interaction that the mother of the home was dating someone. If it wasn't for the fact that while it was happening, the sister who was pregnant, her friend was coming to the party. She showed up last minute. So they shot her and slit her throat, but she slid to the balcony and jumped off. And if it wasn't for that girl, they wouldn't have known who did it because they were completely had everything on that they needed just to get out. And, you know, in those days, they didn't have as much cameras as they do now. I'm a little weirded out that this town doesn't have as many cameras. But then again, you know, they're not telling us everything. There might be more. You know, they're keeping it tight-lipped, and I'm not, you know, for the first time, I'm not even sure because look what happened in the Delphi murder. I mean, they jack that whole thing up. So I think that, it's kind of, I don't know how I would act if any of my kids, this happens. I know I'm a firecracker. I don't know. Maybe I'd be like the father and just, put my foot down. But I think it's going to be scary for us if they don't find this killer. Because we're in 2023, and I just really, this person might have been wearing a hunter's gear, because we see all these guys, they all look alike and they're all hunting. And that knife, I mean, you have to know the body. So maybe if you're killing animals and cutting up deers and shit, I mean, you're used to your hands. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I know I would get tired if I I wouldn't even have been able to stab a second person.
Right, exactly. You'd be exhausted.
Could be, looking into the drugs. I mean, shit, maybe someone was on cocaine. I don't know what kind of uppers they were taking that could give you that type of energy. But that's a lot of energy. And also because they're not giving us enough information, we don't know where the bodies were. It would be easier to understand who was first, what room. None, and I understand. I mean, they need that evidence.
These families,
if they ever get someone, to put them in a room and have things that only the killer would know.
Right.
So I understand that part, but God, man, it's been a long, it's a little long for me. And maybe, okay, so now I have to go back to this. It is Idaho. It is a small town. So I'm thinking of New York City.
AM, when they returned.
It's quicker, a little bit quicker. And even then, sometimes you just never know. There's cold cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. I just think I understand the FBI has been involved right away, but how much pull do they have? And maybe this department needs to hand it over. But, that's just my thought. And I really appreciate you having me on.
Well, thank you for calling and giving I appreciate you calling and giving your theory and what you think about it. Because, I mean, a lot of you guys have thoughts and theories. So I would like for you guys, that's what I want you to do. Call up with your thoughts and theories. Just everybody thinks differently,
helps.
It does help.
It really does. It does. It's one thing when we're typing in our words and then we're all just talking to each other. But to be able to because we do, a lot of us want to say it out loud. Like, a lot of us have invested time. We feel so much feelings as a human being for their families, their friends.
Mm-hmm,
and
for sure.
And they have their whole life ahead of them. And some of us are triggered because we have children in college, and some of us are triggered because we see young college kids out. It's unfair.
Yes, ma'am.
Across the board. So I hope they do find this killer. And I hope it's soon. So I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful holidays and enjoy and be safe. And thank you for giving us a platform to talk.
Yes, no problem. And thank you for just being here. I appreciate you. And like I said, thank you for calling. And I hope your family has a wonderful holiday also.
Thank you. Bye.
God bless you. Bye. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. Man, I got multiple conversations going on over here. Google support blowing me up. You welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with today? They say I'll get back to you as soon as okay. Google support is blowing me up right now. It's time for me to close that down. Thank you. All right, here we go. Every time I open a photo, it keeps going to that sound. Welcome, Casey. You're live. What's going on?
Hi. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I got in. I've been calling forever.
I'm sorry.
But oh no, it's good. I just kind of wanted to call in and just give a little bit of a different theory. I hear a lot of people have talked about JD and possibly JS. But I don't know if you've seen that interview that the neighbor guy, Enon Harsh,
yeah,
gave.
I've seen both of them.
The one where he was asked if he was the killer. That one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you notice how weird he got? I don't know if you followed the Chris Watts case, but
it was weird. Like the thing he bitching about the knife and all that other stuff. Like in that one interview with that German dude or wherever he's from.
Yeah, I don't know, like just a normal person. I feel like that wasn't the killer would, and you were asked that, you'd be like, of course I'm not, you know, just like the other neighbor, Jeremy, like he sent in his DNA and all this stuff. And he's like, listen, it wasn't me. He just straight up said, no, this guy like totally deflected and got all weird. And I don't know, it just reminded me of a lot like the interview that Chris Watts gave when he killed his family.
Thank you, Lisa.
I don't know.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. It just gave me really weird vibes. Like he totally deflected and went off on lead paint and something weird. I don't know, but I just saw that last night, and I just had to call in because I'm like, oh my gosh, because the whole time I thought, you know, it definitely probably is definitely the motive as far as motive goes. I feel like it would be JD, but I don't know. After seeing that interview, I'm changing my opinion, and you know, and with the body cam footage from the noise call that they got back in September, after seeing that, like who, you know, it'd be interesting to know who called in that noise complaint.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen today's update, but today's update, like they're still looking for this vehicle. They have not found anything on this vehicle whatsoever. So it's like, I mean, to this date, with the update that they put out today, they're still looking for this vehicle. So it's like, what is up with this vehicle?
Yeah, and you know, and me and my husband were talking last night with the FBI. I know they're just conducting this, and they're not in charge, obviously fully in charge. But I feel like even with 22,000 registered Hyundai Elantras between the state of Washington and Idaho, I still feel like with all the camera footage that's been sent in, they should at least have a snapshot of that license plate. You know what I mean? A glimpse of something. And I don't know, like it just seems like almost just weird to me that they haven't found that yet, especially with cameras that are on highways. You know, like what is it called? Where there's like cameras on the highways that shows basically where you are at all times. Is it called D? I don't know, D something, but I don't know. I'm in the state of Utah, and we have them all over the place. So I don't know. It just seems really, really strange that after a month they haven't, you know, they don't have any information on even what state this vehicle is registered in. At least that little info, you know. Because do we even really know if it's Idaho or Washington? Could be a Utah license plate. It could be, could even be like, I don't know. Could be Oregon. But anyway, those are just my thoughts, especially with the neighbor and the noise complaint. You know, that's motive. If somebody is really quiet and introverted and likes to keep to himself and likes to come home and just have peace and quiet, and they're constantly noisy, that's also motive to me. But I don't know, just gave me weird vibes. If your listeners haven't seen that, I encourage everybody to go watch that, because it just was really strange the way.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time looking at today's update, because it's the same as every other update.
Not good news.
No, not at all. It's the same as every other update's been. It hasn't changed whatsoever. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, I probably haven't used my whole time, but that's kind of my thought was how strange that neighbor's reaction was to that question.
Yeah, you still got 2 minutes, and you still got 2 minutes left.
Oh man,
I was over here multitasking, talking to friggin' Google and a bunch of different things, but now I'm good now.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I can talk about my theory on JD, but the last caller that called in said, you know, I think it was, I don't remember her name, but she said, you know, do we even know that really was JS at the food truck? And that's true. We don't, you know, it's been speculated that that's who it was, but there was another YouTuber that Crime Circus, I believe, that said that there's the possibility it was actually JD and not JS. So, and you know, and Kaylee was obviously texting somebody very, very, like she was very focused on her phone and in that video. So obviously she was texting somebody or on social media or something back and forth, but basically the whole time. So she was obviously having a deep conversation with someone.
Right.
So I'm curious if the family, you know, they had access to her phone apparently. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe they do know more.
Of course, they got access to her phone. I'm sure they got all the phone records and went through their comb. They had to have now. I mean, you think this is what 37 days in?
Right.
They're combing. They've combed through those text messages. If not, they're still combing through text messages, even from a while back, just to see who they were in contact with. Because you got to think about it from an investigative standpoint. They're going to go through and talk anybody that they had an intimate relationship with or talked to intimately, or just, you know, in general hung out with a lot. They're going to be questioned. They're going to be looked at.
Yeah, and how quickly all those people were ruled out. I mean, wasn't it like the day after that they did a press conference? Maybe it was 2. I'm not sure, but it just seems like there was a lot of people. Well, I shouldn't say ruled out, but didn't they say like cleared or something? Yeah, cleared.
They cleared out a lot of people fast, and she had a strong alibi. That's what I heard in that interview with Steve. He's like, yeah, she has. Everybody says share, but it's just like she had a strong alibi. That's what I heard.
Well, and personally, I don't think either person that I suspect has a strong alibi. Even JD, like with his roommate saying, "Oh, he was upstairs asleep." I don't know. And then the neighbor Enon, he lives alone. You know, he came home from work at 1:45 in the morning from being a chef, and he said he didn't go to bed till 4 a.m. Like that's, you have nobody to corroborate that alibi if you live alone. You know what I mean? Like, were you actually at home drinking coffee at 4 a.m.? You know, it's just so, there's so many things about him that's a red flag to me. But I don't know. Those are my 2 theories. I feel like it's one of those people, but I just really hope they find who it is fast, soon.
I know
like
somebody
yesterday.
keeps saying Sweetie Pie Low dropped a new video. Yeah, I've seen that new video already. That's 21 hours ago. That video's old. You said T-REV, check out Sweetie Pie Low's video, please. Has new info. Seen it.
Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to say really fast. I don't know how much time I have left, but I was watching.
You're fine. It's over, but you got time. I was talking over you a couple times. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I saw a video, I believe, was from Straight Facts. But there was an IT guy that called in a tip to the FBI, and he actually videoed himself calling so he could record it. Anyways, he's an IT guy, and somehow he found out that the surveillance was down at the, I believe, what's it called, the frat place?
Mm-hmm.
The night of the murders. So he called that tip in, and the FBI, you know, they're like, well, how do you have this information? And then he explained who he was, what he does. He took all of his information, said he was going to call him back. Anyways, that was just something that came out today that I saw. So the surveillance was down from, I believe, 11 p.m. until like almost early morning the next day, which is very strange to me. There was no surveillance leaving that frat. Security surveillance anyway. So that's just something to.
And you're talking about the Sigma Chi?
Sigma Chi, yes.
Yeah, the Sigma Chi's. They got some weird shit going on over there. From what I heard.
That's also very strange.
From what I heard, they got some very weird shit going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's what I think. I mean, they
yeah,
really
there's just a lot. There's so many people that it could be that it's almost terrifying, but I don't know. There's a lot of people, I guess, that could have motives. But I do find those 2 things to be very interesting with JD and the neighbor. So, anyways, those are my thoughts.
I appreciate you calling in your opinion and putting your theory out there. Thank you so much. Where are you calling it from?
Thank you. I'm in Utah.
Well, God bless you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her, man. Let's go. All right, so hold up. What are y'all talking about? Before I take in another phone call, let me see what you got. Somebody was saying something. Let me read chat a little bit real quick. Kay's dad said from the video. Nerdy Addict did the video. Nerdy Addict. School website down, not frat. Yes, J-Dub, call in. Who's calling in? This caller is onto something more than 2,400 responses to T-REV's poll today. Please like and subscribe. Oh, thank you, Esther. I appreciate you. E-Star. E-Star. She changed it to E-Star. She's talking about the nerdy addict, and he was. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Everybody keeps bringing that up. Is this really Eden's Heart's real YouTube channel? Has a short of him chopping a yellow vegetable with a large knife posted 5 days ago. I think that's like, I don't know why he's doing that. That's fucking weird. That is super weird. Seriously. Super, super weird. Who said JLR is on the spectrum? Okay. I'll open it back up. You guys can call back in. I'm checking emails too, so every time I open up photos you guys sent me now, it's like being weird. It's playing a video. It like plays audio with every video I look at right now, which is super stuff. Video was made about him and creepy photos.
Call from
Sherry.
Hey, what's up? You're live.
Hello.
Hello? You're live. What's
Yes,
up?
I was calling in to the show.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think it's Jack D.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of reasons why. Number one, the dog. Number two, she was leaving him. She's the one that broke it off. He didn't. Probably upset about that. The look her father gave him when they were on stage. The comments, all the comments that he made on social media where she never answered him back. He lived in the house across from her, so he had access to see what was going on. And the roommates, from what I understand, were encouraging encouraging her to leave him. They were backing her up because she wanted to break it off because she was going to leave. He knew the layout of the house. He probably knew the code to the house.
Right.
Adam was his friend. They were roommates at one time, supposedly. I don't know. That's speculation also. But I have seen videos where he was there and the dog was there. And there was a white car parked in the driveway of the house where he supposedly lived. And I did see a video where he had bruises on his hands. They were showing where he had bruises on his hands. He was strong enough to do it, you know, because he was a tennis player. He was strong enough. He was 6'2". And so, I don't know, with all these...
I think I can hear your background. You might want to turn that down. I think I can hear the
sorry.
stream. No, you're fine. You're
Sorry.
fine. You're
No,
fine.
Sorry. Yeah, we've been watching this for days. I'm so ready for them to figure out who did it. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Yes,
Sorry about that. Anyway, did you hear all the things I said?
Yeah. I just wanted the echo in the
I'm sitting here
background.
and I'm like, okay, yeah, it could be the frat guys that got mad at Ethan, and it could be Jack S. because he was an avid deer hunter and he was there and kind of watching them and following them out. But the person that had the most motive, that had more stake in it, would be, to me, Jack Decor, Jack D. Don't you think? I mean,
I've already shared my theory.
People get killed every day because of jealousy.
Right.
And she was leaving him and taking his dog. Now, of course, to you and I, that wouldn't be enough motive. But to somebody who's, you know, he was kind of stalking her too on social media. He would follow her when she'd be somewhere and he'd make these comments. I love you. You need, you know, those kind of things.
Right.
And she never would answer him back. So there was a reason. And then what did she tell Adam, his friend? What'd she tell him? What all did she tell him? And did he let Jack know what she said? I mean, I don't know. But I think it's Jack D. Personally.
Is that's your full theory?
That is my full theory.
Well, I appreciate you sharing. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Arkansas. My name is Sherry. You mean you couldn't tell by the accent?
Yeah, I get. I mean, I got family in Carolina. This accent, you wouldn't even be able to understand them.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Sherry. I appreciate you
All right,
calling in
love
and
your
sharing it.
show. Love your show. Keep
Thank
up
you
the
so
good work,
much.
guy. All
I
right.
appreciate you.
Bye.
Thank you. God bless her. Merry Christmas to her. If anybody wants to call in, you want to voice your theory, your opinion, put it out there. 219-885-9693. Most of y'all have heard my theory and opinion already. It's about time I hear yours. So I do got the timer on. It is set to 5 minutes. So I'm trying to get everybody through. I did have it at 7, but 7 was long, but I'm trying to get it going, you know. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you. Let's see.
Call from
Uncle Benny.
Uncle Benny, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, that was quick. Hey, Rev.
How's it going, Bubba?
Love your show.
Thank you, boss. I'm gonna hit the timer right now. 5 minutes. You're on the clock. Let's go.
Okay. All right. So I want to tell you, those people down in Arkansas have got some good horse sense. I really like that last caller. She had a lot of, she really thought about this, you know, and she makes a lot of great points. But before I talk about some of the things I wanted to get to, I wanted to, I'm an odds player, okay? And it's a way of thinking about decisions, about perceiving reality, everything. And we can apply that to, let's say, the white car that the police are looking for. So what are the odds, you know, that the police really are looking for that car versus other possibilities? And what I want to say about that is, I don't think they're really looking for a white car. You know, think about the image that they released. It's so blurry. You know, they can't release a better image. It seems to me it's more of a coded message to the killer or to the person associated with the white car, that we know the cars you've driven. We have you on video, perhaps. Or whatnot. They're sending a message to apply pressure. Now, this goes back to a caller about 5 or 6 callers ago who said they're trying to put pressure on him to get a confession out of him. And that's what I believe the whole white car thing is about. They're not really looking for one. They know he either has access to one, his family owns one, he owns one. We know that possibly that roommate had one. It's basically saying, you know what, we're closing in on you. And that starts to make them feel pressure. And when they feel pressure, they can make mistakes. And I believe they already have an idea who it is. And if they have an idea who it is, they've got people watching them. So once this person realizes a few weeks into it, they're looking for the white car, what do? Do they take it to get it deep cleaned again? You know, that's a possibility, that they're gathering information or gathering evidence like that. Another thing is the fact if they do, let's say it's in the family or they own one themselves and they don't bring it forward, that's sort of, it may be something they're trying to do to get evidence enough for a warrant, and the evidence might be guilty demeanor because they know about it or possibly know about it. They've talked to the police, but they don't come in or volunteer that they have a white car. So that's one explanation for the white car. Another thing along those lines of putting pressure on is that in the interview one of the victim's fathers did yesterday or day before about the recently released audio, he said, we've had that for a while. And I think that's really important information. So they just released it, though. So why did they just release it? Well, they released it, in my opinion, because the odds are high they released it now because it's the next, it's another piece of, it's tightening the screw a little bit. It's another piece of evidence. It basically means we've talked to Adam. We know what, quote unquote, everything is. You see what I'm saying, Rev?
I'm following you.
Yeah. So that's why it's being. We have to ask, why are they releasing it? You know, what is what do they owe the public on that? So they let that out now. Mr. Gonzalez said that we've had it for a while, which I don't know if he should have said that or not, but basically means that, you know, they've had that for a while, and that means that they've had time to talk to Adam, and so they have that information. Now, all of us in here, if you're watched true crime, you've watched interrogations that are available on YouTube and everything. You know that they start squeezing them by providing clues of what they know. At first, they don't want them to think they know anything. And then they start drilling down on them. And piece by piece, giving them, you know, letting them know that they know things. And then that pressure just starts cooking because they may have evidence and they'll continue to gather evidence, but a confession is really solid. And a confession will help secure, you know, a conviction. And that's what they really want. And anyway, so that's one way of looking at those two pieces of information. And then as far as, I've this case has sucked me into, I'm aware of all the theories. This case has so many suspects. It's like a game of Clue. Do you remember this game Clue? Like who did it? The maid in the drawing room with the candlestick, or the wife in the dining room with the fire poker. There's all these characters from the neighbor, the weirdo neighbor, right? That highly odd and highly suspect. I mean, he made everybody see. I thought, well, maybe it's this guy. All of a sudden I flipped ponies, right? I jumped ponies, and then because we're all having opinions, we're all trying to discern this, and then you've got the cute 4chan frat boy situation, which was really compelling. It's like, wow, that's really detailed. I mean, this person, creative writer of the year, if they were just making it up. And then you've got the tragedy of the roommate who killed herself, apparently, and she's being avenged by her family. Then you've got the serial killer element. Then you've got, we just had a caller call in and say it could be a professor or somebody in the Shakespeare team, for the God complex thing. But I'm an odds player. So let's look at it from the odds standpoint. We've got Mr. X, and if I can just use that instead of using one of the J's or using the BF stuff, let's call Mr. X, Mr. X boyfriend. All right. So Mr. X has means, motive, and opportunity. And we all know what those are. But one thing that's important to know that somebody in a domestic situation, and anybody in the chat who knows someone or is in it themselves, they probably heard or seen it happen in real life, that the most dangerous point in the relationship is when they try to leave. Hello?
No, I'm listening. Time's up, but I'm gonna let you finish up here.
Okay, yeah, the most dangerous point in the relationship is when they try to leave. And so that's, and when somebody's in a narcissistic, abusive relationship, and that speaks to the thing that, they euphemistically, I believe, he was the stalker. Like they referred to him as the stalker. Right. And when they, that's the whole, that should clear the stalker thing up. And it's not some rando that's like, lusting after, that's the stalker, in my opinion. And then I'll leave it at this. The last thing that caller said is about jealousy. The gal from Arkansas, even the Bible says that jealousy is the rage of a man, and he will not spare in the day of vengeance. And I think it's Proverbs 6:21. But this is a time-tested situation, and unfortunately, and then somebody else mentioned too, the roommate trying to help break them up. That may be why that the other gal was collateral damage, or she just happened to be in bed, at the same time. I don't know. I think the other two were just, in the way. But then another thing that points to Mr. X is just, again, the dog. That's all these things are greater than the sum of their parts, Anyway, that's all. Those are the things I wanted to share. Thanks, Rev. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you sharing your opinion and theory and just your thoughts on the case, man. Where are you calling in from?
Indiana.
Hey, man. Same, man. I'm in Indiana myself. God bless you, brother. You take it easy, man. What's your name in chat, too?
Uncle Benny's Creepy Campfire Stories.
Uncle Benny Creepy Campfire Stories. All right, Uncle Benny's Creepy Campfire Stories. I got you, brother. Shout out to you, man, and much love for coming by.
It's not a true crime channel. Even despite the title, it's not a true crime channel.
I appreciate you, boss, man. You have a wonderful Christmas, and God bless you and your family, man.
God bless you. That. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Shout out to him in the line. If you want to call, it is 219-885-9693. It is on your screen right now. If you want to call, give a call. If you don't want to give a call, don't give a call. If you want to relax and listen. I want to hear you guys' theories, though. I'll be inputting this on my first Spotify episode on podcast. So I got a 5-minute timer. So when you get to going, I will hit play on that 5 minutes. Here we go.
Call from
Aaron.
Aaron, you're live. What's up?
Oh, yay. Finally got through. I want to talk about why is Kaylee's coat so big on her at the grub?
Okay. I
That
started your
wouldn't
timer
be
now.
a coat.
It's your time to talk. Go ahead.
And
just because the tall hunter's a redhead doesn't mean that he's the killer. I'm a redhead and I haven't killed anybody.
Right.
And just saying, that kind of cracked me up a little bit. Yeah, that coat being so big on her, I wonder if she borrowed it from a guy or something. It's so big. And that frat guy that answers the door in the September issue body cam,
Mm-hmm.
it looks like one of the guys from the frat. I think and it might be the masked guy because it's a tall guy.
Right.
But when I saw him, I was like, I think he's at the frat.
Mm.
You looking through it?
You said what?
When on that September 1st body cam,
Uh-huh.
and the two guys come back down finally after getting the phone with Maddie on it. He's real tall, and as soon as I saw him, I was like, I think he's in that frat photo.
Oh wow, yeah. No, I've looked at several
And-
things, so you're gonna have to. I
And
kind of
maybe wearing the mask because he's tall.
maybe so. It's all speculation at this point on who it is. There's a lot of people who think a lot of
Because
different things. So.
every morning I wake up trying to get a fresh perspective of it because it's such a mess. But yeah, it's addictive. Very addictive, that's for sure, and bad. But this world has been bad, so. But yeah, at first I always want to go back to the ex. I do. But I don't, it seems to me like he had help. And maybe it was from JS with the hunter dude.
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know. Because I don't think DC, I don't know. Sometimes the little scrappy guys, they can be pretty scrappy. So I don't know. You know, you don't have to be super big to take advantage of somebody if you're the one with the weapon.
Right. So, what is your theory? Like, what do you think happened here?
Oh, I don't know. A big mess happened there. I think it's a revenge. I think it was the boyfriend basically, but I think he had help. And I don't know where, but that JF looked awful comfortable in his fatigue outfit, holding a knife by a dead carcass. I mean, he might even been smiling if I can remember right, but I don't know. It gets so confusing. But, you think they're swabbing people that they're interviewing, or is it a voluntary thing?
Possibly. I mean, it's a voluntary. Do you mind if we get your DNA? No, I don't. You can't get my DNA. Okay, can I leave? Yeah, you're free to leave. That's all it takes.
Really?
Yeah, I mean really. Until they get a warrant to get your DNA, then yeah, if they call you in there and somebody says, "Hey, can I get your DNA?" Investigator says, "Can I get your DNA?" and they go, "No," then you can't. Now they have to go get a warrant to get your DNA, and they got to take that and see if they have the right, probable cause to get your DNA. And if that gets approved, then they will get your DNA.
Because the first donor was just like, hey, I'm out.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully everybody will be have a happy holiday and they'll have it figured out before that.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. That's all you got to say?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Thanks for your show.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You have a wonderful holiday. God bless you. Shout out to that caller, man. If you want to call in, make sure you call it at 219-885-9693. Voice your opinion. Come through with your theory. I want to hear your theory. Bring it to the table. Bring it to the table. Come on, baby. I want to hear about it, man. Let's go.
Call from
J-Dub.
Yeah, what's up, J-Dub? What's going on, brother? You live?
What's up? What's up? Okay. So, did you happen to look at the messages I sent you?
Yeah. Which messages? Because I got tons and tons and tons and
I sent you messages on the email of the information that I found.
Did you send it as an anonymous user?
I just used your email.
Yeah, I got a lot of those.
Okay. It's weird too how Uncle Benny just called, because when I was watching the grub truck video, the girls that were around it mentioned Uncle Benny's name, that were with the number 9 jersey. But the whole evidence is in the field with the kids that were in the field, supposedly walking across the field. I sent you. If you watch the video of the field, you will see the kid with the number 23 jersey on trying to delete his phone on the police cam. And that's where I got the screenshots of the pictures, because you could barely see it. And there's the photos of the murders on his phone. He's trying to delete them to find his license to show the cop. And and if you go back right now and look at it, I messaged all the details that I had to the police. And I even messaged it to the FBI agent, Confiditer, or whatever her name is.
What is your email?
My email?
Yeah.
jdub197739@gmail.com.
I'm not seeing it. I'm going through all of them right now.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they want me leaking this shit out, because I know for a fact you could see people on the floor, bro. Like laying there with people standing over them. It's pretty sick. And it had me up all night thinking about it. I just really want you to see these videos. I don't know, or these pictures that I took, because it was so hard to do it. I'm trying to pause it and take the screenshots off my TV and off my phone, as certain parts of where he keeps scrolling through his pictures, trying to delete them right in front of the cop. It's all on the video cam.
What time did you send that email at?
I sent it about 20 minutes ago when I first joined the chat, because I was just trying to reach out to somebody that will listen to me, because it seems like nobody else wants to.
No, that's bullshit.
And the first thing I was looking at, and the reason why I was looking at this area was because of the lights at the house in the background. Like when the police turn around, then you could look towards the road. You could see the light on in the hallway of that house, like on certain angles. And I was trying to pause that and check out what was happening. And then you see the kid that was 21 supposedly walked through the field with the beers in his hand with those 3 other kids. Either they were the lookout, but on that number 23's phone he must be from the frat. You could see him deleting pictures, and you could see where it looks like the murder layouts. Like he took pictures of the fucking murder. I'm sorry, but he has them on his phone, bro. I saw them. You got to look at it, man.
Yeah, I didn't get none of your emails.
That's why. I don't understand what the hell. Why?
I just looked through every single one within the last 2
Is
hours.
there another way I could get them to you somehow? Like,
I mean, email, it should go right through. I got it. I get everybody else's emails. Let's see.
Yeah. I wasn't going to call in, but this has been really bothering me, because the guy's guilty as.
Oh, J-Dub. Hold up. I got it right here. I just found it. You sent me one screenshot, though. Let me see.
No, I sent you
here on campus. They're not concerned about what was happening at any of these parties, whether the kids.
Kinds of parts of it, like you'll see it. And
I
you can
keep
see
having this bug right now on my computer. Every time I open up a photo, it literally starts playing friggin' audio.
Wow.
It's actually weird.
Yes, maybe they don't want to have these pictures leaked out or something. I don't know.
I'll close down Chrome.
That's why I didn't want to call in to tip this guy off. I didn't want to call in, but everybody's saying to call in, and I'm not full of shit. I've been studying this case from the get-go, and like I said, you could hear Uncle Benny's name mentioned, and it was so weird how Uncle Benny just called, because I have it all written down.
This is
And,
it right here.
You find it?
Yeah, I got it right here. But I mean,
See what I'm talking?
it's so damn blurry. I can't see shit.
No, I know, but the one blurry one is the guy with the white sweatshirt on. If you look at the picture in different angles, you could see the guy with the white sweatshirt on that was in the field and the guy with the flannel shirt on standing there in that screenshot or the picture of that kid on his phone that took the pictures.
Yeah, let me see here.
Scroll through other ones. It's really hard to it's really hard to like put it all together, but you just gotta have an imagination like I got, and I'm a crime imagination. Like I could picture it out. My wife said she can't see it, but I could see it. Like there's a pool of blood. There's a girl laying there on the floor with a pool of blood. Look at the pictures, man.
I'm trying to right now. Hold up. I see a few sent from you, but it's not the only one that. Hold up. Let me see here. This fucking dude is deleting the murders from his iPhone. I found this shit, sent it to law enforcement. The only photo that came through from you was this one photo I got pulled up right now. No other photos have been attached. Let me see. Actually, never mind. I got them. Hold up. Now they're showing up.
Yeah. See what I'm saying, bro?
Hold up. Let me pop them. I'm popping every single one of these bad boys up. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Hold up. Let me pause the timer. We're gonna pause the timer on this one real quick.
This is
I
the
want to
guy,
see what
man.
you're talking about. I want to see what you're talking about. I'm not gonna say you're bullshit because I you know what I mean.
Go ahead.
I just
You'll
want
see it.
to see. I want to see what you're seeing.
I can't make this shit up.
I see a on his
That's
phone.
the closet.
Okay.
That's the closet. There's two, like where the clothes. But you gotta scroll through, and you can see other images of the people there.
Now, this is one of the images you sent to me. If you could turn the volume down in the background, turn the volume down in the background. Just look at, but leave it playing, but turn it down and look at it.
I did. I muted it.
Yeah, you're good. I appreciate you, brother. Now, this photo that I have up, which one is this?
No, looks like there's other ones that are similar to that one clear. I mean, that's what I mean. It was so hard to get them to clear, but you could see him. That's the guy that's taking them up. He's the one that was 21 that they let go. The police did, and he only showed them a screenshot of his social security card on there, but that's what he's looking for, scrolling through. And then I caught him on the cam. Like just at the split second I was like, what the hell is that? And then he kept scrolling through on the video, and I just kept pausing it, trying to see, the next picture was. And
why am I? If I look, I'm looking. All right, so I don't want to sound perverted or anything, but I'm looking at this picture that I have up on screen from sideways, and it looks like somebody on their knees,
hogtied.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But if you scroll through the other ones, there could be clearer ones. And there is another one where it shows somebody standing over somebody with a black jacket on, and it looks like they got a blue glove on and a white. I don't know if they were already laying there. Like, it's so hard to figure out what it is. But that's definitely a closet right there.
All right, hold up here.
And there's the guy's glove, right? That they found on the ground. Where's the other one? Right there. Right there. That's somebody laying there and somebody standing over them. Tell me it's not.
What do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think, chat? It's hard for me. I mean, I'm going to have to really comb it.
I know, but if you go back to the video, which I found on, I don't know if I could say the website or the name of the person that has it or that posted it days ago. But that's like evidence of the crime right there, of them taking pictures of that looks like someone laying there in a pool of blood with someone over them standing there. It could be Maddie. Maybe they found them dead first, and the guy was hiding or something.
Now, okay, so follow me here. Look. All right, so you're gonna. It's like a 10-second delay. Follow me here. See where my mouse is at? Where I got the hand at?
Yeah.
Is this a person that you're saying? This is
I
right here.
think so,
Person,
yeah.
arms right
Yeah.
here, arms right here, head up here. Now,
I think it's a person, but as you go down, you can see the arm right here. If you go down and the person's head and the hair, it's hard. Yeah, right there. Yep. That's them, I think, laying on the floor or bed or somewhere.
yeah. Who the hell is laying on the ground? I don't know if
And
that's
there's
something laying on the ground.
pictures there's other pictures on there as well. But if you went back to the video, you probably got better technology and stuff where you'd be able to zoom in better than I could. I can't really see what the hell it was. I was trying to figure it out all night, but other pictures show. Other pictures show like different things, like other images.
I don't know. It's super blurry. It's hard to see. I mean, it does look like a person there.
Scroll to one more picture real quick. Just scroll to another one.
I got a very, my mind's got an imagination. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I don't know if I'm seeing a guy with a knife in his hand. I don't know what the hell I want to see.
It's hard to see what you're looking at, but like I said, it could be the bed or whatever. I don't know. Well, like I said, if you wanted to do your own research, all you got to do is go look on that video.
Somebody said tied up. Yeah, send me, if you can, email me the video.
Okay.
That'll be great if you could email me the video.
On the video, 2906 is when it starts. That's when I wrote it down.
2906. So send me that video. I'll check it out.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me call in. But yeah, scroll through the other pictures and you could see, man.
I'm looking at this one. Hold on. Let's go back to let me open
the guy
up.
Says I'm reaching, but I ain't reaching because you could see right like that picture was even weird. That's the closet. If you see in the pictures, it has like the little shelves there. They were empty at the time when they were showing the pictures of the house. And that's him right there, the dude scrolling the pictures off the phone. So you tell me if I'm reaching.
Huh.
And he's trying to look for his license to show the cop. And then he does show the cop, but you can't see his picture in there.
Man.
And like I said, I sent these to the police. It could be something, it could be nothing, but from my gut feeling,
from right here, it looks like a girl on the ground, like on her knees, maybe.
It could be the roommates involved. I have no idea, man. I'm not going to speculate, but that's just proof right there. They're facts of this picture right here, man. I mean, of him deleting these or scrolling through them or whatever he was doing. But he just got caught red-handed right there. And I was going back thinking like of other ones making 3D footage, but this can't be 3D. It's the same exact night as the shit happened. But
right.
so that's why I'm thinking that these killings happened before. The police are saying between 3 and 4. No, it's before 3 and 4 because this is like almost 2:30, 2:45 in the morning when these guys come running out of the field. And see the dude with the glove on right there? Isn't that or where's the other glove that the cop found that they dropped on the ground? That looks like the same exact glove to me. And if you even look, it's blurry. It looks like there's even blood on their clothing.
It looks like a girl on the ground. I ain't even gonna say what it looks like she's doing, but
yeah. And these are all coming from that guy's phone. So either he was peeping Tom and taking pictures. Well, he was taking pictures of the murder as a watch out or something, but he's definitely suspicious here in my mind.
I mean, I'm not even going to say what that looks like, but
you got to look at all different ways, man, because I don't even know what the hell it is.
I just flipped it. I flipped the whole photo. I mean, it looks, I don't know.
I know.
It's strange, but it sucks the quality so bad, but it looks like a girl on her knees doing something. And I'm not even going to say what I think it is, but
right.
I'm sure you get the picture when I say that.
Yeah, but this dude, yeah, like I said, these all came from that guy's phone, and you could see it right there. You know, but there's other better pictures, man. that you got to scroll through that I try to take better ones where I zoomed in and everything with the magnifying glass.
All right, chat. What do you think that is? What do you think we're looking at right here? We all been on your knees. We've all been on your knees. What's that slack jaw? Let me see, chat. I don't think anything. I don't see anything. Sorry. Respect. I respect everybody's opinion. Another distraction. Look at other picks. All right, we'll look at other picks. The other picks are this
It's
one.
not a distraction, man. It's not a distraction at all. It's either it is or it isn't. I mean, it's definitely worth looking into.
All right,
People
so
can think,
now that
people could think what they want. Right there is someone laying there dead with someone standing over them. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Damn!
It's not Photoshop, bro. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to these stupid comments, but
nah, don't pay attention to the comments. This is me and you talking, man. You got my respect. I'm talking to you. This is just me and you right now. I'm looking at it because I got an open mind. I'm you know what I mean? I like to listen to everybody. I want to, you know what I mean? If you found something and you think you got something, I want to look at it, bro.
Man. But that's definitely like something just don't sit right with me here.
No, I mean I appreciate you bringing it to attention, man.
He's either hiding in the closet or something, watching him. And on the one on some of the other pictures, you can see the blood splat on the wall.
All right, so you know what I want you to do? I want you to send me the video.
Okay.
I want you to send me the video because I want to check it out, man. I think maybe there is something there. That
I know I'm onto something. I will. I'll send it to you.
I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna sit here and call you crazy. You know what I mean?
No, I know.
I like to look into it.
I was thinking to myself, I'm crazy for getting too into this, but I just really felt like this is definitely something. I just have a feeling. And the guy said he was the neighbor, whoever that guy is in that number 23 jersey. I don't know who he is.
Don't pay attention to the comments, man. You're everything. I think everybody's opinion matters, and in my community, everybody's opinion matters, and respect shall be shown. And
Yes,
I show my respect to. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, man, you're fucking crazy. Get out of here. In case you come up here with some crazy shit. I mean, you're showing me something from a body cam footage that I never even nobody's even pointed out to me ever.
I know because nobody caught it. Nobody caught it, but I caught it last night somehow. I don't know how I caught it. But and also on the grub truck video, you could hear those people in the background saying Ethan and Xana's name. And another part of the videos, and then like I swear I found it and then I couldn't find it no more. It was like these girls are putting me on something like to find information. I don't know. It's pretty crazy, but
dude, I appreciate you. Send me that video as soon as you can to my email.
Right, I will. I got to do it right now, and then I'll message you the name of the thing where I got it from.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate
you,
man.
And anyway, I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, shout out to PA. That's where my dad's come. My dad, that's my dad's side. Pittsburgh, fucking. That's where my dad's side of the family's from.
I just think it's definitely something here, but I just don't want to tip this guy off and have him. But I'm sure I don't know if authorities already would even know about this, or if they even know about it, and maybe those guys are the witnesses to the. I don't know.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy looking, anyways. But I mean, but
you'll be able to do your own better research when I send you the video, and then you could pause it, and you'll be able to tell.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll download it, put it in programs, try to see what I can fumble up.
I'm gonna send it right now.
All right, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, J-Dub. Shout out to you, man. God bless you. Shout out to him, man. Hey, he's just trying to look and be eyes, man. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with him looking at things, All right, anybody wants to call in, man, make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. Phone lines open. I'm just saying, I'll definitely take a look at it for sure. They do look crazy. I will say that. Maybe watching some, what? It's possible.
Call from.
It's Isaac.
Yo, what's up, Isaac? What's good with you, brother?
What's up, man?
What's up, man? What you thinking with this, man?
I was just looking at the last caller with the pictures, bro.
Yeah.
And Steffi Marshall in the chat asked me what I was looking at, what I thought I was looking at, because I got them eyes. But honestly, dude, I see what he's saying about the hooded guy standing up and a body possibly being on the ground. But there's something about the way it's bending that's just not looking right for me. I mean, I don't know how far that deep down that rabbit hole goes, but I did wanted to say I've changed my mind the last couple of days about who the killer is.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've noticed that, but I'm thinking it could be Jack D, bro.
I know a lot of people are like, man, please don't say that. But that's what I've been aiming at too myself, allegedly.
I mean, yeah, allegedly, right? I mean, but honestly, just that the whole look with it, like you said, with the look with the dad on stage, bro, that's not good. It's not right. You know what I mean? Like, there's something there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was a beefy look there for sure.
Like you got that picture up. I don't know if you. I mean, I know there's a delay, but I don't know if you got that picture up still. The one you just took off. But there's something about the bend that maybe a possible arm or a leg or something that bend don't look right to me. I mean,
for sure, bro. I don't know. I was looking at it, and it looked like somebody doing some weird shit. I'll tell you that much.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a little blurry on our end, like blurrier on our end too. But I don't know if I see anybody on their knees on that part. You know what I mean? But yeah, you playing the look with the dad. That's the look that he looks at the dad the entire time in the eyes, bro. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, this part right here where the he hugs the mom, and then dad looks at him and kind of like
dad didn't even look at him for a whole second. You know what I mean? Like, just look of disgust. Honestly, right there, boom. Just that whole little, the way he did his lips and shit. Like, goddamn, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he was like, damn. And he's looking. I don't know why, but he was staring straight at dad and then looked down.
Yeah, and it's not like a polite looking stare. It's like a stare where he just like, don't hit me. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that right there, that says a lot to me, honestly. And I said that when this shit first came out, but I mean, you got to think too, the dad's grieving. He probably don't want to hit that man in front of all them people.
Right.
I would have. I'd have checked that bitch right in his mouth.
Yeah, it looks like dad. I don't know. I feel like dad feels some type of way about him.
I do too. I mean, just the look, you know what I mean? I've been looked at by, I mean, I don't want to seem like a male thought, but I've been looked at by quite a few dads, you know what I mean? And that's a look of disappointment, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he was definitely disappointed. For sure. I can tell you that's a disappointment. Look, people don't believe me when I say that, but the way that he looks at him and then he kind of gives a nod with his head, like a no nod, like, yeah, nah.
He does that little thing with his lips before the camera switches, you know what I mean? Like just a little type, you know, damn disappointment look, I guess. But hey, I wanted to say, dude, I don't know how far you're away from Ohio, but we planning when Power Stroke No Joke hits 5,000 subscribers, we're gonna go to Ohio by Jim's house and do a meet and greet if you're down.
Yeah, I'm down.
I mean, I don't know how set in stone it is, but yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, I'm down for sure.
But yeah, bro, I mean, you know, I'm over here watching. I pop in and out when I got a few minutes. You know what I mean? I don't think nothing that we're doing is harmful. It's all respectful. But I do feel like Jack D's got something to do with this shit more and more as it goes on.
Yeah, that's personally what I think. But a lot of everybody's got their own thoughts, man. Everybody be looking into the Dave Loads.
Yeah, and then the whole Adam dude or whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to say the least.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It just got me conflicted. I don't know, bro. Watch it be somebody we totally don't even fucking suspect. You know what I mean?
But the thing about that gets me with this case is that you got.
See, that's the first time I've seen the direct car. What the fuck?
Yeah, this was a vehicle that was posted on Reddit not too long ago. But the thing that's beating me about this case is that these like that house was a party house, and on 9/1, I don't know if you've seen the body cam footage of 9/1 or September 1st, 2022. Now even at the crib, there was the police got a noise complaint, went there, and then there's like you got random dudes chilling in the house. Now I see.
I didn't even see that, bro.
Yeah,
no shit.
Go watch that. It's on. I mean, I got the video on here now, but it's real. It's like super blurry.
Yeah, I'll go watch it. I'll find it and watch it. You know what I mean? I do a lot of that type of shit when I'm on downtown.
All you gotta type in on YouTube is Maddie Mogan body cam footage, and you'll find it.
All right. Yeah, I'll go open another browser and do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, this whole case, bro. Like, I heard somebody say, I think it was yesterday or the day before, like this is the biggest case of like this, the last 20 years or whatever. I don't necessarily feel the same way either. I mean, this is a big case, but there's other cases out there that are, you know what I mean, more high profile than this.
Yeah,
but I don't want to take the light off this case by saying that though. You know what I mean?
Ain't no doubt.
I mean, nothing. One man saying that, but I don't think it'll take the light off this case. But I hope we find a killer soon, dude. Because I mean, the more we don't find who it is, or even if LE don't find out who it is, dude, the chances of him doing it again is getting higher and higher because he's gonna get bolder and bolder. You know, his courage is gonna grow higher with this shit.
That's what I'm saying. As the days go by, man. Literally, hold up. I just caught this comment. T-REV, I thought the last caller was on to something. I could see Xana on bed covered in blood. Oh my God.
I mean, like I said, with the picture, it does look like a hoodie person, but this is Eyes McMarlena. I seen it in the chat, but I mean, it looks like an arm or a leg or something's bent up towards the person with the hoodie, and just something about the way it bends. Like, if it's a leg, that would have to be a bend, and you would have to like contort the leg to the side and shit. If it was an arm, that bend just don't look right for an elbow to me. But I could be wrong, you know.
Boy, oh boy, it does look. I got to look at it. I'm waiting on dude's email to come through because he said he's gonna send one. So I'm really looking for it. I'm looking to see this email. I want to. It's in the body cam footage, so I should be able to go look at it and find it my damn self.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something I'm gonna look into about the pictures and see if somebody cleared them up or something. Because, like I said, I could see a hoodie person maybe like standing behind somebody and maybe an arm or a leg bent up, but just something about the way it bends. If it was an arm, like I said, the elbow wouldn't bend like that, and the leg, if it, you would have to twist the knee joint to the side in order to get a bend like that. But I don't necessarily think that's a good lead in my eyes, honestly. But not only that, do you remember a while back when, I mean, I say a while back, this should have been a month now, but there was somebody posted a picture of a person laying on a bed with a gun and a knife, and do you remember that?
You said somebody laying on the bed with a gun and a knife. Which one?
It was a picture somebody had posted. I think it was on that creepy dude with the spiders on his eyes. He was looking at it, and it was a picture. It looked like somebody laying on a bed and had a knife and a gun, and their arm was up on their chest and shit. It was in this case, but even that picture, I don't know if anybody in the chat was in here when I was talking about it in the chat, but that picture, it looked like somebody set it up as a prop. The hand didn't look real. So, I mean, this could be the same situation with that. I don't think this picture's, on the phone zoomed in like that and blurry. I don't think that's a good lead to go off of in my eyes. I don't know.
Yeah, man. I've seen so many different pics. I don't even know. I forget which one you're talking about right now.
It was kind of like a gray and white pic, black and white pic. I'll go back in the videos and find it.
Yeah,
but I mean, that's all we could do, bro. You know what I mean? We're not in the mix like talking about. I'm not in the mix like talking about. So I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to fucking. Well, if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that ain't no doubt, bro. I appreciate you calling.
How you feeling, my boy? Yeah, I ain't gonna keep up the line too much.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Shit, I'm feeling great right now. I'm hoping I wake up and this shit solved, or we hear something breaking news. They come to, you know what I mean? how I don't know how
Killer-
you know you
killer
murdered
caught.
4 people and you ain't, you know what I mean. Some people may not be able to sleep at night knowing what they did and might go and turn themselves in. That's how optimistic I am. But at the same time,
But I
don't
heard you
think
say
so.
something. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard you say something too about if somebody offered $100 grand, the shit will be solved in no time. I feel like that is a good idea.
Yeah, I think, bro. I think if you 50 grand, 100 grand, and you're not the only one that knows about it, not just one person, somebody's gonna
Right.
they're gonna be singing like Mariah Carey.
Oh, they gonna start singing like Mariah Carey, and they all gonna get charged.
Yep.
There ain't gonna be no murder money. I mean, I would put it out there, dude. If I was the dad, I think the dad probably got $100 grand, you know, an investment somewhere. If I was old girl's dad, was it Kaylee's dad? I'd put $100 grand out there.
All they gotta
I'd put
do is
100.
put out a GoFundMe for a reward, and I guarantee tons of us will start putting money in on it. Shit, I'll throw 100 on that bitch. Straight
Without a
up.
doubt, yeah, I would do that. But I
Right
think
now.
I think the dad probably got 100,000 laying around somewhere. You know, put a reward out for his daughter's killer, dude. You know, that's a bunch of college kids. Somebody gonna start singing like Tweety Bird.
I know damn well I'd pitch in on it. So I mean,
right?
Whatever.
Yeah, bro. I
50,
just wanted to call and tell everybody was up, tell you was up. You know, my opinion on it. Like I said, I'm getting more confused as the day go, and I know I ain't the only one.
I appreciate you calling in, Osmic, man. I'm gonna holler at you later. We're gonna have to do another open panel soon.
Yeah, we'll chop it up, bro. Take it easy, man. Be safe.
All right, my boy. Later. Shout out to Osmic, man. Phone lines are open if you want to call in. I appreciate you guys. All the love in here today in general, all the love that's been going on for the last week. We've been trying to find out what's going on. This is going to be the first series to the podcast that will be on all platforms. If you want to call in and be a part of it, call in the number right now at 219-885-9693. Your opinion matters. Your theory matters. And people be like, oh, well, it don't matter. It don't matter. Speculating. Nah, it matters because listen to us talk all the time. True crime community. It's your
Call
turn
from
to talk.
Alia.
Aliyah, what's up? Hold on, you say Alia?
Natalia.
Okay. Natalia. Okay, I got you.
How
So
are
what's
you?
up? I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good, thanks. So, I was watching the live on Truth and Transparency today, and they said that the I don't know if you remember, but like on Daily Mail, they had a photo where the TV was disconnected, and it said no connection. So it turns out that all of the websites for Idaho University went down at 6:30 in the morning. That's when they got an update that it was down, but they don't know they think that it went down between 11:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. So I think that this was pre-planned far in advance. And I actually sent you the email with the call to the FBI, which talks about this.
How long ago did you send it?
Probably 30 minutes ago.
Okay, hold on. Let me look back here. 30 minutes ago, that'd be around.
Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what time. 1 moment.
Because there's a lot. There's a lot.
No, actually, it was longer than that. It was at 4:40.
At 4:40, I'm guessing you're Eastern.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, let me look here. So that would be 3:49 for me.
No, 4:40. Sorry. So 3:40.
So 3:40. Okay, let me look here. Yeah, I see it. Matter of fact, right now, you said specifically around 25 minutes. I got it.
So that's the call to the FBI from another YouTuber talking about that glitch.
Interesting.
He found the glitch in the Wayback Machine. That's like a network that takes snapshots of dates and times. So he's a tech guy, and he found that. And that's what we were talking about today on the live.
That's interesting. I'm gonna definitely check it out. Pull it up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was nice talking to you, and hopefully something will. Hopefully these kids will get justice.
Yeah, I think they'll get justice. I mean, most cases do. The only ones that I've been following for a while that haven't, well, one right now, as of now, is Missy Bevers. She still hasn't gotten justice, and it's been 7 years. So that's one of the only cases that I follow now that's cold to this day. Like, which I'll never understand that, but yeah, hopefully. I think I mean, from what the family has put out, I mean, they made statements as far as they left a lot of evidence behind. So, I mean, I'm hoping that's the truth, and I'm hoping that, I'm optimistic that this will hopefully be solved by the end, by the New Year's.
I just think that, like, even if people know, like, they're not going to snitch just because they're scared. Because I feel like there's quite a few people involved, and it has to do with the school, and it has to do with the fraternity. And I just think that they're going to be scared to say something. The other thing that I think is really weird is that, I don't know if you saw in the September 1st police footage,
Mm-hmm.
one of the rooms isn't occupied, and that was the room of one of the roommates that was supposed to have moved in already.
Mm-hmm.
So was she really on the first floor, or was she on the second floor?
It's a very good question. The roommates were supposedly both on the first floor.
Right, but in the footage from the police cam, it shows that that room is empty, and it's kind of like a storage room, and there's like the golf clubs were there, and it was just like there was an empty mattress that was sideways, like nobody was living there. And if they moved in in August, then why is that room empty?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. I have no idea. Who knows what they use that room for? Guess.
Right. Exactly.
Who
And
knows?
that room is actually like the guy that sent in the photos from earlier. Those shelves are actually in that room. So it might be from that room on the first floor, but if that is from that room, then why were they on the first floor?
Very good question.
Unless they have those built-in closet shelving on the second floor as well.
Which they could. I haven't seen like the actual room, but that's good thinking.
Absolutely.
I want to see more into what J-Dub was talking about. Like I've been waiting for him to send that email through. I haven't got the video yet though. I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm definitely gonna stand by and watch.
Yeah, I want to pull it up and go through it because I want to see what he's now. I want to look at that phone angle, the shot that he was looking at, because it looks like something, but you can't tell what it is.
Yeah, that's true. You can't tell what it is.
It's hard to really see what it is.
It's very blurry, and nobody really knows if that footage was like played with and things were added. Did he say where it came from?
Yeah,
like
he was trying to tell me where it came from, but he didn't. I don't know. That's why I told him to send me the video. He was trying to say, was that a 25-minute mark on this video? And I'm like, where? Let me see. Send me the link. I'm still waiting for it. I haven't got the email yet, but hopefully he sends it.
Yeah, that would be good to see. Maybe it'll open up some.
I mean, the picture's quality is so low that it's like, I can't really do much with that photo besides speculate on what it, the shapes in it look like. That's what ain't doing much justice.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell what that is. So.
It is. It's very hard to tell what that is.
And if your mind's creative, it could get even more creative, So
exactly.
I get it.
It'll definitely. That's what I'm saying. I like on the one photo. Like, was it this one? I zoomed in on it, and I'm like, man, that looks like somebody on their knees, like a long-haired girl on her knees. I can't tell though, like with her hair pulled to the left, that's what it kind of looks like to me, but I can't tell.
And you know what's really crazy? Yesterday I was going through like some psychics on YouTube, and there was one psychic that actually said that that the killer like had one of the girls go down on him. And then I turned it off. I was like, this lady's crazy. Like, nobody's ever said that. Like, this lady's just looking for, likes or whatever. But now I'm thinking, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe it makes sense.
This is what that looks like to me.
Yeah, and she actually said that.
But that's just it's so bad the quality of that photo is bad, but it looks like somebody on their knees down on the ground.
Right, but we don't know if it was altered.
So,
like, who's the originator of that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's super weird to say. It's super weird. I can't tell. I really can't tell with that picture.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll send pictures that are clearer. But I think it's more important to know, like, where are they coming from? Are they coming from a legit source? Because,
Well, they're saying it's from the Banfield thing, so I'm looking at it. All right, he sent me even more. He just sent me another one. Let me see what this looks like here. This is what he sent me.
Let's see.
All right, so I definitely see somebody standing right here, 100%.
Okay. Do you see blood?
Oh shit! It looks like a chick maybe sitting on the ground right here, but
is that blood? I see like red.
I can't tell. It's weird. It's crazy looking.
But if the guys were stopped and they had blood on them, do you think that the police officer wouldn't notice? I mean, that's kind of a red flag.
This is what he sent to me, guys. What do you guys think? Hold on, look at it.
That's really hard to tell.
I see something in that photo, but I can't tell what the frig I'm seeing.
What do you see? Because I don't really see any. I just see like colors.
I see a guy standing up. That's it. Well, I see a dude standing right here. From here, I see a head person standing right here.
Yeah.
And maybe a chick on the ground sitting. I can't tell.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. It's very blurry.
Yeah, maybe like a guy in a suit and tie. I don't know, but that maybe that's just imaging. I'm seeing some bullshit, but I can't really tell with that.
Yeah, that does look like a guy in a suit and tie. They definitely weren't wearing suits.
Now that's from that, and then he sent me the footage. He sent me it here, which I'll play after this video, and we'll see what we think about it.
Okay. Well, when you get a chance, if you can also play that call to the FBI from the YouTuber, it's really interesting, and it kind of like makes you think that it was pre-planned, and it's probably somebody that knows quite a bit about networks and cameras and disabling the network. Because the network went down, and it was obvious because you could tell from that TV in Kaylee's room when they took a photo of it. It said no communication or something.
Right.
So I think that the network did go down. So maybe that's the reason why there aren't more cameras. Because these days, you're right. There's so many cameras everywhere. What happened to them? I think the network went down. And if that happened, then the person could be like maybe someone that's really good with computers and networks, or knows someone in the school that, like works in the IT department. could be anything. But then that, that opens up a lot of other.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get a few more in here, but yeah, I'll definitely check out some films here shortly. I'll play some stuff. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you.
Take care.
You too. Shout out to her. Thank you, Satin. I appreciate that, Satin. Thank you, everybody who's been showing love. I appreciate it. Let's see. All right. So, do y'all want to watch this body cam footage where he said that he's seen that at? Do you guys want to watch that? Because he sent it to me and I have it right here. But I mean, with those, it's like hard to see what somebody else is seeing on that phone. Like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Yes. I see a bunch of yeses. All right. Hold up 1 second. Let me pop it up over here and get to the right part.
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month.
I've been getting paid.
Okay, so this is the incident from November 13th, a little bit before
so
3
it's a
a.m.
bad girl
up until like
video.
15 minutes past 3 a.m. So the angle that we're trying to see of that, of where the girl's house is, it would blur out things we might need to see just because of how the camera moves and how you have to blur things. Like I said, he doesn't even get in trouble, so he's 21, so I don't think it's a big deal if I don't blur it out. You'll see how he's standing like right there. If I blur it, we'll potentially miss being able to see back where the house is. And that's the whole goal of these cam, of looking through this body cam.
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Come over here, talk to me.
He said at 25.
Push
he
it.
said at 25.
Yeah, you got your ID on you?
I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna grab your info.
He said at 25, so let's see.
It's closed.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I live like right there. I'll take it back if you need.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and running around with beer across the street.
No worries. Sorry about that.
You're good. What's your last name?
He said at 12:09. 29:06. How many 2012? What?
Date of birth.
Could have sworn he said at 25 on the phone.
How'd you pull that one off? That's an awesome birthday.
Yeah, lucky birthday.
You got a driver's license?
I don't have it.
What? No, in general.
I do have one, yeah.
What state is it through?
Idaho.
Okay, you did. All right, so whoever said 29:06 is right here. So let's see if that's really what it is. Hold up. Let's look at it. 5. Let's look at it. Let's see if that's it. Let's see if it's a. All right, so I can see everything that he has on his phone right there. Like as far as that's up on screen. I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing. I see a crazy ass mask. That's for 100%. If you guys screenshot that, hold up. I'll make it big. Screenshot it. Screenshot that real quick. If you screenshot that, whoever, if you can screenshot that, it's the albums and galleries. Yeah, I know. I see that. There's a mask there, right? I see the mask. Now let's go to here. That's the part he was talking about right there. I see it. So is he all right? So he screenshot that one part. I see where he screenshot at. He screenshot right here. He's talking about when dude goes through his phone. The guy in the middle has gloves on. All right, so that's that. That's a guy in the suit for sure. I can see the suit and tie right now. So 100%, I could see the suit and tie as he's scrolling over already in that pic that was sent to me before. Suit and tie. Now that part that I just seen, which was at 29:06, sent you a slowed down vid and email. Sent you a slowed down vid and email. Thank you, Trinity. I appreciate it. And thank you for the 4 or the 5. Thank you. Let's see. Hold up. Let me go back over here. It goes by so fast. That's the suit. I can't tell right there. It looks like maybe like as he's sliding the girl's pic there, blindfolded maybe. I can't really see anything else from there. I don't know. That's what I see right there. Just to look at his eyes, he's like, "Oh my god." I don't know. That's what I seen on that one part. But you said you sent me a slowed down to the email. I'm gonna go look at it. Let's see. Marlena sent me the screenshot. I got that. Yeah, you can see. I don't. It's like a mannequin's head or some shit. There's a mask. I can't see the rest of that though. That's weird. Okay, here you go. What do you mean get it now? I've already paid for that before. What? Get out of here. Installing your codec. I thought I already did that before, but anyways, all right, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a closer look at that later. That's weird looking. But yeah, I'll take a look at that later. Let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. We'll definitely take a look at that later. I feel like that's distracting the shit out of me right now. I know that for a fact. That's distracting me, guys. That is distracting me. All right, let's open the phone lines back up. If you want to call in, make sure you call in. Thanks for pointing that out, J-Dub. Appreciate you. Get your phone calls in at 219-885-9693. We'll definitely check that out more later on. I'll go down that hole later on. Let's not knock off. I want to get this podcast, keep getting these phone calls in. I appreciate you guys. Let's open the spirit box. So let's open the spirit box.
Call from
Uncle Benny.
What's up, Uncle Benny? How's it going, brother?
Hey, I hope it's okay. I called back in. I heard you say on some other show that it was. I just thought I'd call to bring a little clarity to this because I saw some little tiny GIF this weekend, and it had a creepy voice, and it zoomed right in on that picture of it looks like somebody's dragging a body, and I'm like, what the hell? So I went looking for that body cam video just as we've been doing here, and I found the scene. And I turned that thing every which way from Sunday, man, and zoomed in and all this kind of stuff. And then it hit me. Remember earlier I was talking about being an odds player and thinking about things in terms of odds? Mm-hmm. So this is around the same time that the murders were allegedly happening and thereabouts. So what are the odds this guy is out there on the field near the murder scene, cracking a cold one with the boys after he just witnessed or participated in murdering 4 people, and having a steady hand holding that can. And then when he's got to show his ID being on his phone, he opens up his pictures, but has the pictures tilted towards the policeman. Now, that's one dumb person, and he's not even shaking, you know? So I think the odds are really low this has anything to do with anything. And not to I told you about my experience with it just to save anybody else the time, because it's sort of chasing a tail, you know?
Right.
It was very interesting. And the part where you said you see, like, definitely see a guy standing in a suit, I saw somebody else comment in the chat. Those are, you know, as you noticed, the first one's a photo gallery, but so is that one. It's just smaller pictures. And it looks like a duplicate of somebody's, like, profile shot, like they're wearing a suit, you know, like you would for a LinkedIn picture or something like that. And then there's one on the left and one on the right. So I don't think it's an extension all the way down like a person standing there. The girl on their knees or on the floor on the right, it's just, I don't know. It's sort of like pareidolia, you know, where you see shapes and clouds. Who knows what that picture is? But altogether as a composite, it might look like that. But then if you look to the top on the right, that's definitely not a guy standing with the suit, because he's duplicated on the right in the square. So if that's helpful. You know, I'm just trying to save anybody some time, because believe me, I spent a good 45 minutes on Saturday or whatever when I first was alerted to this, and drove me crazy. And I thought, what am I doing? You know,
right.
Because I mean, just the fact that a guy just was participated in a mass murder, and he's just standing on the field cracking a cold one with the boys. I don't think so. You know, that just would be really a new one. Yeah. Well, since we're talking about some crazy stuff, I could offer you some thoughts to take it to another level, but
yeah,
it might. Well, so like I told you, I'm an odds person. I got a question about this. Somebody can help me out. You know, maybe I just haven't seen it. So you got none of us were in the crime scene. We haven't seen the blood on the walls, right? I mean, if somebody has, let us know. None of us saw the murder photos, you know?
Correct.
Like, for example, if you think about the Manson murders, the Tate LaBianca murders, you can go on some gore site or whatever. You could actually find the photos at the crime scene and there's some pretty graphic photos. Well, you also see video from the news crews of them rolling people out on stretchers and body bags, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Now, don't kill the messenger for me posing the question. I'm just trying to get people to think about this, because there may be another level of criminality to this entire thing. I'm not saying that people were not murdered. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. And I don't mean any disrespect to real victims and real families, but it's possible that something else is also going on here. So we all have seen and felt ourselves, and I mentioned earlier this being like the game of Clue, like it's got every person's possible suspect. There's just so many characters. You know, you've even got JS going to Africa right away, right? Then you got the weird neighbor, then you've got the frat story, just lots of stuff. Serial killer, and all these kinds of things just sent people in a tailspin, you know? That's got people fascinated with this case worldwide, really. So I want to ask you a question. This campus has 11,000 students. That's 11,000 cell phones, arguably, right?
Right.
So this house, the murder scene, is set like sort of in a little bowl there with the hills and with the other houses, you know. We've all seen the crime scene tape. It has a limited perimeter. Why, out of 11,000 people, wasn't there one person in the apartments and the houses, on the campus, even in the neighborhood, in the community, who was curious? You know, there's always hangers on and lookers on. We've never seen any body bags being brought out of the house.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone? Why not? You know? Another thing that I felt was very weird.
That's been brought up plenty of times. Keep going. You're good.
Oh, I haven't heard anybody else talking about it, but I don't, there's not a lot of chat forums like yours, and I really appreciate the call-in thing. It's really cool.
Yes, sir.
So the other thing I found really strange, it's not impossible, but it was very strange and a little bit, you know, again, if there's something going on here that's kind of weird, very dramatic, is the blood dripping down the outside of the house. It was very weird. You know, that was a very strange thing, almost so strange. And again, I'm not saying this is going on. I don't know. This could be one of the the poor people's blood, really. You know, I don't know. It's sure. But it's very, very odd that there was blood on the house, you know, and we're made to see it, of course. Now, I know people's minds are going to, that's crazy. Who could pull something off like this? And how would they do that? You got to forget about that for a minute. You got to suspend that, because it is possible. And somebody could take somebody through the steps on how that can be done. Compartmentalization, blackmail. You know, if you think about even the fact that people spend 2 or 3 years going into making movie productions, right? And they have millions and millions of dollars. And all these people you don't even see behind the scenes, and they pull it off. You know, we don't know. None of us are there. And you can bring in real life people to that. I mean, this is getting into sort of like, people are going to be like, oh, this guy's crazy. I know it. But the fact is, if you can show me video or photos of them removing body bags, I'd appreciate it, because that bothers me. Another thing that bothers me is that, and I always look for this in any kinds of these national attention crime things that get everybody's attention and distract us maybe from what else is going on. I didn't watch the whole memorial service. I didn't watch the hours of it or whatever, but I've seen lots of interviews and lots of things fresh out of the situation. I don't ever see any real tears. It bothers me. I see people crying, choking up but not really crying. You know what I mean? Now, I may be wrong. I may have missed it, but I have questions that go beyond who did it. So that's what I wanted to put out there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you putting that out there. Yeah, a lot of people have brought that up to me. Why haven't we seen them be taken out? Body bags, shit like that.
Yeah.
That's been asked plenty of times.
That's a real legitimate question, because it could be something if you couldn't get in there, or the trucks were backed in there and you couldn't see anything. But this has got so many levels of where someone could have an angle, and they can't keep people away from it, and completely. So it just doesn't make any sense. There's no still shots, photo, video of that happening. That's very bizarre. Very bizarre.
No,
so I don't know what it means. I can't tell you what it means. I just know it means to me that, especially with all these other crazy, like the 4chan thing, you got to remember QAnon came out of 4chan as well, which has been proven to be a psyop, right? And I don't know. The chat's going by. I saw somebody write Alex Jones and everything. Don't lump me in with that dude. I have nothing to do with him. We just have to use our minds, because we live in an age of deception. I've studied mind control extensively, and there's a lot of things going on, and we need to be aware of it, right? And now it could have been an organic, real murder situation that's been co-opted for something else, because this has people just completely obsessed, But I noticed one thing in all the podcasts, all the chats, and I felt it myself. There's something really weird about all this, all the characters. I even have people saying, I've never moved into Moscow. There's just too many weird people, It's just they won the lottery in weirdness, It's just weird.
Would you ever move to Moscow?
Well, I thought about Idaho. Looks like a pretty cool place, but
I'd move there.
Probably not. I don't know that I'd want to live in a university town, I've gotten a little too old for that, I think.
No, I'm saying in general, people are like, I'll never move here, I'll never move there, I'll never move here. But I mean, where I live people are getting shot down every day.
Right.
And they go back and shoot up the funeral home afterwards. Yeah. So I mean, right. I'd live in Moscow any day.
Oh man, you're out there in eastern Indiana, aren't you? You're out there in the killing fields, dude.
Yes, I am. I am in the killing fields, and I'd gladly move to Moscow right now.
I'm due west of you. I think if you asked if I'm afraid to move to Moscow because of a potential serial killer, the answer would be no. You've got pretty much as good of odds of being taken out by one anywhere you are. They get around.
Exactly. It doesn't matter where you're at. Murder can happen no matter what.
Hey, on that note, earlier, after I called earlier, I talked about, most dangerous time if somebody leaves a domestic violence or. Whoop.
Oh, my man walked in. I don't know. He hung up. Hopefully his wife didn't see that message of the girl saying, "Would you marry me?" Shout out to him, man. Lines are open. Lines are open. Shout out to that guy. 219-885-9693. Get your opinion voice. He said, whoops. No, hung up. Man, shout out to him. Good call, though. Good call. Great call.
Call from Angela.
Angela, what's good with you? How you doing? You live.
Hi. I was wondering if you saw the post about someone turning in their coworker on Reddit yet. I've been watching for days, but I've been in and out kind of. So
You asked me if I seen a post of anybody on Reddit.
Yeah. Do you want me to read it for you?
Yes, read it, because I have not.
It says, don't know if I should post this, but I am originally from Moscow, and most of my family still lives there. Yesterday, someone I know that still lives there called me and told me that they had just spoken with the police. Long story short, he works with a guy who had, for months, been wearing a hunting knife to work on his belt and was asked not to bring it to work anymore. And the guy made a big deal about it, refused, and continued to wear it to work. Then after the murders, he no longer wore the knife to work. When asked by the coworkers where the knife was and was asked to produce it, he refused and threatened to sue for harassment. In addition, this person was known for being punctual and not missing work, and would even come in on days not scheduled. The day and the week after the murders, he was a no-call, no-show to work. And lastly, the night of the murders, he was in the vicinity of the food truck at the same time the victims were. The person I know said that the person in question was giving off weird vibes the entire time they worked together. Supposedly no one on the crew liked working with him because of his weird behavior. Maybe it's a lot of coincidences, and because of that, I'm not going to publicly name him, but the police seemed very interested in this info. Hopefully it will lead somewhere.
Now that's
you heard
post.
that?
I actually have seen that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I seen it on Reddit.
Oh, I haven't heard anyone talk about it. And another thing I wanted to bring up is that how I understand there being a shock factor when traumatic things happen. I've been in a lot of traumatic situations, but how do you see this crime scene happen with the blood? There's blood on the walls outside.
Mm-hmm.
There's blood everywhere. You think that the person is just passed out. Not only that, let's say maybe you are in shock for a minute and you don't see the blood for a minute. Well, you've called your friends to come over. It's been, 10 minutes or 15 minutes till they get there. You've been standing there and you don't notice all the blood and call 911. Like, all your friends get there and stuff before you realize 4 people have been massacred. How?
That's a good point.
How is that possible? I just can't wrap my mind around it. Any way you look at it.
That's a good point. I brought that up several times also.
Yeah, I can't get past it. I think definitely the ex had something to do with it, but the roommates are sketchy, so I don't know.
So what's your full theory? Who do you believe full on done it, and you think the roommates are involved allegedly?
Possibly. I think it's probably Jack D, but I think he's somewhere in it. But I just wonder how the roommates everything they've said is just sketchy. It's all sketchy.
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely sketchy. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
This crime is definitely sketchy. There's a lot of weird, there's a lot of angles you can look at it from in general, and a lot of suspects or people, or should I say people of interest that you can point out in this. I mean, you got 1 corner club guy, you got 2 JD, you got 3 roommates, you got 4 revenge killing for Hannah. all
Right.
allegedly. You got 5 Sigma Chi people. You got 6. I mean, you can just keep digging. You can keep going. Eating harsh. You can. I mean, there's a lot of different people, and then you got 7, which could be mysterious person that nobody knows about.
Right. Did you hear about the psychic Donna Serafina? Who she thinks did it?
Yeah, I seen. I've watched it. You talk about Donna's like 43-minute video.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Bread shop.
she's
All that.
right. The guy. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I seen.
The
I
bread
seen all
shop.
that. I seen all that.
She has been right on other cases. Like, I don't know. I still don't know if I'd take it serious or not. But when I started looking into her info, I was comparing it to other ones, and she was right on a lot of things. But if she's just throwing it out there, then there's no reason the cops can't go find this person. I don't know. Just seems too good to be true.
Well, in order to get somebody, you got to have the evidence to back it. I mean,
right.
Circumstantial cases are easily
But
beaten.
if she's like, hey, it's the son of the owners at the bread shop, then they could go look at him, take his DNA, or look at his phone, and they'd have it right there if what she's saying is right. I just want them to solve it. I'm just so curious.
I know wanting them to solve it. I want this. I want it to be over with because it's been a hell 37 days.
Right.
And all we have is this white Elantra. And that's national news. I mean, like I repeat it over and over again, but this white Elantra, I mean, and I've had a caller call in and say that white Elantra is their Hail Mary, which meaning they think this white Elantra,
that's what it seems like.
Holds everything to the case. This white Elantra will break the case, but guess
they
what?
have to have some kind of something proving that, because I haven't seen anything like that. But
yeah, this white Elantra ain't came forward yet, so I don't.
Right.
They know about whoever drives that white Elantra knows about this case. Period.
Right.
They've heard about it. Almost everybody in the damn world's heard about this case. There's people in New Zealand, UK, all over the world that know about this case. So, I mean, if they haven't heard about it, I highly doubt it. My stepdad, who works on cars, that doesn't even care about true crime or look at true crime in general, it's not something that he looks at. He knows about this case, and that was a first. I've never heard him mention anything about a case.
I mean, I think they found Gabby Petito's body, in a closer time period than we're at with this car. And they found Brian's car and body, which were missing, sooner than we're at in this here. It's just, I don't know, the time ticking on is making me really nervous.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your theory and what you think happened.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get some more in, but what's your name?
Angela.
Angela, where are you calling from, Angela? Statewide.
Oklahoma.
Shout out to you. What's your name in chat?
Thank you. Angela D.
Angela D. All right, I'll be looking for you, Angela D. Thank you for calling in, and God bless you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Angela D. Anybody who wants to call in, again, 219-885-9693. Theories. Bring them theories. Who's got this wrapped up? Who thinks they know what happened? Liz, I want to hear about it.
Call from Shay.
Shay, hello, you're live. What's going on, Shay?
Hey, I have been trying to call you for like the last 3 hours. I just have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I went under Madison Morgan on YouTube, right? And I scrolled through and I found a video clip. It says 4 University of Idaho students found dead 1 month ago. It says KTVB channel 7. And if you go to 2 minutes and 40 seconds, If you look up at that third window in the front, the very first night that this happened, I swear I'm looking back at blood because they have no curtains on these windows, and you can clearly see the lights on, and you can see like all this reddish brown stuff going sideways and up and down. I just want to know if I'm the only one that's seen that. Because right when a newscaster turns around, she starts pointing at the house as the police start pulling up. You can look, he's like directly underneath the third window in the front. And if you go on that video, you'll see what I see.
What did you email me the video? Which one is it?
I just read you. I don't really know how to do the email, but it's under, like I said, if you go under Madison Morgan on YouTube and you just scroll through, it's gonna be a title. It's gonna say 4 University of Idaho students found dead, and it's gonna say 1 month
ago. A lot of those videos,
and the whole video is only 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
What news station was it?
It says KTVB. It has 70,000 views 1 month ago, and then it has Channel 7 in the circle.
70,000. You said.
And the guy, the newscaster, has on a gray jacket with a gray, black, and white hat with number 7 on the front.
I think you're talking about this video right here.
Off-campus house yesterday.
Yeah, because it starts off in the daytime and then it gets to night. And right when he gets to night, and you see like the second police car pull up, look up at that third window because I got a pause on it right now. And I've been trying to call you for like the last 3 hours. I just wanted to know.
What's the time?
Actually now
Time
driving
on it
in
is
onto the
It's like at
2:40. There's already one police car on the property. Moscow police.
All right.
I want to see if you can play it on there while I'm on here.
Yeah, I got it on. I got it on right now.
Yeah, because I want to talk about that.
So you must.
Because it's like right before. Because if you look at all the other news clippings, when you see in the daytime or that night, you won't see this on their blind no more. You know what I mean? Like they took the blinds down and put something else over there. But if you look at this particular video I'm looking at, and you look at that third window at the top on the left, you'll see what I see.
I got it paused on 240.
Okay, go all the way to let it play from 240 to 246. And look at that window right when he puts his hand up and he gets ready to turn around.
Okay. 246.
Moscow police car. There's already one police
just pause it and look up there at that window.
So that would make it.
Do you see what I see?
And you talking about which window? The
third window at the top on the left. Right on top of him, the newscaster.
This window right here? The far left one. Up top.
The far left one. You'll see like reddish brown stuff going sideways and up and down.
I see. I mean, I see. I don't know if that's a sheet or I don't know what.
No, that's not a sheet because I screenshotted it and I zoomed in, screenshot that and zoom in, and I'm telling you, you'll see what I see because you can almost see through them blinds. And then if you look at all the other news clippings that they play, because you know how they have all the newscasters in front of the house and the YouTubers in front of the house in the day and the night, and when the lights are on, you don't see that in that particular window no more?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Let me see. I mean, let's see. Zoom in. I need to zoom in with a screenshot. Let me see. All right, so let's screenshot it.
It's crazy. I don't see it on the YouTube. I still see Ashley Banfield.
Ashley Banfield. All right, hold on. Let's pop this up. Let's put it here. It's hard to really tell. It's grainy as hell like this, but I don't know, chat. What y'all think? I see words.
Ashley Banfield. I don't see it on my end. Maybe because I'm on the phone with you or something.
Blood on the ceiling. Let's see.
No, it's on the blind.
Yeah, it might be. That might be on the blinds.
You see it? It
I
goes
mean,
sideways and up and down, right?
I see all the stuff right here in the
And
picture.
if you look at all the other news clippings, you will not see that on them blinds no more after that. This is the night that it happened. Because you can see that other officer pulling up, the one with the lights on. And right when he pulls up, when that newscaster turns around, you can look at them blinds and see that. And if you zoom in again, like I said, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because if you notice, after this happens, any other time they show the videos, like the one in the middle right next to the one with the blood, but it's darker, just like in Zana's room, it's going to be darker. And then if you notice in the daytime, when you look up at Kaylee's room, you'll see a AC conditioner in that window that you don't see in any other video.
Blood all over the place. You see lines. Does look red.
You see it?
Yeah, I see stuff on there. Yeah, I definitely see stuff there.
Then they go every which way, right?
Yeah, this.
And I'm just trying to figure out how come ain't nobody ever seen that or noticed that or talked about it. I just wanted to know, am I tripping or is that what I think it is?
Also, that's the same room that the
That was found in, Kaylee and Maddie.
Well, hold up, I got something.
Because if you go to the back of that house, that's the part that don't have the double windows. It only
right
has
there,
like
where you were just talking about is exactly where they took a picture at too. Where I got it right here.
Who took a picture?
If you get off stream and look at this, where I got playing right now, they took a picture right there where you're talking about too.
Who did, the YouTubers or?
Nah, I downloaded a video from the Idaho Tribune, and they got a shot where they taking pictures right up there in that room that you're talking about.
Yeah, with the blinds up though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but see, this is the one. This is the only one.
Well, nah, I can't tell with the blinds on this one, but it's because the person who had the camera there's trees in the way, but you can see a flash go off in that room.
But if you're looking at the exact video, I'm gonna try to see if I can send it to you.
I just played it. I already played it.
Yeah, because you can, like, if you zoom in, you can see that. You know, and like they didn't have no curtains out there, so you could see that. Just like you can see the blood on the side of the house, you could see that in that window. And I thought it was the trees or something, so I seen it in the daytime, and I said no. Because if you look behind them on the second floor, you can see the trees from the outside. That's coming from the inside on the third floor. Just like how the pictures is in that middle window, you see it from the inside. That's what that looks like right there.
Mm-hmm.
So am I tripping?
I have no idea because I can't see, but I mean it does look like something. But
because you see it go long way and you see it go up and down. If you zoom in, the part that goes up and down or on top of his like beanie, you can see where it kind of like misses a little bit, then it catches again.
Yeah, there's no telling what it is, but
but just put it like this.
Blood.
You gotta be honest. Every other time they showed the pictures, even when they had the police calling in there for the party and stuff, when they had that same light on in that same room, you didn't see that, did you? And like I say, if you look at any other video that they show the whole house, because you know they still got the officer in front of the house, daytime and nighttime. And at nighttime now, if you look at the current videos, they got the lights still on, but you don't see that on the blinds no more, on that window.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
Yeah, I just wanted to know.
Yes, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It definitely looks creepy.
Okay, because I was trying to put it in the comments and stuff, and I was like, if y'all just go to this video, y'all can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I just wanted to know. Well, but I kind of think Jack D did. Everyone's talking about he's clear because of his cell phone or whatever, but as close as he lives to that house, how you know he just didn't leave his phone at the house and walk over there, right? And then if he was roommates with Adam, how you know Adam didn't call him while he called for the cell phone? He could have called from the work phone and letting him know that way he could have been over there in that area because he knew what time they was coming home. And then over that, you have seen pictures on Adam. I mean, of Jack on top of the house that he claimed to live in. So how he couldn't come out that roof and go over there with nobody seeing him and go through the back and go in that house. And then why the dog didn't bark. Whether they took him out the room or put him in the room, why he didn't bark.
Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a weird pick.
Yeah.
It's a weird shot.
But that's all I wanted to know. I'm gonna let the rest of your callers chime in. I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention.
It's hard to see from that distance, but it does look like something.
Well, I'm gonna try to what's your email? I'm gonna try to send it to you.
It's
I'm gonna send you the picture that I took a picture of.
My email's in chat. You should be able to see it anytime. My mods will pull it up for you.
Okay.
If you type in chat, ! lowercase email, my email will pop up.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank you. I appreciate you. Bye bye.
You're welcome.
Shout out to her. Shout out to her. Yes, I am, Kristen. For sure. For sure. Anybody else wants to call in? You can call in. What we been on? 6 hours? That's it? That's all it's been is 6 hours. All right, here we go.
Call from
Cole.
Hey, what's up, Cole? You live? What's going on?
Oh, what's up? I'm calling from Florida. I just had a few things I wanted to point out. So that white Hyundai Elantra that was found in Oregon, I've been looking. I've seen that first thing I woke up this morning, and I have not found a single source online about a lost vehicle in Oregon whatsoever. So I don't know if that picture is old or what's up with that, but I just wanted to clarify that to everyone on the stream. Also, my prediction on what really went down. So I don't really believe in the whole ghost thing, none of that really. But I watched their what is it called, it's like where they pretty much talk to spirits or whatever about
Spirit box?
Yeah, that.
Uh-huh.
So they showed that they did it for another crime. I don't know when it was, but it pretty much said that the dead body would be in Lake Prosper, I think, or something like that. And 2 months later, that's exactly where they found it.
Uh-huh.
Well, I was watching it today, and it said something about three people was involved, and I thought that was kind of strange, especially when I started looking into things about. At first, I thought it was Jack S, but then I kind of started thinking it was Jack D, and more I thought about it, I thought maybe Adam and that deadly guy on Instagram could be involved, because I emailed you this. I don't know if you've seen it, but he also, not only those two pictures the lady earlier mentioned about, but he also had a third picture with, it was like it's an artist profile, so it's all drawings and stuff, but it was a drawing specifically of 3 females and 1 male that were deceased. And I thought that was kind of odd. Yeah. So I mean, if they've been telling you to go look into it and stuff like that. So I figured, you go look at. He also has his. It was public, but it's private now, so he probably won't even accept it now. But that lady, what is it? They were talking about it, but she has a video on it or whatever, and she has the pictures of all the drawings that he posted and stuff like that. And they all seem to be connected to the murder, and he's also in a picture with Jack. Like, I guess he's friends with him. He's in the same fraternity or something like that. So I thought that was pretty strange as well.
Yeah, most definitely. You said you sent it to my email, right?
Yes, sir.
I did a spirit box too on this case specifically, and it said frats are involved, and then it said two of them.
Brass was involved, and it also said something about
Two of them. That's what my
it said-
spirit box said when I did my spirit box session. But that's different.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I seen one, and it said 3 people were involved, but I mean 2, 3. It makes more sense instead of 1 because taking out 4 people, including someone that's 6'4", is going to be pretty hard to do. I don't care if you're 6'5", 300 pounds. It's still, it takes a lot of energy to stab someone up close, mentally and physically. You know what I mean? So I just thought that was kind of strange.
Yeah, I got it. You speaking of spirit boxes, that's one of the most compelling ones I got. I was sitting here asking. I said, "Who killed you guys? Who killed Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee?" And it goes, and a guy's human voice comes through and goes, "Frats are involved," and then a female goes, "2 of them."
Oh, and I promise you that was probably Xana's voice because I was watching it for it was on TikTok, so it was just it was about 15 different things, but I watched about 5 or 6 of them and didn't hear Xana's voice not once. And the very first time it said, "It's me," like it whispered real quiet. And as soon as I heard it, like chills shot up my body. And I said, I was sitting next to my girl, and I was like, "Yo, that's Xana's voice. I knew it was." And then not even a second later, it said, "I'm Xana." And it just it sent chills down my body when I heard that.
Oh yeah, I've gotten that for sure.
Yeah, so I don't want to keep you too long, but I just felt like I should put that out there as well.
I appreciate you calling in, my boy.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. God bless you. What? Shout out to him. Talking about I'm dehydrated. Shit, I done went to the bathroom plenty of times. You just ain't know. All right, let's see. I'm dedicated. I wear diapers. Just kidding. He said LOL at Spirit Box. LOL my ass. Spirit Box. That's not for everybody,
Call from
Charles.
So what's up, Charles? What's good? You live, man? What's going on? So
Hey, how you doing?
What's your thoughts on the case?
The backdoor entry at the sliding glass door.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some earlier video, and it looks like the door is blocked with a chair, like it's like a stick, like people block the door.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen any of the early footage of that door? Kind of ruling that out.
Mm-hmm. Have I seen any footage of the door?
Well, the sliding glass door in the back.
Yeah, what
if
about
you look at it, some early footage before the snow hits, like some of the early shots, there's a door. There's 2 chairs that are pushed together, 2 stools, which is blocking that door. So I don't think you could get through that sliding glass door. I don't know if anyone's noticed that.
You said you can't get through it?
Well, it's blocking the door like a stick, like you block a sliding glass door like people do, because those girls are always going to keep their doors locked, I'm sure.
Right.
I don't know if you can run any footage of what you're showing now. If you could show that sliding glass door, there's footage I've seen, and you can see that there's 2 stools that are wedged up against that door, which I don't think that could be an entry, leading me to believe that there would be the front door entry.
That sliding glass door, I think, was the entry. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, if you see footage, there's a picture that they show, and you can see that there's 2 stools that are up against the door. And I always wondered what those were, and then it's like, well, no, those looks like they're blocking that door to where you couldn't slide it open.
Right.
I don't know if you could check that out. I didn't want to take up too much of your time.
The police did that with you talking about with the stools that are sitting there? Yeah, the police put that there.
Oh, they did that.
Yeah, the police put that there, 100%. We talked about that 2 weeks ago on my panel.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good, brother. It's always good to ask questions, especially if you don't know about something and you want to know something. Yeah, that's good to ask questions. The police definitely put that in there. I I forgot who was on my panel with me, but we debunked that. They let me know that, and that was one of the questions that I asked, and one of my buddies that was on panel with me told me, yeah, police did that. So I was like, okay, that answers my question there.
And you just answered mine. Well, thank you much.
Yeah, no problem, brother, whatsoever.
All right. Good evening.
Thank you. Yeah, you too. Thank you for calling
Bye-bye.
in. Yeah, I guess we question. If you want to call in with your theory, man, make sure you call it at 219-885-9693. Call in with your theory. Let's hear your theory. I want where them good theories at? Break them down. What rabbit hole have you went through? What do you think? What do you think? Possibly. What do you think? I really want to know what you guys think.
Call from
Harry Gillum.
Did you say Harry Gomes?
Terry Gillum.
You're on, man. What's going on?
Hey, man, you hear anything about that Hannah McCleary suicide back in February? She was a roommate of Madison Hogan. It was on Twitter.
Madison Hogan?
Yeah.
You mean Mogan?
Yeah. Yeah, Mogan. Yeah. Yeah, she committed suicide back in February.
Hannah Clear.
Yeah. Hannah Clear, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do you know about that already?
Yeah, I know about that. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I didn't know whether you did or not. Okay, thank you.
So what's your theory? Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess that's my man's theory right there. Hannah Clear. You know the number. 219-885-9693. Where them theories at? All right, if we got questions, I mean, you can ask that in the chat. I can fulfill you with that. I'm sure the chat can too. Let's see.
Call from
Jen.
What's up, Jen? My 219
Hey, how you
What's
doing
going on?
today? Not much. Actually, I called for a comment, but then I've been listening to other callers. And can I ask a question first?
Yes.
How
ma'am.
do we know those bar stools were put there by police? Is it common practice for them to move things from a crime scene to block off an entry?
That I don't know.
Because you would think they taped the front door with caution tape. They taped the windows with evidence tape. Why would they move part of the crime scene around
Yeah.
to block the doors off?
That's a good question that I can't answer.
Okay, well, that out of the way. Everybody's focused on the white car. And I think us as a group, we need to kind of shift our focus on that car a little bit. In the beginning, it was kind of like maybe this person wasn't aware or anything like that. But now it's obvious that no one has came forward. So we should be looking for a couple different things as far as that white car goes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the Moscow area and you know someone who has that vehicle, but you know for a fact that vehicle was not where it was supposed to be between the time frames of the murders, that should definitely be a tip. If you borrowed your white Elantra to someone and you didn't have it during the time frame, that should be a tip.
Absolutely.
Also, if you're outside of the Moscow area, you know someone who has a white Elantra, but you know for a fact they were not home during that time frame, that should also be a tip. And if someone has a car fitting the description that doesn't get used very often or was being used up until a certain point, that should also be a tip at this point, because the white car is the only thing that the police ask the public's help on. And it is very obvious that the police want to keep the public out of this as much as possible. Mm-hmm. So you would think family, friends, associates, anyone in that immediate circle have been checked out for their white cars fitting the description, for family members that they may have access to cars fitting that description. So at this point, kind of what they're looking for is probably someone to step forward and say, no, person A was definitely not here with his white car.
you know, or person B definitely had this white car at the time and he wasn't at home or she wasn't at home, type of things like that. I think we're just focusing on like pinpointing all these cars when we should be kind of like putting out there more that, you know, there's certain things that people need to look for. Like if I'm in the state of Washington, you know, if I have a neighbor that has a white car and it took him, you know, he wasn't home and between 2 and probably 6 in the morning, that, you know, that should be something, even though you're not in the general vicinity, that people should let the cops know about. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't think that the officers will, you know, the police chief will go out and actually request that information because that slips their hands a little bit more than they wanted to. But I do think if I was an investigator, those are the type of things I'd be looking for in tips right now.
So you're not on to. So what do you think about this white vehicle and them wanting it so bad? Do you think? What is your opinion on that?
They never said where they got the tip from. We did hear that a landlord had footage of a white car going past during a time frame, but we don't know if it was a verbal tip, if it was something they had used off of that exact landlord's footage, or what it was. I think it may have importance. I saw a newspaper article, I believe it was Daily News, that stated that they had went as far as to notify Border Protection and Customs at the Canadian border to be on the lookout for this. And I do believe I've seen it where the chief stated that verbally in a press conference. I could not find the footage of that again, but it is in black and white in a newsprint. So I don't think it's a witness, because how many witnesses do they notify Border Patrol for? I mean, that's a little extensive for someone who just may have information. But now if it was a suspect, definitely fleeing options would be thought of when you're requesting this information from the public.
Now, that being said, I just don't. My thing is, well, when I went through the website and look again, they keep saying they're combing through 22,000 white Elantras. So that right there just shows me that they need this white Elantra.
Correct, they do, and that kind of shows me that it's not someone immediate. Because, like I said, you know, they don't want. You know, they want to keep the public out of this as much as possible. So they had to do, and this is the assumption part, they had to do the background on it. You know, locals, family, friends, associates, frat houses, things like that. And obviously, nothing came up where they could prove that anyone who owns that type of vehicle wasn't where they said they were. Now, and just because someone is cleared, you know, you could clear me from something until T-REV says, wait a minute, I know for a fact Jen was not doing this, this, and this. And then I go from cleared to under suspicion again. So being cleared doesn't necessarily mark anyone out either. It's just that they are cleared in the eyes of the public right now. Should information come forward stating that something in their statement, their alibi, is proven to be dishonest, then yes, they could go from clear to being under suspicion. So I think I heard my timer, so I'm done. Also, check your email. I did send you a slow-mo of the third-story window footage that the lady before had. And there is something there. In later evening photos of the home on the third story, it looks to be either the blinds have been drawn up or there could be a window valance from like a curtain set or something like that, but it's not completely bare windows.
No,
So I
appreciate you sharing that. Actually, and in this footage right here that I have up on the screen now is you could, if you at the first angle when it first starts from the beginning, it clearly shows them there's a flash going off in that room that woman was talking about, that Shay was talking about right there. Boom, boom. So there's
correct.
literally
I
photo
seen that.
being taken.
No, but in later photos, what I can't tell is if there was actually something on the blinds to begin with. Because if you see in later photos in the evening, it looks like the windows are partially open. Now, I can't tell if they just pulled up the blinds on that, or if it's like a valance that goes over your window. You know, well, because we are speaking of girls here. So their room will be decorated with curtains, valances, things like that. I just can't tell, but there is something still on that window. And I would think if it was blood, they wouldn't just cut a portion of the blinds off. They would take the whole unit of the blinds.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. They would take it all and put it in the evidence bag.
Correct. So was that actually what we're speculating it was? And the blinds are actually gone and that's actually just like a curtain that's still in place? Or did they take the photos they needed? There was no evidence on those blinds. And we're just going off key here. But that was a very good find for for the woman who called that in. I would not have seen that.
Yeah, I never was, nobody's ever sent me that before and said, hey, look at this, look at this. I'll tell you that one. I mean, I know that for a fact. Nobody's ever sent me that video and said, hey, I think that's blood right up there. Or, this was on the day of. I've never seen it.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're
Before
fine.
I go, I wanted to ask, because we have a lot of great researchers, and everybody's talking about the frat that the victim belonged to. I went back as far as 10 years with anything fraternity or sorority related to this area. And while I did find a few suspicious deaths, like the young man who drowned in the creek, and there was another fraternity brother who got hypothermia about 5-6 years ago and died under a bridge after leaving the frat house. None of them are negative publicity on any of the sororities or fraternity that the victims belong to. So what I'm wondering is, was there any beef? Like, did a sorority piss off another fraternity? Or, I don't think we're looking enough at the surrounding sororities and fraternities either. Everybody's focused on Sigma Chi, but they're pretty clean as far as, news-related stories go. Some of these other ones, none of them have been ruled homicides, but some of these other ones do have deaths. The coyote things, that when the coyotes were butchered and left on the stairs of the fraternity, Maddie and Zaina's fraternity actually was quoted to have the worst of it, where the butchered coyote carcass was much more mutilated than compared to the other fraternities as well. So I was just wondering maybe if we should start researching, because, I'm one person, but we have a lot of talented people. If there's anyone with vendettas or animosity against these, maybe fraternities, not necessarily the victims, but the fraternities in general.
See, hold up, I damn muted my. I don't know. My computer is acting ridiculous right now. What is this shit? Is so weird. Everything was muted. I was sitting there talking, trying to answer you back, and I looked at my thing and it was muted, and then I looked at my live and it was muted. That's weird. But anyways, yeah, that's. I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get some more callers in. I don't know why this is. I might have to reset this because it's acting weird. It literally just muted you and then muted the stream.
Maybe you clicked on a link that had a bug in it.
I don't know. Hopefully it didn't, because that's some crazy shit. My computer's acting weird right now.
I hope you figure it out. I hope it's nothing too in-depth. And thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
Have a good one.
You too. Shout out to her. That was weird as shit. That was so weird. My stream muted and it muted me from talking to her. So I was sitting there talking to her and literally I was like, why does she keep talking over me? And then I went and looked and it was muted. Yeah, I think you need to they might need an update or something. I don't know. That was weird. Anyways, said it's the spirits. Y'all are over here talking about boxes and the friggin' what's going on over here? The box is calling? You think the box is calling? It could be. You never know. Is the box calling? We've been live for only 6 hours and 33 minutes. You growing fast. You're being hacked. I'm gonna have to take a look at that one real quick. Yeah, NordVPN. That's definitely the answer. Let me see. All right, I want to check something real quick because I just seen something. Notification come through my phone. Where did they go? Right here. Here we go. 04. Frustrated with the lack of answers. Four hours. I really might need to restart my computer. I'm dead serious. I sent it to you. I'm scared. Keister VPN. Kendall, thank you. I appreciate you. I sent 3. She said Shay said she sent 3. Hold up. I'm looking at emails right now. I don't see many. Hold up. This computer is acting weird right now. I think it might need an update. I don't think I've updated it in like a week or two. Okay, Tammy, let's see. Okay, I see what you're saying right here. That is kind of crazy looking. Let me download that. What do you guys think that is? Does that look weird to you guys? Kaylee's dad did say already had the video of his daughter Maddie weeks ago. It's only recently that we have we the public have seen it. NordVPN, yep. What did you say? Marfogel recommends it. I have to check that out. Let's see. Tremendous channel. Why is the small? I won't read that. Why is the small blank town police department still the leading agency? Damn. Appreciate the 5. Appreciate it. I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna have to check that. I'm gonna have to restart this computer because this shit's acting weird. I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna restart the computer. I'll be back and figure out what the hell is going on because it's acting mad crazy right now. But I'll definitely be back.